the special effects scientist of the world of American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Okay, it must be me, Tony. Gory, who was standing in front of Tony, was dressed very strangely, so strange that Tony didn't know how to describe it. Gory was wearing a helmet with long horns, but the helmet looked like it was made of a real bear head, except that there were two horns on it. Looking down, Gory was shirtless and had no clothes on. He had a piece of fine animal skin wrapped around his waist. Judging from the color of the fur, it should be from a bear like the helmet, but his feet were also bare. In addition, Gory was holding a spear in his hand, which made him look like a primitive and barbaric Viking warrior instead of a billionaire or scientist. What kind of performance art are you doing? Tony pinched his eyebrows. He originally thought that he might be a little too worried about Gory, but now he was really worried about Gory's mental state. Gory thought about it and didn't hide it from Tony. He said, "I'm studying Asgard's magic and divine arts. You can think of it as the magical powers in Norse mythology." Tony was puzzled. What kind of magic and divine arts? And how about mythology? He just felt that he had thousands of questions in his heart. He held it in for a few seconds before starting with the most basic questions. Does your outfit have anything to do with divine arts or magic? Of course, Gory said seriously. Have you heard of Berserker? According to legend, Berserkers are undead warriors under Odin, and from the information I have obtained, they are as real as the Valkyries. Originally, people had two opinions about Berserkers. The first one believed that Berserker meant a combination of bear and serk, which means a person wearing a bear shirt. However, warriors wearing animal skins rarely appear in Viking artworks. Instead, there are many male images called dancing people, who wear horned helmets, hold spears in their hands, and wear nothing. Therefore, Berserker has been extended to a second opinion, that is, bare shirt, barefoot and shirtless, just like the image in historical artworks. But now I know that both are not quite right. Tony only felt that he had listened to a very boring lecture on mythology, but seeing that Gory was speaking excitedly, he had to patiently ask, "Then what?" Gory said, "From the Asgard technology I got, a true berserker should combine the two together, that is, naked and only wearing animal skins, and then he can get Odin's blessing. So I plan to experiment myself now. I have also prepared the corresponding rituals and runes. Let's see if I can get some of the power of a berserker with this outfit." Tony had to interrupt Gory. There were too many flaws in it. Wait a minute, what is Asgard's technology? Why do you think what you know is the truth? And runes and rituals? How come I didn't know you changed your job to a charlatan? Gory said dissatisfiedly. What charlatan? I'm a scientist. Asgard is just a place name, similar to the myth. It is the residence of the Norse gods. As for why I think what I know is the truth, that's even more nonsense. This is the technology directly delivered by Odin himself. It must be a real berserker. He would not dare to give me fake technology unless he is not afraid that I will kill him back in Asgard. Tony. Why did he feel that the more Gory explained, the more questions he had? You've already started talking about Norse mythology and legendary figures like Odin, and you still have the nerve to say that you're not a charlatan but a scientist? Gory was stunned when he heard this, and then nodded in sudden realization. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Let me put it in a way that you can understand more easily. The Norse gods are actually aliens, and Asgard is similar to a planet they live on. You also know that I've been to alien civilizations, right? So, yes, Odin and even the Asgardian gods are real, and the mythical power they use is just a different kind of technology. Like rituals and runes, they are just part of their unique technology and are essentially knowledge that can be studied and mastered. One of my current topics is to study Asgardian technology. Tony blinked when he heard this and almost thought he was still asleep. There's such a saying! Exclamation mark. If you don't believe me, you can go hack into the SHIELD database and look at their records in New Mexico. There are records of Thor and my armor fighting with Odin. 4 super geniuses of Gory and Tony's level. Hacking into the SHIELD database is as easy as eating and drinking water. Tony did it immediately out of curiosity. Gory took the opportunity to go back and continue his research. After a while, Tony made a sound of what the fuck, that his worldview collapsed. There really Mjolnir and Thor who look like real people. That fully automatic flaming armor doesn't look like it can be made by Earth technology at all. From the internal records of SHIELD, you followed the so-called Thor to Asgard. Is this why you can get Asgard technology? Tony came closer in disbelief. If he remembered correctly, Gory just said, unless he is not afraid of me returning to Asgard, right? Why does it sound like Gory beat up Odin, the father of the gods, and forced him to hand over Asgard's technology? It must be said that this is very close to the truth. Gory could only explain briefly, although I'm a scientist, I don't have the power of the God King, but I happen to be a magician. After a friendly exchange with Odin, I'm slightly better. Tony. The amount of information is too much, he needs to slow down. Now that a Norse myth has come true, it's fine. Gory is actually a magician. Question mark? What's going on? Is the world too crazy, or is he too backward? Finally, under Tony's repeated requests, Gory demonstrated his magic. And Tony is worthy of being Tony. He accepted the new worldview at an unprecedented speed, and looked very excited. Magic and divine arts. Brand new fields, unknown technology. He can show his skills and explore happily. Especially the subsequent communication with Gory. He also heard some details of other subjects, which fully mobilized Tony's curiosity. For example, using Asgard technology and existing technology, further control the mirror world, and replicate the card box, study the use of time element, the feasibility of breaking away from the Eye of Agamotto, and extracting related concepts, progress in the analysis of the desired drive, and the research and development of the core ID and buckle. Just listening to it makes people feel eager to try, all of which are new concepts he doesn't know, and has never touched. A flame ignited in Tony's heart, and his desire to explore new things was ignited again. However, as a super genius who is used to being conceited and arrogant, he is not willing to express his interest and desire directly. In short, Tony is very excited, but he can't save face, so he has to beat around the bush. So Tony forcibly wiped the excitement on his face, and asked in a roundabout way, wow, it sounds like a complicated project. It must be not enough for you alone. The words have been asked, and Tony's inner uneasiness and expectation are intertwined. He just hopes that Gory can give him the answer he wants. However, Gory's emotional intelligence is really low at certain times, especially when his brain is in the state of scientific research mode for a long time, so he simply understands that Tony is concerned about himself. Tony, don't worry, Gory replied with a smile. Of course I'm not the only one who is catching up with the progress, and Dr. Banner is helping me. Drive Banner is really a real genius. It was a great decision to recruit him into the world tree. He helped me advance many projects. Tony took a deep breath and felt that his blood pressure rose a lot. Is it so difficult to hear what I meant? Exclamation mark. Ban. Dr. Banner is indeed a very talented person. Right. Gory smiled. Drive Banner's joining makes me more confident in my research. I believe that I will soon be able to make new breakthroughs in the field of divine arts and magic. Obviously, Tony was not satisfied with this answer. He knew that Dr. Banner was a genius scientist, but wasn't he? Tony frowned. He realized that the conversation with Gory was not going as smoothly as he expected, but soon another idea came to his mind. That being said, Banner can only participate in the research remotely. Isn't that inconvenient? After all, there are a lot of equipment in the laboratory. It would be bad if Banner accidentally transformed into the Hulk. Although Gory has the ability to suppress the Hulk, it is difficult to guarantee that no equipment will be damaged or data will be lost during the suppression of the Hulk. It's really not convenient to only assist remotely. Gory fell into deep thought. He understood Tony's concerns. If Tony knew what Gory was thinking, he would just want to scold him and say you know nothing. After a moment, Gory said softly, I think I really need an assistant. Tony coughed and said with a sense of dignity, it can't be considered an assistant, right? After all, if you find ordinary mediocre people to come, they will undoubtedly not be able to keep up with your pace and will only do more harm than good. So you must find those geniuses who can really help in the research to come here to play a role, and those who can help you can be called collaborators. There was a hint of determination and expectation in his voice. Gory's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood what Tony meant. You make sense. I understand. Tony felt relieved when he heard what Gory said. Tony knew that Gory had understood what he meant, and the silent understanding and recognition between them also made Tony happy. There is no doubt that the only super genius who has the ability and wisdom to help Gory is him, Tony Stark. Tony temporarily put aside his doubts and believed that he would definitely become Gory's partner and explore the mysteries of divine arts and magic with him. However, until Tony went back at night, and even until the next day, he still did not receive Gory's invitation. Tony began to feel anxious and uneasy, and felt that the beautiful women in front of him were not attractive, so he couldn't help but find an opportunity to call Gory to ask about it. Oh, you are talking about that thing. When you reminded me of it, I already had a candidate. In fact, I have a distant relative named Peter Parker. If you hadn't said it, I almost forgot that he is actually a little science genius, and he meets the requirements. Hearing Gory's reply, Tony was stunned. How come a little science genius relative suddenly appeared in the middle of the process? Exclamation mark. Outrageous. Tony didn't say much afterwards, but just ended the call hastily, because at the moment, his emotions in his heart were really hard to calm down. Tony began to reflect on himself for a rare moment. Was there something wrong with his behavior and expression when facing Gory? He wanted to know if it was because he didn't express his thoughts clearly that led to this result. Tony thought of what Pepper often criticized him for. Could it be that, because he always showed confidence and arrogance, Gory mistakenly thought that Tony would never cooperate with him in research and would only develop his own and compete with each other? Tony felt that he seemed to have found the reason. It must be that he seemed to have never been willing to get involved in other people's scientific research in the past, which left such a fixed impression on Gory. Perhaps when getting along with his friends, he should be more outspoken, but this is indeed an aspect that Tony is not very good at. In fact, what Tony didn't know was that on the top floor of the World Tree building, Gory, who had just hung up the phone, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Although he did not react at first, Gao Li gradually came to his senses. After all, when he was studying the transformation surgery in the past, Gao Li had thought about cooperating with Tony. So how could he exclude Tony from the beginning? However, Tony's want-both face still made Gao Li a little unhappy. It was obviously Tony who wanted to satisfy his curiosity and participate, but he just couldn't let go of his face and hope that Gao Li would take the initiative to invite him. How could Gao Li indulge Tony so easily? I'll hang you for a few days and make you uncomfortable, and then we'll talk about it later. Gao Li laughed evilly and then considered the feasibility of really inviting Peter to be an assistant. As Gao Li said, if Gao Li remembered correctly, even if Spider-Man's ability was excluded, Peter was indeed a very talented person in science. Gao Li had considered going to meet Peter before, but he was too busy with various things later and didn't get around to it. After all, Gory is not a big fan of Spider-Man. For him, meeting Peter Parker is just a simple visit to see his distant relative, which is not a high priority, but it has been delayed for a long time. Now is the time to check Peter's information. Chapter 152 Peter Parker's Bizarre Adventure. Midtown High School in New York. Flash Thompson is the school bully at Midtown High School. He is tall and imposing. Thompson often takes his followers to act recklessly on campus, making the school full of tension and anxiety. They always use various means to bully the weak classmates, and introverted high school students like Peter Parker have always been their favorite targets. After all, Peter usually keeps his head down and silently endures the bullying of Thompson and his followers. After school every day, Peter is chased and beaten by them, trying to destroy Peter's meager self-esteem, making him feel powerless and desperate. Peter himself knows why he is being targeted, because on the first day of school, he saw Thompson and his followers bullying a classmate, so when everyone retreated and turned a blind eye, Peter took action. Since then, Thompson has been completely targeting Peter. Today is the same. Thompson and his followers have cornered Peter. They mocked his appearance and family background, trying to hit Peter's self-esteem. However, Peter seemed a little different today. He dared to talk back. Peter's calm and firm voice penetrated the oppressive atmosphere brought by Thompson. Thompson, do you think you can show your superiority by bullying others? Peter's eyes were full of determination and courage. He no longer tolerated such unwarranted ridicule. Thompson clenched his fists in anger. He was not used to people resisting his rule. Thompson sneered and said, "Little Parker, you are such a ridiculous waste. You dare to talk back? What, do you want the whole school to see how pitiful you really are? Thompson, you think you can prove your superiority by bullying others, but that's just your inferiority complex," Peter said loudly. "And I'm not afraid of you, because I know that my value does not only depend on the eyes of others, but also comes from the courage and persistence in my heart." The laughter of Thompson and his followers suddenly filled the entire campus. From their point of view, Peter was just a weak and powerless chicken. How could he fight against himself? "Parker, do you really think you are qualified to talk to me?" Thompson laughed. Peter replied without flinching, "I may not have your wealth and power, but I have my dignity and value. I won't let anyone look down on me, including you." Thompson's face turned blue and red. At this time, people gradually gathered around, including several teachers. Seeing this, Thompson glared at Peter fiercely. "Parker, you wait." Peter looked at Thompson fearlessly until Thompson left with his followers. "Humph, you're lucky," Peter muttered softly. After being bitten by a strange spider not long ago, Peter found that his physical fitness had improved by leaps and bounds. If a fight really came, Peter was confident that he could defeat all the opponents alone. However, this does not mean that Peter is complacent after gaining power. When he was still weak in the past, Peter would also stand up for the strange classmates bullied by Thompson. The reason why he did not resist Thompson's bullying was mainly because Peter knew rationally that he would never be able to beat Thompson in a fight, not because Peter was too cowardly. On the other side, Thompson and his followers gathered near the school swimming pool, thinking about how to give Peter an embarrassing night. The school will organize a grand school celebration party tonight, and almost all the students in the school will participate. It is just the right stage for Parker to make a fool of himself. They are full of confidence and think that they can easily deal with Peter, who they regard as a clown. At Midtown High School in New York, the moonlight at night sprinkles in every corner of the campus, quiet and beautiful. All the teachers and students of the school gathered in the campus square. Tonight, Midtown High School will hold a party for the whole school to participate. Every student is looking forward to this moment, because this is their opportunity to release pressure and also their opportunity to show themselves. Thompson and his followers mingled in the crowd, with cunning smiles on their faces. They looked at Peter from a distance, secretly pleased in their hearts, because they knew that the next time would be the most painful time for Peter. Soon, the school celebration party began. The atmosphere gradually became heated, the music was endless, the students danced happily, and the laughter and cheers filled the whole venue. However, Thompson and his followers never appeared, but hid in the dark, waiting for their chance. Thompson approached a few followers and ordered in a low voice, "Next, we will act according to the plan." "Haha, Parker, you wait and see." The followers nodded one after another, with sinister smiles on their faces. They understood what Thompson meant by lessons, and of course they were looking forward to seeing Peter being humiliated, and looking forward to seeing him lose face in front of the whole school. But Peter is no longer the same as before. With very sharp hearing, he immediately noticed a hint of unusual movement, and he walked towards Thompson without hesitation. "Thompson, what are you doing?" Peter straightened his chest and stared at the school bully with a firm gaze. Thompson's face became gloomy, and he said coldly, "Parker, you are so arrogant. Do you think you can stop me?" Just as Peter was about to fight back, a teacher walked into the auditorium and announced that the party would enter the next performance. The topic in the venue shifted to other things, and the conversation between Peter and Thompson was temporarily interrupted. Peter could only go back with a frown and watched several shows with a cautious mentality. When it came to the next show, Thompson and his followers suddenly appeared on the stage. "What's going on?" Peter was slightly surprised, and then he heard them announce to the whole school that this was a temporary performance. They would perform a skit called The Clown Who Overestimates His Abilities. All the students in the school began to cheer, but when the skit began, they realized that this was not a simple comedy performance. Although the clown character in it was not named, many targeted characteristics were given. Anyone who knows a little bit knows that it is a metaphor for Peter Parker. And if he took the initiative to go up now, wouldn't it be confessing himself? After Thompson finished reading, he walked to the front of the stage and deliberately said loudly, "Oh, what a pathetic clown. Who is he? How dare he come to Listums to confess his love? Is he worthy? I sincerely suggest that he look at his own miserable appearance. What qualifications does a mere clown have for her to look at him? I don't know what everyone thinks, but what I said makes sense, right?" Thompson pointed directly at him from a distance. "Don't you think so, Peter Parker? Peter is a young man after all." Facing the gazes of everyone, he looked at Liz at a loss. Liz also looked at this scene with a complicated expression, and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, causing Peter to feel heartbroken. This made Peter's face turn extremely pale, and his eyes were full of fear and uneasiness. He felt as if his heart was being torn apart by a knife, and wanted to escape from the scene. But the sudden realization of the surrounding classmates' discussions made Peter's footsteps seem to be nailed, and unable to move. "Oh, I realized it. It was him? Is it the love letter written by Peter Parker? PFFT. It's so childish, so funny. I heard that he was always bullied by Thompson. It must be true. I didn't expect that he was secretly in love with Liz. A toad wants to eat swan meat." Peter felt his whole body cold, and at this moment, there was a whistling sound of air being pushed out in the sky. It was a very eye-catching movement. Along with the roar, a huge spaceship with TPC printed on the side hovered in the air, looking full of epoch-making technology. Then the spaceship slowly landed on the campus, causing a burst of exclamations. Gao Li walked out of the spaceship, followed by a group of bodyguards in black suits. His tall figure and confident smile attracted everyone's attention. His eyes were sharp and full of momentum, as if a king had come to the mortal world. As for the group of bodyguards, they stood solemnly, like black bronze statues, showing their professional qualities. Wow. Their appearance was like a huge rock thrown into the lively ocean, causing shock and discussion among the teachers and students of the whole school. The students present put down their cups and food and stared at this scene in amazement. Everyone whispered and looked surprised. "Wait, I recognize him. That seems to be Gary Parker. I've seen him in the news too. He seems to be the boss of the World Tree Corporation." Many people exclaimed after recognizing him for a while. When Gary inherited the World Tree Corporation, it attracted the attention of the media all over the world. There is no way. The various products of the World Tree Corporation are too deeply rooted in people's lives. Almost everyone can't avoid the products developed by the World Tree Corporation in their lifetime, unless that person lives a primitive tribal life. Therefore, for the general public, the World Tree Corporation is even more familiar to them than Stark Industries. "Why did he appear at our party?" another person asked in confusion. "Maybe he came to attend our school anniversary dinner?" someone speculated. Impossible. How can Midtown High School have such a big face? Peter was also at a loss. He obviously knew nothing about Gary's sudden visit, and found it difficult to understand what was going on. This Gary Parker, who I had only seen occasionally in the news before, why did he suddenly come here on such a luxurious high-tech plane? Under the attention of the whole school, Gary walked straight towards Peter with an elegant step. When he stopped in front of Peter, Gary stretched out his hand and showed a friendly smile. "I'm sorry to interrupt your celebration with a sudden visit, but I came to see you for something, Peter." Gary's voice spread throughout the venue, and everyone was in an uproar. Peter also widened his eyes, looking at Gary in front of him, feeling speechless for a moment, and was very overwhelmed. He never dreamed that Gary, who lived in completely different worlds from him, would come to pick him up in person. Sorry, Peter stammered. "Mr. Parker, I don't quite understand. You've called me Mr. Parker, haven't you figured it out yet?" Gary explained. "We are actually distant relatives, but that doesn't matter. I mainly value your talent." "My talent?" Peter suddenly felt inexplicably excited. In the past, this talent would only make him be called a nerd, but he didn't expect that Gao Li would appreciate it so much. He shyly extended his hand and responded, "Thank you. Thank you. But I'm actually far worse than you." Gao Li smiled and nodded. He understood the mood of the young man in front of him. Everyone needs to be recognized and affirmed, and Gao Li also hopes to give him some encouragement and support. "Peter, don't doubt yourself, be more confident in yourself." Peter felt the warmth and encouragement in Gao Li's words, and his eyes flashed with a moving light, as if he gained more firm confidence under Gao Li's gaze. Gao Li looked at Peter's expression, smiled gently, and turned to the principal and teachers in the distance and said, "I need to take Peter away tonight, and I will notify his guardian later. I hope you can understand." All the students in the school widened their eyes when they heard this, and their hearts were full of confusion and shock. What happened in front of the whole school was really crazy. Without waiting for the stunned principal and teachers to respond, Gao Li took Peter on a flying vehicle and disappeared into the night sky. Only the students in the school were left to talk about it and speculate about this puzzling incident. The party went on, but the whole school could not forget Gory's arrival and his praise for Peter. This unexpected event made the party extra special. As for Thompson, who had previously mocked Peter as a clown, he turned into a real clown. Chapter 153 Kamen Rider 01 Consortium X. Not long ago, Thompson mocked Peter for daring to write a love letter to Liz under his conditions, which was simply overestimating his own abilities. Now the facts have responded to him with a loud slap in the face. What are Peter's conditions? He is a distant relative of the person in power in the World Tree Consortium, and he can even let Gao Li Parker come to pick him up in person. With this condition, let alone having a crush on Liz, it is easy to change a different beauty of Liz's level every day. No one in Midtown High School can compete with Peter in terms of conditions. The whole school is talking about Gao Li and Peter's departure, and Peter has become the biggest hot topic among all the students in the school. Gao Li's actions undoubtedly made Peter a celebrity in the school. His name spread throughout the nearby neighborhoods in a short period of time, and even made the news, and even sparked widespread discussion on social media. For Peter, this experience is undoubtedly an important turning point in his life. He felt Gao Li's attention and recognition, and also experienced the taste of being the focus. In order to repay Gao Li, Peter is particularly motivated to do things. He was indeed extremely talented in scientific research, and it didn't take long for him to adapt perfectly to the position of Gory's assistant. Because of this, Peter saw many research projects that were simply like science fiction. These research and development contents sounded very fantastic, but Gory had made a lot of progress, which deepened Peter's admiration. Even the world-famous super genius Tony Stark must not be as good as Mr. Gory, right? As for Gory himself, he was indeed relieved a lot because of Peter's joining. He picked and chose some projects and invited Tony to cooperate, which probably would further reduce the burden. Gory believed that with the previous experience, Tony would definitely not play big this time, but would honestly agree to it first. And that's. Gory picked up the report file of the Great Shocker on the table and read it. It recorded that the Great Shocker had completely integrated the resources of the military factory, which would facilitate Gory to directly enter the military industry. In the past, Gory didn't want to enter the military industry because he didn't want his technology to be used in war, but he couldn't completely avoid this kind of thing, so he simply worked in the civilian industry. For example, if he is oppressed by the government or his technology is stolen by spies, it is possible that Gory's technology will be used for evil. But now it is different. Gory, who controls Shocker, has reached the top level of power on Earth, and no country or force is qualified to force him. As for spies stealing technology, Shocker itself is an organization that can infiltrate SHIELD like a sieve, and is very familiar with this aspect. If you want to prevent thieves, the best way is to hire a top thief to arrange security. Now Gory's situation is similar. The threat will become greater and greater in the future, no longer limited to the Earth, and there are many enemies from the depths of the starry sky. It is not enough to rely on the existing armed forces on Earth. Gory put down the documents, walked to the French window, and overlooked the lights of thousands of homes in the distance. All the conditions have been met, and Gory does not need to worry about anything else. Then, let his hidden military technology blossom and bear fruit in the Marvel world. Of course, this can not only better protect the Earth, but also bring more influence. Just like when Gory fought with Odin, he also had the intention of spreading his influence. Now that he has brought Spider-Man back, he has made many changes to the world so far, and his influence has been great. The proof is that these influences have accumulated together, and Gao Li has received another SSS level reward. I wonder what will be given this time. Gao Li clicked on the lottery machine with interest, but he didn't want the rewards that he had to develop himself for the time being. After all, he has too many projects on hand now, most of which are not completely completed. Fortunately, the rewards given by the SSS level are generally not only large in quantity, but also in one step. They are all finished technologies that can be used directly. Gao Li only hopes that this lottery will be the same. Let's start. With Gao Li's order, the lottery machine turned rapidly, and finally stopped, and turned into light spots. These light spots are just like when he drew the Jaya memory before. They are not physical rewards, but are instilled into Gao Li's mind as knowledge and technology. This is. Gao Li closed his eyes and tasted it for a while, and when he opened his eyes, he was full of joy. It turned out to be a set of technology from Kamen Rider 01. It contains a lot of content about artificial intelligence. After all, many advanced forms in Kamen Rider 01 involve a lot of AI calculations, so it will cover this aspect of technology. This can be said to directly make up for Gao Li's current shortcomings. The AI technology used by Gao Li before was based on the AI technology in Kamen Rider G3X, and it was constantly iterating upward. However, the AI of Kamen Rider G3X is powerful, but on the one hand, it is biased towards combat, and on the other hand, in terms of computing power, it is much worse than the AI of the hidden group, which could even predict the short future at its peak. Not to mention compared with the technology in the special effects system, even compared with Tony's Jarvis, it is slightly inferior in general. But now it is different. This outrageous artificial intelligence technology has finally fallen into Gao Li's hands. The only pity is that the Kamen Rider 01 technology system in this reward has stopped at the highest development of Metal Cluster Locust. But it's normal to think about it. Metal Locust is the theoretical final form of Kamen Rider 01. The subsequent Kamen Rider 02 strictly belongs to another Kamen Rider, and even the driver is not the same. What's more, Metal Locust is not bad. On the contrary, it has a very eye-catching and powerful performance. It actually withstood a world-destroying attack. Forget it. I don't lack high-end combat power for the time being. The Beyond Kabuto is enough to make up for the lack of Kamen Rider 02. Gao Li is very open-minded and that it's time to plan the next satellite launch plan. As for the name of the latest military-industrial complex that is about to be released, I think it should be called Consortium X. On the throne in outer space, Thanos sat quietly, exuding endless majesty. The 5 obsidian generals surrounded the throne like shadows. Their faces were hidden in the darkness, looking solemn and solemn. Only the flickering eyes revealed their cold and ruthless hearts. The starlight flickered in the boundless universe, reflecting Thanos' resolute and ruthless face. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the throne, and his appearance broke the frozen silence. It was a face full of cunning. Loki, the god of trickery in Asgard. His eyes fell on Thanos' face, and those eyes, that were good at deceiving and manipulating, were now eagerly looking at the cosmic overlord. Respected Thanos, Loki's tone was full of respect. I have gone through untold hardships, and traveled through countless galaxies just to talk to you. After being forcibly teleported away by Odin, Loki spent a lot of effort to finally meet Thanos. He knew he had to convince this powerful and cruel ruler. Thanos' face did not change at all. He just looked at Loki quietly, waiting for Loki to continue. Loki took a deep breath, stared at Thanos firmly, and said, "Respected Thanos, I came to you because I have something important to tell you." "What is it?" Thanos finally spoke. He raised his head slightly and cast a cold gaze at Loki. "I know I have made mistakes and violated the cooperation agreement we reached before. I admit that my attempt has failed, but this time I have brought new information. Loki continued, as far as I know, there is a guardian on Earth now. He has extraordinary power, even more powerful than I could imagine. Loki's voice trembled a little, showing his superb acting skills. He is likely to threaten us. Loki paused, his eyes swept across the Black Order, and then returned to Thanos. Therefore, if we follow the original plan, we will not be able to successfully obtain the Infinity Stones. Although I don't want to admit it, I can't fight him on Earth if I act alone. Naturally, I can't obtain the Cosmic Cube as originally planned, and then open a wormhole for the Chitauri army. But I have a new plan. Why bother using the Cosmic Cube? Thanos frowned slightly and interrupted. From what you said, even with the Mind Scepter I'll lend you, it won't work. Loki shook his head and said, I'm afraid he won't give me the opportunity to use the Mind Scepter on him, and other mortals controlled by the Mind Scepter are nothing more than chickens and dogs in front of that guardian. Go on. Hearing this, Thanos showed a little interest in this plan. His eyes were deep and ruthless, as if he could see through everything. Loki said, instead of taking shortcuts and using the Cosmic Cube, why don't we let the Chitauri army reach the Earth directly through space jump technology? This is a technology that many alien civilizations have. I believe that you must have the relevant technology in your hands. This way, you can catch the Earth off guard. Thanos sat up straight, his eyes flashing with interest. Interesting, that powerful guardian can make you so afraid that you want to use the power of a large army to deal with him. I need to know more. Loki took a deep breath, and sure enough, Thanos saw through his intentions at once. This is also normal. Thanos does not only have extremely terrifying power, he is also a very outstanding conspirator, military strategist, and strategist. Loki calmed down and continued, the name of this guardian is Gory. He possesses the most powerful magical power in the universe, and he is even suspected to be able to fight against my father Odin. Although Loki was teleported away that day, Gory and Odin had already fought each other for a round before that, and Loki saw Odin being forced to retreat with his own eyes. In addition, the news was also spread among the dimensional demons, and Loki had personally witnessed Gory's superb magic skills, which was enough for Loki to make this general judgment. As Loki's description gradually deepened, Thanos' eyes began to flash with thoughts and considerations. In short, large-scale space jumps are a technology that the mortals in Midgard have not mastered, so they don't even have the means to defend against it. We can let the Chitauri army jump directly to the Earth, so that they can attack the Earth unexpectedly, making Gory anxious and exhausted, making it easier for us to realize our plan. Finally, Thanos took a deep breath, then nodded slowly, indicating that Loki's plan had been approved by him. His voice was low and powerful, as if whispering from the abyss. You convinced me, Loki. Then do as you said, change the original plan, and let the Chitauri army use space jump technology to reach the Earth directly. That guardian will face our endless power, and they will be completely conquered. Loki bowed deeply. Thank you very much. But it's just an alien army. I'm afraid we can only stop him, but not kill him. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, can we? Thanos looked at him, and a cold light flashed across his pupils. I actually have a collaborator like you, named Ronan the Accuser. Ronan is an expert in fighting and using weapons, has super environmental adaptability, is nearly invulnerable, and is far more powerful than you Asgardians. I'll let him go with you, enough to deal with the guardians of remote planets like Earth. Thanos waved his hand, and ended the meeting. Ronan the Accuser is a radical Kree and the judge of the Kree. He has been continuing the ancient war with us and a people. In order to achieve his goal, Ronan, like Loki, secretly reached a deal with Thanos to search for a mysterious object, that is, the power gem. Thanos always cooperates with various people to find the infinite gems. In exchange, the planet Xandar will eventually be completely destroyed by Thanos. Although Thanos looks arrogant and domineering, his judgment is not based on arrogance or contempt for the enemy, because Ronan the Accuser does have such strong strength. You must know that Drax, the Destroyer in the Guardians of the Galaxy, is a ruthless man who can fight with Adam Warlock, who is like Superman, in close combat. He can be called an alien version of the Hulk. But Drax was still completely crushed in the close combat with Ronan, and he was beaten by Ronan in a few strokes. When Loki heard that Thanos looked down on the Asgardians, although he was a little angry, he was more filled with joy that his plan had succeeded. His efforts were not in vain, and he finally convinced Thanos and borrowed a more powerful force. Gory, just wait for me. Loki's eyes flashed with hatred. Gory not only humiliated him repeatedly, but also caused his plan in Asgard to fail. In the end, Loki not only failed to prove himself to Odin, but was ordered by Odin to be expelled from Asgard. What a shame. Yes, in Loki's opinion, everything was Gory's fault. Chapter 154 The Power of Two Infinity Gems. Hidden Group, Laboratory. Finally, we have extracted the concept of space. Peter cheered, and Gao Li nodded in satisfaction at the result in front of him. There were two things in the instrument in front of them. The first was a space gem that flashed with blue light, and the second was a memory stick. The space gem was naturally taken out from the depths of Gao Li's soul through the Song of Truth, and the memory stick carried part of the power of the space gem. Zone was written on the memory stick, but it was different from the milky white shell that Gao Li remembered, and the whole body turned into a deep blue like the space gem. Of course, the ability is undoubtedly stronger. It seems that I was right. The maximum carrying limit of memory technology is enough to accommodate the power of infinite gems. Compared with the cheering Peter, Gao Li was much calmer and thought secretly. The first concept that Gao Li wanted to extract in the DC world was the origin of God, but he directly overloaded the memory stick and it exploded. But later, Gao Li was able to successfully introduce endless magic into it, and also upgraded the memory to the Akashic memory shining with combat power not inferior to the endless style. So Gao Li had a guess. Memory technology does have an upper limit, but the upper limit is very high. Take endless magic as an example. As the new generation of magic master, Gao Li's endless magic is on the same level as Hecate's original magic. And Hecate is the incarnation of magic in the god realm among the 7 powers of creation, which is about half of the origin of creation. But at the same time, Gao Li's endless magic was born from extreme emotions, and it also contains hope and despair, which is quite consistent with the emotional spectrum among the 7 powers of creation. In this way, endless magic is approximately equal to each part of the 2 major powers of creation, and the combined energy level can barely reach the level of the origin of creation. In other words, memory technology can even accommodate such a high level of terrifying power. As for the power of God, there is really no way. The origin of God is much more powerful than the 7 powers of creation. There is no way to compare. Substituting it roughly into the Marvel universe, we can conclude that it is still no problem to contain the power of the Infinity Stones. Now another experiment. It is true. Very good, but we can't relax. Gory clapped his hands. Peter, our next step is to extract the concept of the time stone and create the time memory. Peter nodded. I understand. After all, I can't help much now. I won't get carried away. I don't know how Dr. Banner's progress is. If there is any latest progress, Bruce will contact me as soon as possible. I'm a little worried that Tony will indulge in beauty parties every day. Tony arrived as soon as he said it. Not long after Gory finished speaking, he received a communication request from Tony. Gory, guess how far I have progressed? Now I can use the shuttle and protective clothing I made to travel back and forth between the mirror world and the real space in a short time. Gao Li asked curiously, how short is a short time? The current highest record is 58 seconds, and then it will begin to decompose. Less than a minute. Gao Li comforted. It doesn't matter, although it's short, it's also very impressive. Tony's tone suddenly increased. I seriously doubt what you are implying. Illusion, I really think you are amazing. It's only been a short time since I delivered the relevant project to you, but the phased results have appeared so quickly. Tony immediately said proudly, of course. Don't you look at who I am, the genius Tony Stark. After such a long time of sleepless work. I mean after my ease of research, it is only a matter of time to crack the mystery of the mirror world. Seeing that Tony's tail was about to rise again, Gao Li decided to give him some appropriate blows to prevent Tony from getting too cocky. Is that so? After the upgrade by the great genius Tony Stark, how much of Jarvis's computing power can now catch up with Z? Tony. With a pop, he hung up the call directly. Gao Li smiled and gestured to Peter. Look, this is the defense. Peter. I, a small transparent person, really dare not comment on the struggle between you super bosses. Las Vegas, the United States. Two figures landed in this magnificent city under the cover of invisible spaceships. Is it necessary to be so cautious with the Guardian you mentioned? One of them was tall and had dark blue skin and snorted with disdain. The other one was holding the scepter of mind, and it was naturally Loki. Ronan, we are here to explore the location of the cosmic cube so that we can seize it when the time comes. Please be as cautious as possible. Cautious? Facing these weak earthlings, you are still hiding your head and showing your tail. I think you are cowardly, Asgardian. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Loki's eyes, but he hid it well. Whatever you say, anyway, when you see the Guardian, don't be scared and turn around and run away. I hope you can be as tough as your mouth. According to the original history, Ronan should have been scared by Captain Marvel Carol Danvers when he chased to Earth in the past and had to issue an order to retreat and escape. It was really that Captain Marvel at that time was too scary. He almost killed most of Ronan's fleet alone. Facing this hacker who was rampaging in the universe, he had no way to fight. It was just that after Gory changed history, he directly used his soul to take the space gem away, so naturally, the explosion of the space gem and Carol's ability would not happen again. It is equivalent to Captain Marvel never being born, so Ronan has naturally not been educated by the iron fist of the Earthlings, and of course he is arrogant at this time. What Earthlings? They are all garbage. Boom. At this moment, a rainbow-like light column appeared in front of the two. What is this? What is this? Ronan and Loki spoke at the same time, the same words, but completely different tones. Loki. Thor's voice came from the light of the rainbow bridge, which immediately raised Loki's blood pressure a lot. Thor. Why are you here? Thor walked out of the light column and said excitedly, it was Heimdall who saw you appear in the courtyard, so my father asked me to take you back, before you were killed by Gory. When Loki heard this name, his reason was a little bit overwhelmed. Oh, Gory. I didn't expect that Asgard has fallen now, and they are so afraid of mere human. Ronan, who was standing aside, had a question mark in his heart. Why do you keep changing your position? Not long ago, I mocked you for being too afraid of the Earth Guardian, and now you mock others for being too afraid of the Earth Guardian. Thor felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this, but fortunately, after regaining the power of Thor, Thor's character has grown a lot. It's not like that, Loki. My father told me that times have changed and we can no longer look at Midgard with the same eyes as before. Besides, my father has already negotiated with Gory. As long as you can return to Asgard, Gory will not chase you to kill you for my father's sake. When Loki heard that he could return to Asgard, he was subconsciously happy at first, but then his expression became cold again. Even if I go back, nothing will change. No, I will be even more ashamed than before, and my father will punish me. As he spoke, Loki glanced at Ronan beside him. What's more, neither Ronan nor Thanos would allow him to give up halfway. Seeing that Loki didn't listen to his advice for a long time, Thor gradually became irritated. Loki, no matter what you say today, I must take you back. Hey, that Asgardian over there, is he treating me as if I don't exist? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ronan's eyes narrowed dangerously. His weapon was also a hammer, or a long-handled scepter, that looked like a hammer. He was slowly approaching with the scepter. Thor's face was also very ugly. I don't know who you are, but this is a private matter between us Asgard. If you don't want to face the wrath of Asgard, I advise you. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Ronan was so brave that he dared to shout at Thanos face to face. How could he be afraid of Asgard? He immediately smashed him with a scepter. Before Thor could react, he was smashed hundreds of meters away. What a great strength. Thor covered his cheek that was hit by the hammer and was a little amazed in his heart. Ronan's physique is first class and strong. Not only can he beat and crush the destroyer like beating a child, but he can also hold the power stone with his bare hands without dying, and he was hit by the latest neutron cannon developed by the scientific genius Rocket, but he only had a minor injury that didn't hurt. In terms of physical strength, Ronan is undoubtedly not inferior to Thor, and even slightly surpasses Thor now. As you can see now, I won't fail again, Thor. Loki's voice also came from all directions, almost surrounding Thor, as if Loki was everywhere. Thor looked up and found that there were dozens of locusts densely packed around him, which was obviously Loki's spell. Loki was actually going to join forces with Ronan to conduct an inhumane mixed doubles match against Thor. Thor at this stage was not as strong as he would be in the future. Even Loki holding the Eternal Spear or the Mind Scepter could tangle with him for a while, not to mention the more difficult Ronan. The battle broke out instantly. Thor swung Gao Li and Thor's hammer drew a brilliant arc in the air, driving a large amount of lightning. However, Loki's illusion magic confused Thor in the blink of an eye. In the interweaving of thunder and fog, when Thor acted, he was already under Ronan's scepter. Bang! Thor was knocked over again, but this time he did not fight back, and directly threw Mjolnir in the smoke and dust. Ronan sneered, and the scepter in his hand emitted a powerful energy wave. While forcibly deflecting Mjolnir's attack, he continued to counterattack Thor. Thor was not to be outdone and recalled Thor's hammer to fight head-on. Every collision between Ronan and Thor made the ground tremble and gravel fly. Still so stubborn, you haven't grown much. Loki hummed softly, and the illusion magic was activated again. Ronan in front of Thor suddenly turned into many clones, each of which was exactly the same as him. Thor was stunned. He didn't know which one was the real Ronan, and his attack immediately missed. Ronan didn't have such doubts. He waved his scepter and a powerful energy wave rushed towards Thor. Thor quickly raised Mjolnir to block it. Although he successfully defended the attack, he was too hasty and was knocked back a few steps by the powerful impact. When he followed the trajectory to counterattack again, Ronan had already moved away, and Thor could only hit the phantom. Here. Thor raised Mjolnir high, attracted the lightning, and smashed it to the ground. With a loud boom, the phantoms were reduced by more than half, and dust and arcs filled the air. It worked. Thor was happy, but Loki taunted him mercilessly. No, it didn't work. How many times do you think I have seen you do this, Thor? As soon as the voice fell, the defeated phantom was immediately replenished by Loki, which meant that Thor's work was in vain. Damn it, this feeling of being known by everyone. Thor gritted his teeth and attacked Ronan again. His fighting spirit was still burning like a flame, and his attack seemed more decisive and resolute. Although Thor was brave and fearless, Loki's illusion magic and Ronan's powerful strength still put him at a disadvantage. Every time Thor tried his best, it seemed to hit the air. Even if he summoned thunder, the release of lightning was no different from falling into the air. If he was unlucky, he could only destroy most of Loki's illusions, and Loki would replenish them in the blink of an eye. If he was lucky, he could indeed hit Ronan, but the problem was that Ronan's physical fitness was no less than his. Even if he was struck by lightning once or twice, he would not suffer much damage. Why is it like this again? Thor became more and more confused as he fought. My strength always seems insufficient. Fortunately, in order to conceal their whereabouts, Loki and Ronan landed in the suburbs of Las Vegas, and there were no houses around. Otherwise, Thor would not even be able to protect civilians from the aftermath of the battle. Father, didn't you say that I have even stronger power? Where exactly is that power? Thor looked up at the sky, and lightning flashed across the night sky, as if meeting his gaze. Then Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, pouring all his determination and anger into this hammer. Boom 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 boom. The power of Thor instantly formed a huge electric field and burst out. Loki's illusion magic also lost its effect on Thor under the impact, making Ronan's figure gradually clear in the air. But Ronan didn't care about this. He strode towards Thor, not afraid of the powerful Thor's hammer. Asgardian, is this all your strength? Ronan sneered. If so, then you can die here today. Chapter 155. Number 1 and Number 2, join the battle. Thor was breathing heavily. He just had a small burst of power on the spot, not a real awakening of power, so he felt a little weak after the burst. However, Thor was not panicked by Ronan's words. His eyes were full of determination and fury. Come on if you can. Thor waved Mjolnir and approached Ronan in an instant. Ronan sneered, and the scepter in his hand emitted a more powerful energy fluctuation. With just a slight wave, a powerful shock wave rushed towards Thor. Boom. The war started again. The sky with thunder and lightning reflected the destruction of the suburbs. The burning flames cast shadows and lingered among the ruins. Thor stood on the broken land, his body flashing with the light of thunder and lightning, but his expression looked very tired, and blood had already flowed from the corners of his mouth. Opposite him, Ronan stared at Thor indifferently, looking much better than Thor, and Loki's mouth curled up with a smug smile. Behind the ruins farther away, two people were watching this scene in great surprise. Time went back to a few minutes ago. I don't know if it's because the space here first experienced the space jump of Ronan and Loki's spaceship, and then experienced the transmission of Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, which caused the space-time to change too much in a short period of time, and seemed relatively weak. Two figures lost in the timeline slowly appeared. It was during the decisive battle between Gory and Ancient One that Bucky and Steve were sucked into the space-time rift. Where is this? After Bucky quickly relieved his dizziness, he stood up vigilantly and looked around. I wonder how Gory is doing. Steve also stood up, with a hint of worry in his expression. They didn't quite understand what was going on, but even if they wanted to find someone to ask, it seemed that this place was in the suburbs, and it was difficult to see people. It seems that we have to walk a distance to find someone. Bucky pointed to the brightly lit city scene in the distance. There must be a lot of people there. It looks much more prosperous than New York. As soon as Steve nodded, a lot of lightning and thunder and explosions came from the distance, and roars came into his ears. Damn it, this feeling of being known to everyone. Asgardian, is this all you can do? If so, you can die here today. After undergoing the transformation surgery, Steve and Buggy's hearing was very good, and they heard the previous conversation in the battle clearly. Huh? What's going on over there? No, someone is going to kill someone. Steve and Buggy looked at each other. Whether it was hearing someone intending to commit a crime or the strange scene of lightning, thunder and explosion, they had to go over to take a look. However, Gao Li's instructions were still in their ears, so the two ran towards the battle scene, while posing the corresponding postures on the way. Transform. Transform. The Typhoon Belt instantly put the combat uniforms on Steve and Buggy, turning them into Kamen Rider 1 and Kamen Rider 2. However, after arriving at the front line of the war, Steve and Buggy did not rush to take action. They learned the lesson of wanting to save Gao Li bravely before. Who knows who the real villain is? You are right, Rigido Noah. However, after watching the battle for a while, Steve and Bucky were surprised. The three people on the field are all so strong. I didn't expect that in addition to Gory and the Bald Wizard, there are so many people in the world who have mastered special powers. Then they heard the big blonde man holding the hammer shouting in grief and anger, Loki, don't be stubborn anymore. If you keep going like this, if Gory finds out, he will definitely kill you. Even your father can't protect you anymore. Gory? Steve and Bucky were stunned when they heard this. Before fighting with Ancient One, Gory, who used the alias Rigido, told them his real name. I didn't expect to hear it again here. But there are quite a lot of people named Gory in the world. It could be that they have the same name, right? They continued listening, only to see the man who was called Loki change his expression several times, and said, Gory is not invincible. Thor, you and your father are more cowardly than before. You actually bow to the people of Midgard. There are many strong people in the universe, and there are many who are more powerful than Gory. As long as I can complete the task and gather more forces, it will be easy to defeat Gory and wash away the shame. Then I will have accomplished the feat that you and your father have not been able to accomplish. Loki became more and more excited as he spoke, holding up the scepter of mind. By then, everyone will naturally understand who is greater and more qualified to be the king of Asgard. All the people of Asgard will kneel down before me and submit to me. Thor gritted his teeth and said, Loki, you are crazy. Steve heard this and whispered to Bucky, although I'm not quite sure where Asgard is, this desire to make everyone kneel down to him always reminds me of a certain mustache man. Bucky nodded in agreement, and at this time the third person, Ronan, spoke. Asgardian, he is already at the end of his strength. Don't keep talking to him. Give him time to recover. Kill him in one go. Ronan stared at Loki and warned, don't forget what your duty is. If you delay the opportunity for the army to attack the earth, neither Thanos nor I will forgive you. As Ronan said, Thor would definitely win against Loki, but he would definitely be slightly injured because of Loki's tricks and illusion magic. If he faced Ronan, the outcome would be unpredictable. At this moment, Thor was directly challenging the two of them. It was Thor's extraordinary performance that he could hold on until now without completely falling down. Now he couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Bucky whispered, "It seems that who is the bad guy is clear at a glance." Steve nodded and jumped out with Bucky. "Stop. Stop your evil plan." Thor, Loki and Ronan were all slightly startled. They fought so fiercely that, even if there were people living around, they would have been scared away by now. "I didn't expect that there would be uninvited guests breaking in. Who are you?" Loki narrowed his eyes. He always felt that the appearance of the two people in front of him was a bit similar to that of Gory in some styles, which made him quite unhappy. "It's not important. What's important is your intention," Steve said seriously. "Can you tell me what you want to do? The conversation just now doesn't sound good." Ronan was too lazy to answer them and turned his head to signal Loki. "Hurry up and clean up those two annoying little bugs. Don't let them mess up." Ronan's arrogant order made Loki's chest surge with anger, but for the success of the plan, he still forced himself to hold it back. At this time, Loki was a ninja turtle. But anger must be vented after all. Loki directly transformed his anger into violence and wanted to vent it on these two little bugs that were messing up. "No, don't," Thor exclaimed, subconsciously wanting to save people, but before he took a step, his expression changed drastically, and he had to backhand to block the attacking Ronan. For this reason, he could only watch Loki leap up with his superhuman physique and hit Steve, the leader, with his mind staff. As for why he didn't use magic but melee combat. First, Loki didn't think that the little bug was qualified to let him use magic, and second, only physical attacks could vent anger in the most tactile way. However, imagination is beautiful, and reality is cruel. Facing Loki's blatant attack, Steve just raised his hands and caught the mind staff steadily. It was so stable that it didn't even shake, as if Loki's angry attack had almost no effect on him. Loki was stunned. Are all the people in the atrium so perverted now? The next second, Bucky next to him kicked out without hesitation, kicking Loki back like a cannonball. Boom. A burst of dust exploded on the ground, leaving Thor and Ronan stunned. Humph, what a waste. Although Ronan's tone was disdainful, he knew from the momentum that this kick was powerful. Thor was in a delicate mood. He had seen Hawkeye and Black Widow before, then Gory, and now these two. Why are there so many powerful warriors in the atrium? Haha, I underestimated you. In the smoke and dust, Loki wiped the blood from his nose and stood up with a gloomy face, leaning on the mind scepter. Don't worry, I will use your blood to wash away the shame. Steve and Bucky frowned slightly. Judging from the other party's series of actions, they didn't seem to be the ones who could be dealt with by language communication alone. It seems that they have to be subdued first. The battlefield was naturally divided. Thor and Ronan fought alone, while Bucky and Steve fought Loki in pairs. "Steve, we have to be careful. This guy's ability to create illusions is not to be underestimated." Bucky stared at Loki in the distance, frowning slightly. When watching the battle just now, the two had already seen countless illusions and illusions from the process of Loki and Ronan working together to beat Thor. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it," Steve responded in a deep voice. Loki let the mind staff move in his hand, and a wisp of green magic energy swirled around it, accompanied by the breeze, as beautiful as a dream. Hearing this, Loki's eyes fixed on the two people in the distance, and laughed contemptuously. "Do you think you can see through my magic? Don't make me laugh, mere mortals. How dare you underestimate me, the #1 magician in the 9 realms." As soon as the voice fell, Loki swung the mind staff in his hand fiercely, and the green magic energy attacked Steve and Bucky like a spirit snake. Bucky dodged quickly, his figure flexibly shuttled between the ruins, dodging the magic attack while counter-attacking Loki. Steve rushed towards Loki with the force of thunder, punched him, and rolled up the wind and gravel. But with the help of magic, Loki's figure was like a ghost, flexibly dodging the attacks of the two. Sometimes he turned into green smoke. Sometimes he flew in the air, and when he came to his senses, he was 100 steps away. "Steve, he can change his shape in the illusion. Be careful," Bucky reminded Steve loudly. Steve nodded silently, and the determination to fight in his eyes did not diminish at all. The two of them stood back to back tacitly, resisting the large number of Loki illusions that began to appear on the scene. Loki kept casting illusion magic, trying to interfere with Steve and Bucky's judgment, but they had a tacit understanding and cooperated seamlessly. While avoiding Loki's attacks, they could also aim for opportunities to counterattack. However, during the fight, the two found that Loki always tried to stab them with the top of the scepter from time to time, which made Bucky and Steve a little alert. Even if Loki wanted to hide this sense of disharmony, it would be difficult to do so. After all, Loki's opponents were no less capable than him in terms of melee combat, and there were two of them together, so Loki had no spare energy to do so. In addition, the two of them were both top-notch in the world in terms of fighting talents, and they soon found something wrong. The top of the scepter is not designed to be a sharp weapon suitable for piercing. Why does he always want to do this? Although they didn't understand it, Steve and Bucky knew that, as long as they were careful not to be stabbed, they saw through and successfully avoided every attempt of Loki. Instead, they felt more and more that there was definitely something fishy in Loki's attack. "Bucky, be careful," Steve warned loudly, while waving his fist and rushing towards Loki. Bucky reacted instantly, leaped up, and avoided the stab of the Mind Scepter. His figure rotated in midair, and then fell hard to the ground. The powerful impact made the dust around fly, temporarily obscuring Loki's vision. Loki secretly TSK, and it seems that the idea of controlling the two of them is not realistic. The fighting instincts of the two are too sharp. The battle intensified, and Steve and Bucky began to attack Loki together. Their punches and kicks were as fierce as a storm, and for a moment Loki actually felt that he could not resist. What a joke. First gory, then you two. Enough. Loki roared, "I'm a god. You arrogant mortals think you can defeat me?" Although the content was Loki's mockery, it sounded more like bluffing. "We are not here to defeat you, but to stop your conspiracy," Steve said firmly, and then he and Bucky launched an attack at the same time. Loki cast a magic with an ugly face, and his body disappeared again, avoiding their attack, and then went around to attack Steve from behind. Steve took a deep breath, and when Loki was about to attack, he turned around and hit Loki. Rider punch. Steve's fist hit Loki like lightning, and the violent burst of power knocked him into the wall of the building. Rider kick. Bucky's feet also accumulated terrible destructive power, and the kick that followed was so strong that the impact made the earth tremble and raised rolling dust. Impossible. How can you see through my magic? Loki opened his mouth in astonishment and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Not only did his internal organs feel as if they were shifting, but he even felt that many of his bones were broken. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. Are you all afraid of Gao Li? In fact, the answer is very simple. After the transformation surgery, Steve and Bucky's 5 senses have been improved to an extremely exaggerated degree. On this basis, there is also the combat suit technology of Gao Li, which makes their perception go to the next level. Many Kamen Riders are described as being able to hear a pin drop on the ground several kilometers away, and they are no exception. The CI equipped with the combat helmet has a compound eye far beyond the vision of ordinary people. It can confirm the surrounding conditions without missing a single detail, and can also instantly detect heat sources and dynamic reactions. Even enemies in high-speed movement can be guaranteed to be captured. The super tactile antenna can capture all the surrounding conditions, and there is also the MDSS technology transplanted from Kamen Rider G3, and so on, which makes Steve and Bucky's 5 senses reach an extremely terrifying level. It is true that Loki's magic can create illusions that are difficult to distinguish between true and false, but the airflow, when the air is displaced by the entity moving, the slight vibration from the ground, when the footsteps move, the subtle displacement of the dust on the surface, these are all things that his magic cannot cover. Or rather, Loki hadn't even thought about how to cover it up. He had never met anyone who could gradually infer where he was from these minor details in the fierce battle. but Steve and Bucky gradually adapted and did it in a series of fights, so they waited for an opportunity to give Loki a big surprise, a double big move. It's over. Steve and Bucky stood side by side and saw Loki with a mouth full of blood showing a creepy smile. It's over. We can't stay here any longer. Ronan, let's go. Ronan made a TSK sound, and he could hear the sirens coming from a very far distance. Obviously, no matter how suburban the place where they fought was, the momentum was too huge, and it was certain that the police would be attracted. They were not afraid of the police from the earth, but they were worried that these police would attract another big killer, the so-called Earth Guardian Gory. Although Ronan himself was fearless, seeing that Loki was seriously injured, he didn't want to delay the army's attack plan. As a commander, he could still tell when to retreat strategically. Therefore, upon hearing this, Ronan used his great strength to swing Thor away, and then quickly jumped to Loki's side and picked him up. You useless piece of shit, what a burden. Ronan cursed inwardly and activated the receiving function of the invisible spaceship. A beam of light shot out from the spaceship, covering the two of them and attracting them upwards. Don't even think about it. Thor threw a hammer at them, but Ronan smashed it away with ease. It can only be said that this trick is really not useful for enemies who are stronger than Thor. Don't go. Steve and Bucky also jumped up and kicked over again with the night kick to stop them, but the meteor-like cannon shot down from the spaceship and stopped Steve and Bucky in midair. Obviously, Ronan's spaceship warship is not just for show, but it is equipped with a large number of weapon systems. With a boom, Steve and Bucky fell from the fire. Although they were not seriously injured, Ronan and Loki had successfully entered the spaceship. Before the three people below could make another move, the spaceship flashed and directly jumped away from here. Are they aliens? Steve scratched his head blankly, and Thor limped over. Thank you for your help. What's your name? I'm Thor Odinson. Wow, a very mythical name. Bucky shook his hand. My name is Bucky Barnes, and this is my friend Steve Rogers. With his previous experience on Earth, Thor didn't waste time introducing himself as Thor, but just reminded, I advise you to leave here quickly. The guards of the Earth, the police are almost here. I don't want to be seen by them, otherwise they may notify Gory to come over, and then it will be even more troublesome. Is that Gory scary? Steve asked. I see you all seem to be afraid of him. Thor said with a complicated expression. It's not a question of whether it's scary or not. The main thing is that he is very strong. I have never seen such a powerful wizard in the atrium. Mage. Steve and Bucky caught this key word. Mage. Isn't Gory using magic? And he also fought a big battle with another bald wizard. Isn't the Gory you're talking about covered in armor all over his body, with his face hidden, and looking shiny like a diamond? Steve gestured, which made Thor stunned for a moment, and recalled, when he was fighting with my father, he was indeed more like. But if you insist, it's more like a golden diamond, right? Golden diamond? Steve and Bucky were both at a loss for a moment, but at least the features were very similar, but they just turned golden for some reason. Then I think, this Gory is probably our friend. In fact, we are also looking for him. Maybe we will stay and see the clues. His Thor took a breath and quickly pulled his hand back. Gory's friend? Even if Gory didn't see him, he was almost discovered by Gory. Is that so? Haha. Thor smiled awkwardly. Then let's not talk about it for now. Goodbye. After that, Thor raised his hammer and called Heimdall, and soon a rainbow-colored beam of light enveloped Thor, making him disappear. Ah, this guy's also an alien. Bucky blinked, and then Steve asked, so do you think he's talking about Gory? Who knows, maybe it will be clear in a while. Bucky shrugged. Anyway, with our strength, if we find out it's not him, we can just leave the police station, and the police won't be able to stop us. After the two of them untransformed, the local police had already arrived and surrounded them. Soon, this strange information attracted the attention of SHIELD, and from the police to SHIELD, and SHIELD's attention attracted the attention of Big Shocker, and the information from SHIELD to Big Shocker. When the information reached Big Shocker, it was no different from Gory's hands, so Gory received information from Steve and Bucky soon. Two unidentified people appeared in Las Vegas. There are suspected traces of supernatural forces fighting at the scene. The two call themselves Bucky Barnes and Steve Rogers. Gory quickly read the back and showed a happy expression. Finally, we have come to this era, you two. Mr. Gory, is there anything good? You look very happy. Peter asked curiously, and Gory waved his hand. I just found two friends. I'll give you a day off today. Go home, Peter. Although Peter didn't quite understand, he still went back obediently, and Gory took out a lost drive and loaded it on his waist. It's a good time to try Zone's ability. Gory took out the memory and inserted it into his belt. Zone. Blue light gushed out, and when the light faded, Gory already had a blue biological armor all over his body. Maybe it's because the space gem has entered my soul. The compatibility is quite good. Gory did not feel any discomfort or weakness, which proved that Gory's compatibility with his own memory is very good, and he can play the power of this memory very well. The next step is, Gory took a deep breath, and the map of the United States and the coordinates written on the intelligence appeared in his mind, and then he stretched out his hand. But, a blue space door opened in front of Gao Li, and Gao Li strode into it. Opposite was the place where Thor, Ronan, and Loki were fighting. A cordon had been set up here, and there were several police officers maintaining order. When they saw Gao Li suddenly appear, they all pointed their guns at him in panic. Who is it? Don't move. Raise your hands. Gao Li completely ignored them, and just closed his eyes to feel. After transforming into Kamen Rider Zone, I have become much more sensitive to the fluctuations of space, and I can even track space. Let me see. Gao Li first looked along one of the space tracks, and it always felt very familiar. Half a second later, he realized that it should be the Rainbow Bridge. After all, Gao Li had read through the principles and techniques of the Rainbow Bridge, so it was natural for him to feel familiar. Then the unknown enemy fighting Asgard should be another space track. At this time, the police saw that Gao Li ignored them and had already opened fire, but it was a pity that shooting at Gao Li was almost like tickling. Gory still ignored them and tried to track another space track, but after trying several times, he shook his head secretly. It really doesn't work. Too much time has passed, and the fluctuations in space have faded to the point where it is difficult to track. The tracks left by space jumps, shuttles, or transitions are like ripples on the water surface and can only exist for a short time. Because space can repair itself, just like the two times that Ancient One and Gory tore time and space apart, they were all self-repaired in the end, which would cause the space track to fade quickly and return to stability. It can even be said that the space track is so faint, but Gory can still find its fluctuations, which shows the abnormality of Zone's memory. There was nothing to gain here, and Gory opened another space gate and left, leaving the police confused. In the Las Vegas police station, with Gory's power and status, it was easy for him to see Steve and Bucky who were imprisoned there, whether through open or secret relationships. At this time, Steve and Bucky were reading the past newspapers they had asked the police for earlier, and they all looked shocked. So many years have passed? Have we traveled through time? Both of them were stunned for a moment, feeling a bit lost. This meant that everything they knew in the past was gone. Fortunately, the Allies won in the end. Steve muttered. This was the only thing that made him happy at the moment. Huh, Steve, look, it's not like there's nothing familiar to us. Bucky suddenly patted Steve and pointed to a picture in the newspaper. There was a trademark in it, and although it had undergone some changes and redrawing, it could still be seen as the World Tree Consortium. Hello, Steve called the police. Excuse me, who is the current president of the World Tree Corporation? The police thought for a moment and said uncertainly, it seems to be Tim Cook. Steve looked disappointed. At this time, Bucky, who was more clever, asked, who is the major shareholder of the World Tree Corporation? The police clapped their hands and said, there was a huge news about this more than half a year ago. It seems that it has changed to a person named Gory Parker, which is beyond everyone's expectation. It's really Gory. Steve and Bucky were both excited. Although it may be the same name, it can't be a coincidence that he is called Gory Parker and is related to the World Tree Corporation. Is Gory alive in this era? Or has he also traveled through time and space? Steve pondered, and Bucky began to talk nonsense with the police with a serious face. Actually, we are distant relatives of Gory Parker. We need to call a lawyer. Please help us contact Gary Parker. He will know our names when he hears them." The policeman showed a look of "You are talking nonsense. If they are really relatives, how could they not know who the major shareholder of the World Tree Consortium is? Besides, how could our police station really contact such a big shot just because of your light words? He is talking nonsense. They are just my friends, not my relatives." The familiar voice that ruthlessly exposed the lies sounded at the door. Bucky and Steve looked over in surprise. It was Gary. At this time, he was leaning against the door, followed by several senior leaders of the police station, obviously coming to pick up someone. "I have paid the bail for them. The World Tree's lawyers will contact you later to handle the follow-up matters," Gary explained briefly, and soon brought Steve and Bucky out. The three of them chose a high-end restaurant in the local area for dinner, and Gary introduced the current situation to them. "In short, this is the situation. You don't have to worry about the Ancient One anymore. I will also help you settle down in the new era." Steve said anxiously, "These are all easy to say, but you have to listen to the enemies we have fought before. They are likely to bring great crisis to the Earth." Ronan and Loki mentioned the invasion of the Earth by the army in their conversation, which made Steve and Bucky not care. "Oh, tell me about it." At this point in time, Gory could roughly guess that it was the invasion of the Chitauri army in Avengers 1. This movie was so famous that it became popular outside the circle. Anyone who can surf the internet has heard of it, and Gory is no exception. Although I haven't seen the specific content of the movie, I heard that it is related to the Cosmic Cube or something, and Loki also appears in it. After all, the gif of being thrown by the Hulk is too famous. So maybe Loki stole the Cosmic Cube. But now the Space Stone is in Gory's hands. If Loki can grab it, then Gory will write his name backwards. Chapter 157 Reverse the Future. Can you introduce them to me? I'm also very interested in the crisis you mentioned. If it's convenient, please tell me about it. At this moment, a ghostly voice came from behind Gory, and a black boiled egg appeared, as if it was Gory's ghost. Oh no, it was a black man with a big bald head. It was Nick Fury. Steve and Bucky were both shocked. They didn't know Nick, and they had always treated Nick as an ordinary guest background wall. "I'm going to sue you for stalking and harassment." Gory raised his eyebrows. "SHIELD is really like a dog's nose. It came here as soon as it smelled some supernatural event." Nick said seriously, "This is exactly the responsibility of our SHIELD, and you, as a consultant, can also serve as a bridge of communication between the two sides." Gory introduced the two parties to each other, and Steve began to seriously recount the words he heard that day. After listening, Nick fell into deep thought. Did they say where the attack would take place? Bucky shook his head and said, "I don't know, but it's possible that it could happen anywhere in the world. They are aliens with alien technology. That's the problem. If we don't know where their target is, it's hard to take precautions in advance." Nick frowned and looked at Gary. "Do you have any good ideas?" Gary shrugged and said, "I do have enough technical capabilities to monitor the airspace of countries around the world at any time, but governments probably won't agree." Nick nodded in agreement. No one knows how difficult it is to deal with representatives of governments from all over the world better than him, who always has to deal with the World Security Council. The meeting ended hastily. Lacking intelligence, they couldn't discuss anything useful. Although Gary had the Transcendence Insect Analyzer, he couldn't see the exact time of the attack, even if he went outside the long river of time, because the future Gary was deeply involved in it, resulting in a large range of cover. Gary first took Steve and Bucky back to New York. Although they didn't come to a conclusion, it did serve as a reminder to Gary. Therefore, Gory sent a message to Shocker that day, asking him to invest all current resources into the military industry and produce at full capacity. As for Gory himself, he continued to invest in the research of the Time Stone, striving to extract the concept of time as soon as possible. His idea was very clear: since it was impossible to prevent the damage in advance, then he should have the power to reverse the damage. Time passed day by day. I don't know whether it was because Ronan and the others were frightened, or because they had to heal Loki's injuries. In short, it was calm for a long time. Of course, it is also possible that they knew that the information had been leaked, so they needed to extend the time. to let the Earth's defenses relax and then catch the Earth off guard. The war began without any warning. In the outer space of the Earth, a huge army appeared out of thin air like teleportation. It was the Chitauri army. Their goal was firm the prosperous Earth, especially New York, where Gory's base camp was located. The flight speed of alien technology was very fast. After a while, the Chitauri army descended on New York like a dark storm. The Chitauri army poured into the city like a tide, their eyes full of desire for destruction. The citizens on the ground subconsciously raised their heads and saw the swarm-like army sweeping over the high-rise buildings, sweeping across the skyscrapers, forming a raging darkness. What is that? Alien invasion? Screams and screams continued to rise, and people fled in all directions. The huge warship was like a beast rushing through the sky, and wherever it went, high-rise buildings collapsed, and the bustling streets turned into ruins. The air was filled with dust and smoke, and wails and cries echoed between broken windows and burning buildings. Damn, the army hasn't come yet? In less than half a minute, the defense lines of several streets have been destroyed. Run. Run. Help. Although the New York City police tried their best to fight back, they were facing an alien army with advanced technology. The gunfire of Earth technology was of little use to the shields of the Chitauri army, and the bullets were bounced back like mosquitoes. This brought endless fear to everyone, as if they were facing an unmatched enemy. When they were attacked by the Chitauri army, they felt like a small boat struggling in the dark ocean, and they could capsize at any time. Things happened too quickly and too suddenly. By the time Tony fully understood the situation on the scene, huge damage had spread all over New York. The Chitauri army did not miss any corner. They destroyed parks, smashed shopping malls, and razed schools. Those buildings that were once full of laughter and joy are now only broken walls and piles of rubble. The streets were filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Those once bustling crowds are now fleeing in all directions, trying to find a safe shelter. This city that was full of vitality not long ago has now become a ruin. Damn, is this the alien invasion crisis that Gory said? Tony had heard about this from Gory a long time ago, but the location and time of the attack were unknown, and Tony could not make too good preparations in advance. The only thing he could do now was to put on his iron suit immediately and go out to fight the Chitauri army. Jarvis, help me contact Gory and check where Pepper is. Tony ordered as he flew out, and soon Jarvis gave a reply. Mr. Stark, Mr. Parker cannot be contacted for the time being, and Miss Boz is currently on a business trip in Seattle. Tony frowned. What was Gory doing at this critical moment? But at least Pepper was safe, and Tony didn't have to worry too much, which made him relax again. And Tony also firmly believed that Gory would definitely come. There was no doubt about that. Then next, let me do a gorgeous solo dance first. Tony Uchiha rushed into the sky, like a red meteor streaking through the night sky. The Chitauri fighters attacked him one after another, and lasers and missiles intertwined into a gorgeous fireworks in the night sky. Maybe Gory doesn't need to take action this time. Tony whispered, and the energy beam in his hand shot out, turning a Chitauri fighter directly into sparks. His goal is not only to protect New York, but also to eliminate this threat from the root. Bang 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 bang. The battle in the air became more and more intense. Tony flexibly shuttled in the sky, dodging lasers and missiles. The next moment, Tony suddenly accelerated, and the energy beam and the spacecraft's laser cannon clashed in the air, sparking a dazzling light. Boom. The aftermath of the battle spread all around, and the buildings in the city shook in the sound of shock. However, there were many enemies, and their attacks were as dense as a rainstorm, which soon overwhelmed all of Tony's escape routes. With a wow, Tony was blown down from the sky, and it took several seconds on the ground to barely recover. Tony looked up, and saw that the sky above New York was filled with dense Chitauri troops. They were like a swarm of mechanical bees, making a low hum and quickly gathering and encircling. It seems that my speed in clearing the enemy is still too slow. I must change to a more powerful big guy. Jarvis, deploy anti-abomination armor. Large pieces of armor were projected over, landed around Tony through positioning, and assembled spontaneously. The armor plates that looked full of technology closed on him, and merged into one. The arc reactor in the center of the armor glowed like a light blue firework. As the armor plates were completely closed, Tony had already sat in this huge battle armor, and his eyes lit up. His sight penetrated the visor and pointed directly at the group of Chitauri army that was swarming like locusts. Jarvis, turn on all the energy of the anti-abomination armor for me. I don't want to show mercy. The anti-abomination armor is running at full power and the energy system is normal. But Mr. Stark, please note that the anti-abomination armor may cause some pressure on your body. Jarvis's mechanical voice warned. It's okay. I'm still worried that there is no actual battle to verify my research and development results. Tony smiled slightly, with a fighting spirit in his eyes. In the development of this kind of armored individual weapon, Tony has always been chasing behind Gory, and always felt that he could never catch up completely. And today is the moment for the energy and wisdom he has invested so far to truly bear fruit in battle. The show is about to begin. Tony activated all the weapon systems. In an instant, artillery fire, lasers, and missiles intertwined into a dense defense network. However, the Chitauri army's attack did not stop because of this. They relied on their numerical advantage to continuously launch attacks. Some Chitauri soldiers tried to approach Tony's position, and they succeeded in breaking through the defense network in a suicidal way. The energy artillery fire released blew up the buildings around him. It seems that we can't just be a fixed turret. Tony couldn't help but frowned when he saw this. Although his weapon system was powerful, it seemed a bit stretched in the face of such a large number of enemy troops. I'm not just a standing output, Tony shouted, and his figure crossed the skyline like a red meteor and quickly rushed towards the Chitauri fighter. The Chitauri army fired missiles at him. Lasers and sparks bloomed in the night sky, and the anti-abomination armor released anti-missiles to dissolve and resist the incoming attacks one by one. Then Tony waved his hands, and an energy wave was emitted from the palm of the armor, hitting several Chitauri fighters, causing them to explode in the air. This is just the beginning. After the energy light wave, another energy beam was released from the palm, like a huge sickle, cutting the enemy's spaceship in half. However, the huge number of Chitauri fighters seemed to be endless, and Tony also felt the pressure increasing. He accelerated across the battlefield and forcibly broke through the Chitauri's defense line, but more fighters gathered. Mr. Stark, the battle situation is not optimistic. We need to be more cautious. Jarvis' voice seemed a bit humane and anxious. Tony stopped and looked up at the sky. Above him, the Chitauri spaceships were gradually gathering to form a mechanical fortress, casting a thick shadow. That's right, although Tony fought with all his strength, the offensive of the Chitauri army did not weaken at all. Their spaceships swarmed like a swarm of bees. No matter how Tony attacked, he could not break their array. This numerical advantage even made Tony feel desperate. After all, the anti-abomination armor is not invincible. The Chitauri army came from all directions, and their artillery fire poured on Tony like a rainstorm. The anti-abomination armor was trembling under the attack, and smoke had begun to emerge from the outer armor. Oops. It seems that I have to use a bigger trick. Tony's eyes flashed with a decisive light. He gathered all the remaining energy and fired from the chest cannon at the core area of the Chitauri army. The beam of light drew a bright trajectory in the air, slammed into the Chitauri army, made a huge roar, and then exploded violently. The strong energy fluctuations instantly engulfed a large area of the enemy's formation, and the aftermath of the impact even spread to the distance. The high-rise buildings collapsed in the vibration, and the vehicles on the street were overturned into the air. The price Tony paid for this was the energy alarm flashing red in front of him. He only had less than 5% of his energy left. This is not a long-term plan. Jarvis, where is Gory? Analyzing. Jarvis responded quickly, but in fact there was no need to respond, because Gao Li's voice had been automatically connected to Tony's armor. On your left. What? Tony turned his head in surprise and saw Gao Li appearing leisurely and inserting a green memory into the lost drive on his waist. Transform. Time. The emerald storm enveloped Gao Li, but Gao Li himself seemed to be in a bit of pain, and his belt also flashed with several electric lights. Obviously, Gao Li's compatibility with this memory was not good, but he still relied on his strong physique to resist. Sure enough, the reason why the zone memory is highly compatible is because it once entered the depths of my soul by chance. Forget it, it's okay as long as it works. After successfully transforming into Kamen Rider Time, Gao Li pulled out the memory and put it into the side kill slot to increase its power. Time. Maximum drive. A huge green force field spread out with Gao Li as the center, and in the blink of an eye it enveloped the entire New York City. What is this? Tony was about to ask when he saw a huge hourglass icon appear in front of Gao Li, and then he turned it over with his hand. Dang. A buzzing sound like a huge bell ringing rang in his ears, and everything in the green force field began to flow backwards. This forward refers to the forward in the direction of time. The whole of New York is flowing backwards. Tony immediately realized this and was shocked beyond words, but then he felt his memory disappearing rapidly. P.S. Thank you Ming 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 for the 100-point reward. Thank you Yi Shenai for the 100-point reward. Chapter 158 TPCN Consortium X Debut Battle. From Tony's perspective, it seemed that only a moment later, he was back in the building. New York was also calm, and no accidents happened. However, deep in Tony's subconscious, he had the impression that something terrible had happened. Did I not sleep well? Tony scratched his hair, his face full of confusion. You remember correctly, there was a big war in New York, but I erased it by reversing time. At this moment, Gory's voice came from behind, scaring Tony. Damn. How did you get in? Jarvis didn't react at all. Tony asked with a look of doubt. Did you hack Jarvis with Z? As Gory's research partner, Tony also had certain authority to call the computing power of the Z satellite, so he knew how terrifying Z was. Gory shook his head and took out a blue memory stick. No, I just teleported in. It was so fast that Jarvis didn't react. Tony nodded and asked, then what do you mean by time reversal? Haven't you seen the project topic? Gory took out another green memory stick. I have successfully extracted the concept of time from the time stone, but it's a pity that it doesn't work well with me, so I can't really use its full power. Even so, it's the conceptual power of an infinity stone after all. It's still easy to just turn back the time of a city by 10 minutes. Tony pondered for a moment and asked, so the time in New York is now 10 minutes slower than the rest of the world? You can understand it that way, but it's just that the computer and the clock are 10 minutes slower. I've already used the time memory stick to smooth out the connection problem between the two different times. Tony suddenly realized and then became full of energy. Since there was a big war in New York, it must be the alien invasion crisis you mentioned, right? Where are they? I'm going to go and get them. Gory looked up at the sky and pointed upwards. In the sky, they have been intercepted in outer space by my people. It's a pity that you didn't have the chance to appear. After all, this war did happen before I took action, so I already knew their location and timing. Tony was stunned. Your people. You won't let the employees of the World Tree Foundation fight the aliens? Of course not. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced it to you yet. In fact, I have secretly established a new organization called the Terrestrial Peaceable Consortium. You can abbreviate it as TPC. TPC. Is it an organization similar to SHIELD? Tony pondered. Speaking of which, Nick Fury also came to me. Could it be that TPC also has a group similar to the Superboy League he wants to form? Gory spread his hands and said, not yet, but it is not ruled out that there will be one in the future. It should be named Global Unlimited Task Squad, also known as Team Guts or Team Victory. Tony asked puzzledly, you haven't even established the Victory team yet, where did it come from? Of course, it's by planes and cannons, Gao Li interrupted. Today is the debut battle of my new company, Consortium X, and it just happens to let the whole world see the military-industrial strength of Consortium X. Congratulations, Tony. Stark Group will have a rival in the future. Tony smiled. Really? It sounds quite exciting. But planes and cannons must also be controlled by someone, right? You are. Gao Li pointed to the sky again. Have you forgotten Zia's core technology? Each fighter is equipped with artificial intelligence, which is enough to deal with alien enemies. In the past, Gao Li only used the AI chip of Kamen Rider G3X as a basis and upgraded iteratively, and his battlefield artificial intelligence could only control tanks. If faced with fighters that require higher technology and have more emergencies, it would be beyond his ability. Therefore, when Gao Li pretended to attack Tony, he had to let the pilot of Daishoka take over in the fighter. Now Gao Li's artificial intelligence technology has been upgraded, and even various fighters of TPC can be safely handed over to artificial intelligence to drive, and even better results can be achieved. At this moment, in outer space near the Earth, a great war is taking place. The flames of war pierced the silence of darkness like a meteor, illuminating this cold and unfamiliar area. The traces of the fierce battle between the two sides were dotted in the deep universe like stars. On one side were yellow painted and white painted fighters. They were like twinkling stars, flexibly shuttling between the Chitauri army with amazing mobility. On the other side was the Chitauri army. These invaders from distant galaxies were numerous and fierce in firepower. The laser cannons they fired were like huge fire dragons, roaring and piercing the starry sky. However, the mobility of the yellow and white fighters exceeded the expectations of the Chitauri army. They dodged the artillery fire of the Chitauri army at a powerful speed, while constantly firing various lasers. These lasers shone in the dark universe, shooting down the Chitauri army's fighters one by one. The numerical advantage of the Chitauri army became useless under the flexible attack of the fighter group. Under the precise control of Zia's terrible computing power, the fighter group could take away a Chitauri enemy with every attack. As the battle progressed, the formation of the Chitauri army began to become chaotic, while the yellow and white fighters were still exerting their fighting power to the fullest. However, the Chitauri army was not without the power to fight back. Their warships began to gather together and concentrated their firepower to launch a counterattack on the yellow and white fighters. A bunch of huge laser cannons shot out from the warships, like a huge arm dancing in a vacuum, with a wide attack range and huge power. With just one shot, one of the fighters could be destroyed instantly. Faced with such an attack, the number of those yellow and white mixed fighters began to gradually decrease. However, because they were driven by artificial intelligence, they had no fear of death, but continued to fight with a more courageous attitude, counterattacking with laser cannons. Under Zia's control, each shot hit the target accurately, and soon the Chitauri army's warships suffered heavy losses. The battle has entered a white-hot stage, and both sides are fighting hard for victory. It's a pity that the number of TPC fighters is still much worse than that of the Chitauri army. At this moment, a huge spaceship came from afar. It was huge, representing the most powerful firepower. The words Atlantis were printed on its side. It had begun to rapidly accumulate energy, and fired a huge beam of light at the Chitauri army. The power of this light cannon far exceeded that of other fighters. Each shot could make the warships of the Chitauri army disappear in the sea of stars in an instant. The appearance of Atlantis made the formation of the Chitauri army even more chaotic, and it could no longer withstand Zia's attack. The yellow and white fighters streaked across the space with dazzling trajectories, continuing to chase the Chitauri army that was running around and flying around, and continued to launch attacks to beat the fallen dogs. Such an obvious battle momentum immediately attracted the attention of governments of various countries, and they were all observing this battle by various means. They first saw the swarm of aliens, and were all shocked, but due to Nick Fury's report, the World Security Council had already known that there might be an alien invasion crisis, so the senior officials of various governments had some psychological expectations. Who is fighting against the alien army? Looking at it again, the governments of various countries are not just shocked, but shocked. Victory Swallow 1, Victory Swallow 2, Victory Swallow XJ, Snow White, Atreides, all went into battle, and the models that were not suitable for space combat were also upgraded by Gao Li. From the words TPC printed on the surface of these fighters, the governments of various countries at least knew that they were from the Earth, but the technical strength they showed was really terrifying. Not only is the mobility amazing, but the Texas cannon can basically knock down one of the giant troop transport flying fish with one shot, and the firepower is amazing. You have to know that the flying fish is the most iconic equipment of the Chitauri. Its scientific name is Bionic Motorized Interstellar Shark Hybrid, also known as the Large Biological Spacecraft Leviathan. Just looking at its size, you can tell how difficult it is to deal with. and the more terrifying mag's cannon. Every time it explodes in outer space, the spreading fire can drown a large area of the Chitauri army. Soon, Tony also observed the battlefield through technical means, and could not help but stay for a few seconds. Originally, when he heard Gao Li say that he was entering the military industry, Tony thought that Gao Li was just in the initial stage of development. He did not expect that there were so many achievements, and they were all very impressive. Gao Li made a big news without making any noise. With Tony's vision and knowledge, of course, he could see the value behind these TPC technologies. Even if only a little bit of them was leaked, it would be enough to attract the pursuit of various countries. No way. Tony thought to himself, after being surpassed in individual armor, I will be surpassed by Gao Li in the entire military industry? Don't do that. At least let me maintain the advantage and lead for about 10 years. ? Tony felt very embarrassed. He turned his head and found that Gao Li had transformed into a Kamen Rider in azure armor again and opened a space gate. Hey, Gory, where are you going? Aren't the alien armies being beaten back? Gory waved his hand. Why do you think I came here specially to chat with you for so long? Of course, it's because I want to create the illusion that I'm not here so that the trap I set up will have prey. Now I think the time is almost up. It's time to go back and harvest those little bugs. See you later, Tony. Before Tony could say anything else, Gory had already stepped through the space gate and disappeared. Since Gory knew that Ronan and Loki's goal was most likely the Infinity Stones, then such a good profit advantage must be used. So Gory deliberately placed the Space Stone and the Time Stone in the World Tree building. He believed that Ronan and Loki had their own means to detect the fluctuations of the Infinity Stones, and took advantage of the gap when the Chitauri army attacked the Earth to steal the Infinity Stones. This is a naked conspiracy. As long as Ronan and Loki's goals have not changed, they will have to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to come and get the Space Stone and the Time Stone. In fact, before Gory used the extreme drive of the time memory to reverse time, he had already received a report that Ronan and Loki appeared in the World Tree building, so the time point could be grasped very accurately. After Gory reversed time, Ronan and Loki would lose their memories of that period and sneak into the World Tree building to steal the Infinity Stones again according to the original plan. As expected, after Gory took a step forward, he was greeted by the shocked faces of Ronan and Loki. What's going on? Didn't Gory go to deal with the invasion of the Chitauri army? Could it be that even the Chitauri army couldn't delay Gory for a little time? Loki's heart was in a mess, and he felt a sense of frustration that his plan had not worked at all. He didn't expect that he would have to fight Gory head on in the end. Fortunately, he had anticipated this possibility at the beginning, so he specially asked Thanos for Ronan as a military guarantee. With Ronan's arrogant personality and fighting power that is better than Thor, it should be enough to delay Gory a little and give Loki enough time to escape, right? It can only be said that Loki was sent away too early in Asgard, so he didn't see the scene where Thor was killed by Gory in an instant, otherwise he would not think so. Hi, too. Are you surprised to see me? Gory greeted them, and Ronan sneered. If you pretended not to know and didn't come back, it might be better for you. Now you choose to face me, then you are asking for death. Don't blame others. He was very confident, and there was a feeling of unwillingness. Loki and Thor kept talking about how powerful Gory was, and Ronan felt annoyed. Ronan wanted to see how powerful the so-called Gory was. As a qualified strategist and commander, Ronan finally restrained his mentality and chose not to fight with Gory and tried not to cause any extra trouble. He took advantage of the interval when Gory was held up by the Chitauri army to get the Infinity Stones. Who would have thought that Gory would come back immediately, so now he had to fight a battle. Gao Li just shook his head and cancelled his transformation in front of the two. After all, I will need the zone's extreme drive later, and in order to prevent the spatial fluctuations from fading and making it impossible to track like last time, I must fight quickly. Let's use the fastest way to fight. Gao Li laughed, buckled a new belt with one hand, and raised the other hand high up. Humph, you dare to remove the armor in front of me, you are really looking for death. Ronan sneered and was about to attack, but as soon as he took a step, he was forced back by two flying insect instruments from the left and right. The next second, Gao Li had already held the silver insect instrument in his hand, and the red insect instrument automatically flew onto the drive. Transform. Cast off. Change beetle. Then, Gao Li buckled the hyper insect instrument to the side. Hyper cast off. Change hyper beetle. Chapter 159. There was no moment to mourn their death, as the victorious team arrived. The explosion of armor in the middle had forced Loki and Ronan to retreat once again. When they were ready to confront each other again, Gao Li had successfully transformed into the Kamen Rider Kabuto's transcendence form. My grandma once said. Gao Li stretched out a finger and raised it high to the sky. It only takes me 1 second to deal with trash like you. Are you kidding? Ronan attacked in anger, and Loki came back to his senses and began to cast magic. The next moment, hundreds of figures were spread all over the scene. It was Loki who used all his strength to split Ronan and himself into dozens of clones. It must be said that this magic is very effective in battle. Whether it is Thor, Steve or Buggy, they have all been confused by it. Unfortunately, it is ineffective for Gao Li. Hyper clock up. Gao Li instantly entered the hyper clock up. The hyper clock up is even dozens of times faster than the ordinary hyper clock up. It is known that the speed of ordinary time up is about the same as the accelerated form of 50 times supersonic speed, so super time up is hundreds of times supersonic speed. Under such a terrifying speed, everything is almost completely still, as if time has been paused and nothing is moving. Except for Gao Li. He did not lie before. At such an extreme speed, 1 second of normal time is enough for Gao Li to do countless things. Kabuto power, the bee power, Drake power, Sasword power. Gao Li stretched out his hand to summon the 100 insect sword and pressed the buttons on it one by one. The lightning flashed and wrapped around the sword. Gao Li did not need to find the entity from Loki's illusion at all. He only needed to cut off all the existences present at once. Among them were Ronan and Loki's real bodies. All Zekta combine. Maximum Hyper Typhoon. The 100 insect sword extended a huge blade of light, which was aimed at the group of Ronan and Loki by Gory, and swept through directly. This was a trick of the same level as the ultimate Hyper Typhoon. The destructive power that was enough to penetrate everything within 100 kilometers was concentrated in this giant sword of light. Even Ronan's strong body could not withstand its destructive power. Boom. The scene was suddenly filled with lightning and thunder, and the flames burst out at the moment when Gory withdrew from the hyper ascension time. The illusions were all submerged in the flames, leaving only two bodies broken into 4 pieces and falling to the ground. What? Ronan and Loki opened their mouths wide, their faces full of disbelief. Before they could make any more sounds, blood gushed out of their mouths like a fountain. Even with their inhuman vitality, they could not survive such injuries. However, in their last moments before they died, they still found it hard to believe this reality. What happened? What on earth happened? They didn't even have time to react before they were cut in half and killed cleanly. It was really, as Gory said, a 1-second kill. So, this guardian is really as scary as they say. Ronan had this last thought, and then he died with his eyes open. And Loki's whole body turned blue, and he turned into a strange mixture of frost giants and Asgardian gods and died. This scepter was also cut off. Gory walked over to take a look, and found that Loki's mind scepter could not block the ultimate beyond typhoon, and was also cut in half. This shows that the magic is not the scepter itself, but a part of the scepter. Gory immediately studied it. Fortunately, this is the World Tree building, and Gao Li has a lot of research equipment here. He quickly found the real source of power from the frequency of the fluctuation. This kind of fluctuation is very similar to the Time Stone and the Space Stone. It's another Infinity Stone. Gao Li took out the Mind Stone from the scepter in a few seconds. After all, he has been studying the Time Stone and the Space Stone for some time, and he is quite familiar with the placement of the Infinity Stones. In this way, the third Infinity Stone, the Mind Stone, officially fell into Gao Li's hands. It's about time. Let's take a look at Zia's report. Gao Li looked through Zia's mission report again, which was updated in real time. Since Gao Li had not been reminded before, he was not in a hurry. Just a few minutes after he started checking, Zia showed a prompt. The Chitauri army has been completely defeated, and the remaining troops are being transferred back to the Chitauri home planet in batches through space jumps. Very good. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Gao Li showed a grim smile on his face. These stupid Chitauri dared to attack the Earth, so how could he not teach them a profound lesson? Transform. Zone. After removing the transformation of Kamen Rider Kabuto's Transcendence form, Gao Li took out the lost drive again and transformed into Kamen Rider Zone. Then Gao Li opened a space door and strode into it. Not long after, another azure space door appeared in the vast outer space, and Gao Li poked his head out of it. Biological armor is not very suitable for survival in the space environment, and we have to get it done quickly. Gao Li immediately closed his eyes and felt the fluctuations left by the space. Fortunately, he found the right time this time and came over very quickly, so he successfully caught the space trajectory. Next, reverse tracking. Gao Li fully exerted the power of zone memory, traced back to the Chitauri home planet, and obtained its interstellar coordinates. Gao Li did not come here immediately, but spent a little effort to render the gift packages prepared in advance with the space power of Kamen Rider Zone. That was a full 100 nuclear bombs collected by using the resources of Daishoka. These nuclear bombs were all set to detonate at a fixed time, and the surface was covered with light blue space power, ready to go at any time. Gao Li also pulled out the zone memory and inserted it into the side kill slot. Zone. Maximum drive. Gao Li tapped the kill slot and activated Zone's extreme drive, immediately opening up the space between the Chitauri home planet and the 100 nuclear bombs. Then all were seamlessly transported over and detonated. 1 second before the explosion, Gao Li closed the space gate, hiding his merits and fame. The equivalent of each of the 100 nuclear bombs was not small, and Gao Li believed that it was enough to give the Chitauri a hard time. After all, Gori is not a demon. He will not blow up the entire Chitauri home planet just because of a war, but this level of return gift is still required. Otherwise, wouldn't it make interstellar friends misunderstand that the Earth is easy to bully? Asgard. Heimdall reported the death of Loki to Odin and Thor. Because Gori killed Loki so quickly, Heimdall didn't even have time to call Odin and Thor. When Heimdall reported to them, the dust had already settled. Loki was dead and could not die anymore. No, Loki. Thor cried out in pain, his eyes bloodshot. Gori, I want you to pay with your life. Stop. Odin grabbed Thor and held him down with great strength. You are no match for Gori at all. Are you so eager to die and want to reunite with your brother as soon as possible? But father, don't you? Thor turned back and questioned angrily, but saw Odin closed his eyes sadly, and his whole face revealed an incomparable sadness. Thor, of course I feel the same as you, but, as I said, everything will eventually die. It's just that it has been brought forward. There is no need to be too sad about it. Thor struggled hard and said, what a joke. Even if the ending is death, I will question Gori face to face. Why did he kill my brother? Odin said coldly, then you are asking for trouble. Do you know that when Loki controlled the destroyer to kill you, and when Loki went to Earth and fought with you last time, although the damage was controlled to a minimum, several Midgard people still died because of it. Gori can tell you that this is a life for a life. To Gori, Loki is no different from an ordinary Midgard person, and the Asgardian gods are no nobler than humans. Thor stopped struggling and became silent. After experiencing the previous experience on Earth, the grown-up Thor could not say that they were nobler than Earthlings. Not to mention that for Gori, who is completely a human from Earth, the Asgardians are nothing at all. You Asgardians dare to say that you are more noble than Earthlings. Have you ever asked me about the Fist of the Endless Golden Yinglang? How can the noble king of the Asgardians be defeated by a human from Earth? In short, there is no way to reason with them. No matter how you look at it, Asgard is in the wrong. Besides, as far as I know, there is an all-called castle law in the country where Gori is. Since Loki invaded Gori's home, it is legal for Gori to kill Loki. No matter what, Gori cannot be held accountable. Thor gritted his teeth. Is there no way? Do we have to swallow our anger? Odin sighed and said, you are not young anymore. You should see the truth of this world. In short, fists are the hard truth. and the truth is in the hands of the strong. Gory is stronger now, so no matter what he does, it is right, because the weak have no say. In the past, Asgard could rule the 9 realms, only because we were stronger at that time. Thor's expression became depressed, and he clenched and unclenched his fists. Odin shook his head and said, "You should go back to relieve your mood, and don't go to the courtyard for the time being. After all, Gory is Asgard's insurance. You need to try to avoid conflicts with him in the future." "I know," Thor replied sullenly, and his body staggered out of the palace. Earth, America. Gory didn't know what happened in Asgard, and he didn't have the energy to care, because Consortium X and TPC officially appeared in front of the world, but a lot of problems had accumulated that he needed to deal with. However, Gory had expected this situation, and Daishoka had already made sufficient preparations in advance. As the chairman of the World Security Council, Pierce worked hard to operate, and various political donations and handles were also used. In addition, there were Daishoka members in the top governments of various countries. For example, there was more than one Daishoka among the members of the US Congress, which eventually smoothly promoted the recognition of TPC by various countries in the world. TPC was officially established as the top multinational international joint organization. And SHIELD, which originally had a similar positioning, was also incorporated into TPC, which caught Nick Fury off guard. His face, which was always calm, rarely showed a stunned expression. "What's going on?" Exclamation mark. "If I don't pay attention, I will have a new boss. Since this is the will of the World Security Council and the top governments of various countries, Nick Fury, who is happy to get a new boss, is powerless to stop all this from happening. It's just that Nick has not yet classified TPC as an evil group. The name and the intention are quite good, and it may even be more beneficial to the Earth and SHIELD. Nick is not the kind of person who clings to power. He hopes that the Earth can be safer under external threats, so he waits and sees who the new boss is." After a while, the news came out. The director of the Earth Peace United Organization TPC is Gory Parker, the major shareholder of the World Tree Consortium and the major shareholder of Consortium X. Nick Fury. How could it be? Question mark. At the same time, Gory issued the first directive to form a special operations team within TPC. Nick looked at the plan announced to the internal staff, and was speechless for a moment. Because it looks quite similar to his Avengers plan. Could it be plagiarized by Gory? The team that Gory wants to establish is called Global Unlimited Task Team, abbreviated as Team Guts, and the code name is Team Victory. The list of its team members is as follows. The field operations personnel are Hawkeye Clint Barton, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and Kamen Rider No. 2 Bucky Barnes. The captain of the Victory team, who is also a field officer and a part-time commander, is Kamen Rider No. 1 Steve Rogers. In addition, the Victory team also has a technical logistics personnel, who serves as the trump card and ace of the Victory team, Hulk Bruce Banner. Nick flipped through it again, and Tony Stark, who had previously refused to join his Avengers plan, actually joined the team as an advisor for Gory's sake. This is exactly the dream team that Nick wanted to build before, but Gory got there first, and used his face-saving ability, that is better than his own, as well as the legitimacy of being the boss of SHIELD to piece together this dream team. Nick also knew that this was unavoidable. Natasha and Clint were easy to convince, because they were his old subordinates, but Tony and Bruce were not so easy to convince. It was only because of Gory's good relationship with them that he succeeded. Having said that, Nick still felt a little bit jealous. The Avengers were gone, replaced by the Victory team. Chapter 160 Devil Typhoon. High Leaping Locust. Shooting Wild Wolf. Although the 1-year period has already arrived, Gao Li is not in a hurry to return to the DC world, because he still has things to do in the Marvel world. At present, Gao Li's main task is to strengthen the entire Victory team. They have become the team created by Gao Li. How can they maintain their original combat effectiveness? How embarrassing for Gao Li and TPC. After all, this is no longer the Avengers. If the combat effectiveness is still similar to that of the Avengers, then there is no point in forming the Victory team. At most, it is just a name change. First of all, the upgrade of old friends Steve and Bucky is thanks to the full set of technology of hidden technology that Gao Li obtained before. Or rather, Gao Li's improvement of the entire victory team is basically based on hidden technology. It can only be said that the orthodoxy of hidden is in Marvel, not the DC universe where hidden group is located. For the power enhancement of Kamen Rider 1 and Kamen Rider 2, of course, transformation surgery must be considered. After Gao Li obtained the technology of Metal Cluster Locust, he started to study it non-stop. Some nanotechnology contained in it has been successfully separated by Gao Li and applied to other projects. For example, Kamen Rider V3, which debuted in Kamen Rider the Next, is also theoretically an updated version of Kamen Rider 1 and Kamen Rider 2 within Shocker. The biggest difference is that Kamen Rider V3 relies on the technology of nanorobots for transformation surgery. Soul data have been improved. For Gao Li, who has mastered a lot of black technology at this stage, it is not difficult to replicate nanorobots. Therefore, it didn't take long for a robot that combined the nanotechnology and the Metal Cluster Locust to be born. This new transformation surgery is very fast, not even minimally invasive, and it was done in a moment. And thanks to Gao Li's accumulation of biological sciences from the Supreme Evolution, there are also no side effects. Gao Li did the upgraded secondary transformation surgery for Steven Buggy without blinking an eye. Of course, Gao Li also did the secondary transformation surgery for himself. If there is a cheat, everyone can open it together, and this cheat was made by Gao Li himself. According to the test, there is an improvement, but the increase is not too large. The punching force has increased to 4 tons, the kicking force has increased to 12 tons, and the jumping force has become the highest record of 18 meters. Gao Li looked at the data obtained by Steven Buggy in the training room, and fell into deep thought. Not enough, obviously not enough. Facing more and more threats, this purity is far from enough. The development of transformation surgery can only stop here for the time being. We can consider enhancing it through external factors, such as the transformation of Kamen Rider. Gao Li's thoughts were opened up all at once. In the past, the Typhoon belt he made for Steven Buggy, the combat suit contained in it did not actually enhance the combat power of Steven Buggy much. This combat suit mainly provides protection and strengthens the 5 senses. This is because it is limited by the volume. Too many functions cannot be stuffed into the Typhoon belt. Now that Gao Li has mastered nanotechnology, all difficulties have been solved. Gao Li soaked in the laboratory overnight and upgraded the 2 Typhoon belts to double Typhoon belts. This is mainly to double the energy supply efficiency, because a full set of Kamen Rider G5 armor is stuffed inside using nanotechnology. That's right, Gao Li called it Kamen Rider G5. This is because this is a modified and improved version of Kamen Rider G4. The main improvement is that on the basis of maintaining the complete capabilities of Kamen Rider G4, it uses nanotechnology to reduce its size and become more docile and not bloated. And Gao Li also transformed it into an amplified armor. As the name suggests, the power can be superimposed on the wearer and then change the appearance to the classic image of Kamen Rider No. 1 and Kamen Rider No. 2. Don't ask why, just ask for feelings. Anyway, there is no difference in function and combat power, so there is nothing to complain about. As for where Kamen Rider G4 came from, it is actually very simple. It is a product of simple technological upgrading. Before Gao Li made Zia, the artificial intelligence technology he used was based on the AI chip of Kamen Rider G3X, and it was constantly updated and iterated upward. This AI chip is updated and updated. Isn't it natural to reach the level of Kamen Rider G4's AI chip? Combined with the various technologies that Gao Li borrowed from other Kamen Rider series, Kamen Rider G4 was born in Gao Li's mind. After all, Gao Li has never really made Kamen Rider G4. He just has the technical ability to make Kamen Rider G4 armor at any time. Kamen Rider G4 is strong, but the way of dressing is very inconvenient, and its strength is far less than that of the Beyond Armor and Burst mode. Gao Li did not need to make it. Gao Li still lacks time and energy to promote other projects. How can he have extra time and energy to make Kamen Rider G4, which is useless? But now Kamen Rider G4 armor has finally come in handy. It has been upgraded to an amplified G5 armor by Gao Li and stuffed into a double Typhoon belt for Steven Buggy to use. After a new round of testing, the results are very gratifying. After the transformation, Steve and Buggy's punching power became 4 tons of their own plus 4 tons of armor, a total of 8 tons of punching power. The kicking force has also become the original 12 tons, plus the 13 tons of the armor, a total of 25 tons, and the jumping force has also been enhanced to 43 meters. Congratulations, all-round enhancement. That's right, Gao Li nodded repeatedly. Before and after the transformation are truly distinguished, reflecting the difference in combat power between the human body and the transformed Kamen Rider. Originally, Steve and Buggy's transformation, in addition to enhancing defense and 5 senses, was also partly due to covering their faces, and Gao Li's special request out of sentiment. Otherwise, even if they didn't transform, their combat power would not have dropped much. Now, it really makes the transformation play its due role. All done. The next step is to strengthen Natasha and Clint. These two are considered to be the strongest among the agents, belonging to the top strong column, but if compared with those supernatural powers or alien powers, they are undoubtedly slightly insufficient. For this reason, Gao Li gave a simple way to enhance. In order to upgrade Steve and Bucky, he has spent a lot of extra time and energy. This is a privilege for old friends. However, facing Natasha, who only worked for him, and Clint, who he is not familiar with, Gao Li is not so interested. So Gao Li directly made the 01 driver, as well as the highly ping locust key and the shooting wolf key, and then gave them to try. Although the AIM's shooting sublimator is not the technology of the hidden group, it is not included in the technology reward drawn by Gao Li, but the technology of the program sublimation key is completely universal. Therefore, Gao Li can make the shooting wolf program sublimation key with a little research, which is just suitable for the shooting hawky Clint. Since everyone is a program sublimation key, the highly ping locust program sublimation key and the shooting wolf program sublimation key can both use the 01 driver to transform. Gao Li also encrypted the 01 driver, so that only the two of them can use it to prevent the technology from being leaked. Is this a new equipment? Natasha and Clint were called to the TPC training ground, and they were a little stunned when they saw the two keys handed over by Gory. What a strange new equipment. How come it looks like a particularly thick bank card? What can it do? Is it for us to clock in when we go to work in the victory team? As top agents, Natasha and Clint have also seen some exquisite gadgets used by agents, but there are plenty of such things in the equipment department, so they don't have to ask the director to give them to them personally, right? Yes, this is the program sublimation key. Natasha will use the highly ping locust key, and Clint will use the shooting wolf key. Natasha and Clint took the keys with a vague understanding, and Gory took out 201 drivers and handed them to the two of them respectively. It's very simple to use. First, put the 01 driver on your waist to make it into a belt, then press the button on the key, and finally insert the driver to transform. Clint asked, Director Parker, what is this for? Gao Li explained, you have all seen me transform, right? That is my unique technology, Kamen Rider, and this key and driver can help you transform into Kamen Rider. So, congratulations, from today on, you are Kamen Riders. Gao Li smiled kindly and motioned them to go to the training ground to transform and experience it for themselves. You have to experience it yourself to know it. Okay, I understand. Both of them nodded and walked to the two sides of the training ground. 01 driver. With a sign up, the belt automatically extended and instantly surrounded Natasha and Clint's waist. Gao Li also explained at the right time, as you can see, this is an open air training ground. As for why, you will understand later. It is the same for you to transform in the future. It is best to choose an open air place. Otherwise, you have to consider whether the building you are in can be destroyed. This drive and key are for your own use. Satellite Zia will review and authenticate them. Only those who meet the requirements can obtain authorization. Natasha and Clint are not unfamiliar with this. For example, pistols that use fingerprints to encrypt and unlock have long been sold on the market. By the way, the password is transform like me, don't forget it. Gao Li said the last sentence, and Natasha and Clint pressed the key in their hands as he said, jump, bullet. The two flipped out and unfolded the key, then reached for the 01 drive to authorize. Authorize. Two beams of light shot down one after another, startling Natasha and Clint, and subconsciously looked at the beams of light. At the first glance, they understood what Gao Li meant by it being best to transform in an open-air place. From the light, a huge mechanical locust and a huge mechanical wolf fell, jumping and spinning around them, smashing several small holes in the ground. If they were to transform inside a building, they might smash through the ceiling. This is amazing. Natasha took a deep breath. She was so powerful before she transformed. I wonder how powerful she will be after she transforms. Clint also narrowed his eyes. The logic of this action seemed to be the same as that of the summoned beast, which would spontaneously protect the transformer who had not yet transformed. Then what to do next is transform. Transform. Natasha and Clint shouted at the same time, and at the same time, they inserted the key into the drive with force. Progress. Jump up. Rising hopper. A jump to the sky, turns to a rudder kick. Progress. Keep shooting. Shooting wolf. The elevation increases as the bullet is fired. The mechanical locust and the mechanical wolf disintegrated in the air, turning into armor and arming them. Among them, the shooting wolf that Creed transformed into did not have an Ames shooting sublimator, so Gao Li specially made a briefcase crossbow for him to use. This is of course more in line with Creed's habits. He likes to use bows and arrows more than guns. For Natasha, who prefers to use guns, Gao Li made a briefcase musket for her to use. Oh, this is the Kamen Rider? Creed shook his palms a little excitedly. This is really a new experience. He can keenly feel that his dynamic vision has been greatly improved compared to before the transformation, which is very important for an archer. Creed's feelings are not wrong. Since the shooting wolf specializes in shooting, the dynamic vision provided by the armor is 8 times that of humans, and it is also equipped with a shooting control system designed for ultra-precision shooting. Even if it is not used by a sharpshooter like Creed, but a well-trained ordinary soldier, it is enough to carry out ultra-precision shooting within a radius of 3 kilometers with an error of 0.05 millimeters. What a wonderful feeling. I always feel like I can fly. Natasha had a different feeling. She tried to jump to see if she could float in the air, and she flew straight into the sky. Can you jump so high? Clint was also surprised. According to his eyesight, Natasha's highest point before falling was at least 60 meters high. This is obviously another aspect of the shooting wolf. Through the foot reinforcement device, the foot strength is explosively improved, so that the excellent jumping power that can jump over the level of a 20-story building, and the superb kicking power are obtained. Natasha, who landed, can even imagine how terrible the destructive power will be when she uses those usual kicking skills in the future. No wonder the key she used is called High Leap Flying Locust, and the key Clint used is called Shooting Wolf. It seems that the director has made targeted treatments for the characteristics of the two of them. Natasha's impression of Gao Li suddenly became much better, and the resentment of being forced to work overtime in the World Tree Consortium before also dissipated. Gao Li saw that both of them were very satisfied, and he also understood that the work of strengthening the victory team was successfully completed. It's time to go back to the DC world. Chapter 161 Sublimation. Surprise. It was the familiar feeling of deep water again. Gao Li gradually woke up, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the ceiling of the hidden group. After coming out of the life support cabin, the first thing Gao Li did was of course to draw a lottery. After the New York War in the Marvel world, Gao Li's influence exploded again, and he got an extra S-level lottery just by a single event. Although Gao Li didn't have high expectations for the S-level lottery, it's better to have it than not, and it can be regarded as a kind of dessert after dinner. Start drawing. Gao Li directly skipped the praying and praying part this time, and there was really no need for the S-level lottery, but the prizes that came out made Gao Li's eyes widen. It's unexpectedly very good. This time the S-level reward is a physical reward, and it's the kind that can be used directly. It turned out to be Kamen Rider Kuoga's transformation belt Aguru. As soon as Aguru appeared, it was perfectly integrated with Gao Li's body, as if it had been there from the beginning. The Yamadam spirit stone in the center also reflected a charming light, allowing Gao Li to deeply feel the power contained in it. Without further delay, let me see my transformation. Gao Li couldn't wait to pose, communicate with the guru with his mind, and shouted, "Transform." Gao Li is not a novice in Kamen Rider. He can be called a veteran among the veterans of Kamen Rider. There is no doubt that his fighting will is as hard as steel. Therefore, the Kamen Rider Kuoga he transformed into also skipped the newborn form and transformed into an all-powerful form with red and black all over. Oh, it feels good. Gao Li clenched his fist and could clearly feel the explosive power contained in it. Then Gao Li tried it again. As he expected, the S-level Kamen Rider Kuoga included the basic 4 forms. Super transformation. Gao Li changed into the Blue Dragon form, Pegasus form, and Titan form in turn. The characteristics and focus of each form are very obvious. However, the transformation further behind was an idea that Gao Li had just thought of temporarily. Golden power. I wonder if I can forcefully catalyze the golden power. As long as I have the golden power, even if I start from the S-level Kuoga basic form, I can directly upgrade to the SS level sublimation form by myself. Gao Li thought rapidly in his mind. The core power of the sublimation form is an energy called golden power, and the core of golden power is Kamen Rider Kuoga's special ability to absorb all kinds of energy and use it for himself. In other words, it is the ability to be infinitely strengthened. As far as Gao Li knows, Godayusuke simply absorbed electrical energy and finally awakened the sublimation form. You know, it's just ordinary electricity. As for this kind of energy, Gao Li can have as much as he wants. Even higher level energy than ordinary electrical energy, Gao Li has plenty. This should not be the point. The key to evolving to the sublimation form is. Gao Li slowly speculated that in addition to the golden power, another necessary condition for reaching the sublimation realm should be Godayusuke's desire to become stronger, because the enemy becomes stronger. That's right, it was the spirit stone that sensed the strong will of Godayusuke that converted the electrical energy to respond to him. The sublimation form is a form that Kamen Rider Kuoga did not have in the ancient times, which also became the evidence of Gao Li's inference. Why did the first Kamen Rider Kuoga in the ancient times, who was obviously much stronger than Godayusuke, only have the basic 4 forms for his whole life, and failed to awaken the sublimation form? The reason is very simple. It is precisely because Rick is too strong. Because Rick himself is too strong, even if he only relies on the basic 4 forms, he can exert overwhelming combat power, and may even surpass the ultimate form. He killed the entire Gurangi race alone. Because of this, Rick did not have any strong will to hope that he would become stronger, because he was already the strongest. Then the spirit stone would naturally not give any response. Although Gao Li is also very strong, he is better than Rick in this regard, because he is the master of night magic, and he also has almost the entire magic world's research results on night magic feedback, and he can completely develop hypnotic magic for himself on the spot. The will to become stronger is not strong enough. Then can't I just add some points manually? Gao Li did what he said, and soon prepared the electric magic and hypnosis magic, and came to the open air training ground he built privately. Gao Li closed his eyes, felt the magic power surging in his body, and began to hypnotize himself. A strong determination arose spontaneously. He wanted to become stronger. He longed to master this power, and become an invincible strongman. Very good. Continue. Gao Li took a deep breath and conveyed his firm belief and desire for power to the magic around him. As if responding to his call, the surrounding magic began to gather and form a powerful energy vortex. He concentrated his mind and guided the magic in the vortex into his body, letting it flow through his muscles and bones. Not enough. I need a stronger will. Gao Li once again triggered the hypnosis magic he set up. This is a kind of power from the heart that allows him to control his beliefs and will. Gao Li silently told himself that he could become stronger and could definitely awaken the sublimation form. As the hypnosis magic took effect, Gao Li's body gradually emitted a strong light. His will to become stronger has reached an unprecedented height. Gao Li could feel the power surging in his body, and his eyes were shining with firm belief. Then there is electric magic. The air around Gao Li's body became hot in an instant. He gathered his magic power and punched the sky. A lightning bolt streaked across the sky and was guided down. That was not an ordinary lightning bolt. Under Gao Li's control, it became extremely powerful, easily tearing the air and landing on Gao Li. This is night magic, and I'm the lord of night magic. I use this as my authority to absorb it harmlessly. Even if it is thunder, as long as it is performed with night magic, it cannot cause any harm to me. Gao Li closed his eyes tightly, imagining that the power was wandering in his body, penetrating from his fingertips, toes, scalp, and every pore. Gao Li's heart began to ripple, as if a lake of still water was blown by a breeze, producing layers of ripples. He called for that power, guided it with his own will, and gathered it in the Yagyu transformation belt around his waist. In Gao Li's consciousness, that force was no longer oppressive and threatening, but became a part of his body, gentle and powerful. Come on, respond to me, Lingxi. Gao Li whispered. His fingers passed through the air, as if he was stroking an invisible string, and finally posed a transformation posture. In an instant, the surrounding air began to tremble, as if invisible electric currents were shuttling through the air. These electric currents, like notes played by strings, formed a beautiful melody, playing the symphony of evolution. Although Gao Li was completely painless, that was achieved by the power of the Lord of Magic Power. These electric currents themselves were certainly not harmless. They carried strong energy and destructive power, like a double-edged sword. However, Gao Li did not only release these forces, but also control them to transform into the power of gold. Only in this way can he truly use this power to ascend to the sublimated form. I feel it. Sublime Omnipotence, Sublime Azure Dragon, Sublime Pegasus, Sublime Titan. Gao Li closed his eyes again and immersed his consciousness in the power of gold. The power of gold rushed through his body like a bound dragon, eager to break out of the cage. Gao Li let it flow, and as time went on, Gao Li gradually understood this power. He understood that the power of gold was not used to destroy, but to protect and create, so that it would not become a biological weapon, and would not evolve in the direction of black eyes, but in the direction of red eyes. Gao Li imagined that the power of gold was under his control, protecting the people and things he loved. He imagined that the power of gold became a ray of light, illuminating the dark world. Super transformation. Gao Li's body completely absorbed the power of gold and successfully transformed into the sublime omnipotence form. A layer of golden shell also covered the belt of Yagyu. When Gao Li opened his eyes again, he had completely mastered this power. Success. Gao Li smiled excitedly. This was the foundation he had so far, enough to forcibly upgrade an S-level reward to the SS level. But this was not the end of the power of gold. Gao Li clearly felt in the process that the sublimated form was not the limit of the power of gold, and there was still more room for improvement. That was the way to the ultimate power. Sublimating the power of gold again will lead to the amazing form. Godeyusug successfully evolved into the amazing omnipotence, and Gao Li planned to go a step further and evolve the other three forms: Amazing Azure Dragon, Amazing Pegasus and Amazing Titan, that even Godeyusug had not mastered. Come again. Gao Li suddenly stretched out his hand and cast a spell again, and a powerful force could be seen coming from the sky. A huge thunder and lightning appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire night sky, just like a thunder dragon roaring. Boom boom boom. Gao Li's heart moved, and he began to silently operate his magic power, and an extremely powerful suction came from his body. The power of thunder and lightning was gathered, and Gao Li's body was like a bottomless black hole, constantly devouring the power of thunder and lightning. As the power of thunder and lightning continued to condense, Gao Li transformed this thunder into the power of gold, and his body gradually became golden, as if he had turned into a golden man. With his transformation, the power of electricity began to change, becoming purer, stronger, and more controllable. Gao Li felt the massive surge of the power of gold, and his heart was immediately filled with joy and excitement. Gao Li knew that he had successfully transformed this huge amount of electric power into a huge amount of gold power. Secondary reinforcement. Secondary sublimation. Gao Li began to guide this gold power and absorb it into the Yagyu belt around his waist. Gao Li could feel a strong vibration and pain in his body. It was the power of gold that was changing his body structure and strengthening his muscles and bones. Gao Li gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He knew that this was the only way for him to evolve. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Li suddenly opened his eyes, and his whole body was surrounded by a powerful force. This was a kind of power he had never felt before. The power of gold, that had been raised to the extreme, seemed powerful and violent, like a giant beast lurking in the deep sea, which could suddenly attack and hurt people at any time. Gao Li's palm was still trembling slightly because of the severe pain just now, but he knew that the evolution was not completely over yet. Next, Gao Li needed to completely tame the power of gold until it could be controlled. Otherwise, he would not be able to control this powerful force, but would evolve into a biological weapon. This was undoubtedly the wrong direction, and it was also the wrong path that Go Yusuke almost took. It must be red eyes. Gao Li took a deep breath and began to guide this power. As the power of gold was absorbed, Gao Li's body underwent a very huge change. His muscles became tighter, his bones became harder, and his skin became as hard as golden stone. Super transformation, amazing omnipotence. Gao Li's body emitted a black and gold light, followed by blue light, green light, and purple light flashing one after another, illuminating the entire night sky together. Amazing Azure Dragon. Amazing Pegasus. Amazing Titan. It's done. Gao Li felt that his body was full of strength and energy. At this moment, his heart was full of joy and excitement. He had taken a big step. There is no doubt that Gao Li successfully completed the evolution of the amazing form. Just trying to jump up lightly, Gao Li's body soared into the sky, as if he could fly. With tens of tons of punching and kicking power, and tens of meters of jumping power, Gao Li is now little Superman even without memory and magic. The destructive power and explosive power of the trick are even more outrageous. Just in the sublimation omnipotent period, the night kick is enough to cause a nuclear explosion kick with a disaster range of 3 kilometers. As for the amazing omnipotent form, according to Gao Li's calculations and estimates, the disaster range of the nuclear explosion kick in the peak state can cover a full radius of 5 kilometers. Of course, this is under the premise that the power is very dispersed and only the range is pursued. Gao Li can of course concentrate the power to make the explosion range not so large. Instead, it will trigger a fierce column of fire that is enough to illuminate the night of the entire city like day. Just as Gao Li began to study whether he could continue to advance on the ultimate path, a figure flew over from far away, very quickly from the horizon. I saw the lightning and thunder here from afar, which was very abnormal, and I was wondering if it was caused by Mr. Wayne. It turned out that it was really caused by you. The person who came was wearing a red cape and a blue bodysuit. It was Superman Clark Kent. Clark. Gao Li was a little surprised. What's the matter with you coming to see me dressed like this? Clark put his hands on his hips and said, I want to tell you that I plan to officially debut. Chapter 162 Gao Li who changed history. Debut? Gory was stunned. Are you going to be an idol? Clark. Ahem. Gory reacted instantly. You want to be a superhero, right? Clark nodded and said, I want to help others as my father said. The father Clark was referring to was both his biological father and his current father. Yes, Clark still has both parents. Although he did encounter the storm that killed his father in the original history, with Gory's intervention, everything is different from history. Gory didn't do anything special, but his existence itself is enough to change history. In the original history, Jonathan was afraid that Clark would expose his special power to the world too early, so he didn't allow Clark to save himself. But because of Gory's early appearance, Clark went to the Fortress of Solitude earlier, and also let Clark see the magic world. Clark told Jonathan about these after returning home. Therefore, Jonathan not only knew Clark's identity and mission, but also knew that Clark was not the only one so special in the world. Instead, there were many strange people, so naturally he would no longer forbid Clark to take action. So Clark easily rescued Jonathan in that storm. And that storm seemed to open their minds. Jonathan and Martha both hoped that Clark could save more people from those natural and man-made disasters, just like he saved them. Of course, Clark was willing to do that. Yes. Clark nodded and replied, just like the Batman and Fangs in Gotham City. I have heard of them before. Gory asked with interest, do you take them as role models? Clark shook his head and said, "No, my style is different from Faiz, but if I have to say, I'm a bit similar to Batman. For example, we both insist on not killing people. But if I have to choose a role model, although they are predecessors on the road of superheroes, I still prefer to take you as a role model." Gory was stunned. "What do you mean? I don't regard saving people as a job, right?" Clark smiled and said, "You will know soon. Smelly boy, you have really grown up, and you are still keeping me in suspense." Gory laughed and punched Clark. The simple farm boy in the past seemed to have matured and become more cunning. But since Clark said so, Gory would not insist on telling it before him, so he just waited to watch the news. At a certain moment in the early morning, most people are still immersed in dreams. Suddenly, a sharp explosion broke the silence, soaring into the sky, piercing the tranquility of the night. Then, the roar of the shaking building, the shouts, cries, and screams of people instantly filled the air. A sudden disaster made this peaceful night instantly chaotic. I saw a tall building burning with raging fire, lighting up the sky. Many people quickly ran out of the street, and the firelight reflected on their faces, reflecting their fear and helplessness. Something big happened. What happened? Is it a chemical explosion? Clark, who was thousands of miles away, heard these shouts magically with the help of some unknown principle. Is there something going on? Clark immediately flew out of the window, quickly took off, and flew to the source of the explosion with superhuman speed and strength. At this moment, the building has become a sea of fire. The huge explosion power shattered the building, and rubble and fragments of stone splashed in the flames. The billowing smoke covered the sky and filled the narrow streets, suffocating people. In this chaos, everyone was running in panic on the streets, wailing and wailing one after another, which made people shudder. Clark, who arrived, stopped in midair, staring at the disaster site below with a sharp gaze. He looked firm and powerful, as if no force could stop him. It was as if he ignored the flames and the danger. In his eyes, there were only those trapped in the sea of fire. Swoosh! Clark soon found his target, and he swooped down without hesitation, like an eagle spreading its wings and soaring. Clark's eyes were locked on a woman trapped in the rubble. Her body was being pressed by a broken floor. "Help! Who will save me?" the woman cried, and fear and helplessness were revealed in her eyes. Clark immediately took action. He jumped up like a cheetah, easily lifted the floor, and threw it away. After helping the woman up, his strong arms like steel blocked the falling bricks and stones for her. Then Clark took the woman away from the dangerous area and put her on a relatively safe open space. Just like that, in just a dozen seconds, Clark successfully rescued almost everyone with amazing efficiency. There's only one left. Clark used his perspective eyes to scan and flew into the burning building. The hot flames licked his skin, but Clark did not react. His eyes just stared forward, as if he was looking for something. Suddenly, Clark's eyes focused, and he finally found the little girl trapped in the sea of fire. Clark instantly accelerated and appeared beside the little girl like teleporting. "Don't be afraid, I'm here," Clark said to the little girl gently, and he patted her back with his big palms to calm her fear and anxiety. Then, Clark picked up the little girl with his strong arms, and flew out of the building without stopping. Who is he? So powerful. Just like Superman. Superpower. The people on the ground looked at Clark, who was slowly landing, their faces full of awe and surprise. Clark just smiled faintly and handed the little girl to her mother, who was waiting outside. "Oh my god. Thank you, thank you," the little girl's mother said with tears in her eyes. "You saved my child." At the same time, the rescue team on the ground also rushed to the scene. Firefighters began to put out the fire, demolish dangerous buildings, and open up life passages. Medical staff urgently treated the injured citizens, carried them on stretchers to ambulances, and sent them to nearby hospitals. The police guided the crowd, maintained order, and tried their best to comfort the panicked people. The panic in the crowd gradually subsided, and people began to gather together to look at this mysterious young man. Clark did not dodge, but stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at everyone with a smile. At this time, a reporter plucked up the courage to step forward and handed him a microphone. "Hello, sir. What is your name? Do you have anything to say about doing such a heroic thing?" Clark's mouth curled up a smile. He took the microphone and said softly, "I'm not convenient to tell you my name, but you can call me Superman. Today I just did what I should do. I want to say that everyone can be a hero as long as they want, just like me." Applause and cheers came from the crowd immediately. People were full of respect and curiosity for this mysterious hero. But at this moment, Clark suddenly opened his mouth and made an unexpected request. "For those who have not gone to the hospital yet, I would like to ask you to give me $1 as a reward. If you have already gone to the hospital, I also hope that you will donate $1 to a charity organization as a reward for me." Everyone fell silent in an instant. People looked at each other, and some people began to whisper. The reporter was also stunned and smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect the hero to make such a request. However, the rescued people who could still move did not hesitate. They fumbled in their pockets and handed Clark a dollar one by one. Clark took the money with a smile, and the others looked at his back, their hearts also full of curiosity. Even if they were not victims of the disaster, many people began to take out their wallets, wanting to give some rewards to this mysterious hero. There were also many rescued people who gave more than just $1, but took out all the cash on their bodies. However, when they handed the money to Clark, he refused them one by one. "No, thank you." Clark smiled and waved his hand. $1 is enough. I have received enough rewards." Applause and cheers came from the crowd again. They admired the bravery and humility of this mysterious hero. Clark also flew into the sky. His figure gradually faded away and disappeared into the sky. A plane suddenly broke down in the air and was about to fall into the city. Clark immediately took action. He flew into the sky, grabbed the plane with his powerful hands and the biological force field, and then pulled it back to a stable state. However, it was obviously unrealistic to continue flying the plane. The risk was too great. In the end, Clark helped it land under the plane. Clark once again successfully saved a terrible disaster and allowed all the passengers to survive. The passengers were all saved. They walked off the plane in shock, thanked Clark gratefully, and called him a hero. Clark did not put on a heroic attitude, but walked up to them and made a request to each passenger in a calm tone. "Hello everyone, I believe you should have heard of me in the news recently. I'm Superman." Clark introduced himself. "As everyone knows, I need some rewards for saving people. Please pay me $1 each. This is my principle. Thank you." The passengers looked at each other, but they were not too surprised. This was also mentioned in the news, and they did not reject it. Which is more important, their own life or $1? The answer is obvious. However, a male passenger could not resist his curiosity and asked, "You know, we are all very grateful for your life-saving grace, so please don't get me wrong. I'm just curious, why do you do this?" Clark smiled and replied, "I need this reward to prove the value of saving people and doing good deeds." After listening to his explanation, many passengers showed thoughtful expressions. Although some people were still a little confused and didn't quite understand, they took out $1 and handed it to Clark. In the following months, this happened many times. Every time Clark saved someone, he would symbolically ask for $1 per person as a reward. If he met someone who couldn't even afford $1, Clark would insist on asking for something as a reward. In short, he would definitely take something away. It's not that there are no people with ulterior motives who deliberately hide trackers, but these can't be hidden from Clark's super 5 senses, which is equivalent to completely useless. This behavior of Superman is often discussed in society, but not many people attack Clark for it. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Superman's behavior is not for making money. After all, $1 can't make much money at all. Often, the number of victims of a disaster is only a few dozen at most, and because Superman always gives priority to preventing the spread of the disaster and tries to quell it at the beginning, there are often only a dozen or a few rescued people. In this way, Superman can only earn a dozen or $20 at most every time he saves someone. Gao Li naturally saw these news reports and smiled knowingly. "So this is what you mean by taking me as an example." Gao Li remembered that when he first went to find Clark, he had refuted Jonathan's education to Clark, saving people without asking for anything in return. It seems that they were finally convinced by Gao Li. In order not to affect the motivation of others to save and help people, Clark must insist on showing the attitude that good deeds should be rewarded. Even if the actual amount is very small and more symbolic, it at least shows Clark's thoughts on this. It seems that there is no need to worry about Superman's growth, except for the fact that he will charge a little money to set an example. The rest is the same as the superhero Superman in Gao Li's impression. Many of Gao Li's projects in the DC world have also come to a temporary end, such as manufacturing and launching the satellite Zia in the DC world, and finishing the DPC technology that was not completed before, and so on. Come to think of it, I haven't been back to Gotham for a while, but I miss it. Gory touched his chin. Although it was not too long in the DC universe, you have to know that Gory stayed in the Marvel universe for more than a year. So he was separated from Bruce and Alfred for a long time, and it was impossible to say that he didn't miss them. I just don't know how Bruce is doing as Batman now. After all, several of Batman's lifelong enemies have been killed by Gory. Maybe Bruce will have a lot of free time because of this. What's more, the bat armor also makes Bruce fight crime more efficiently, and he no longer needs to spend time recovering from his injuries. Speaking of this, Gory also thought of upgrading the bat armor to the version of Kamen Rider G4. He can make an additional new bat armor for Bruce to choose freely when dealing with different enemies. Gory believes that Bruce will definitely not refuse, especially after seeing the news reports about Superman's sudden appearance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Nightwing, Robin, Spider-Gwen goes to Marvel. In addition to Bruce and Alfred, Gory also missed Hickory. Hickory had always been with Gory. When Gory was in Gotham, he was in Gotham. When Gory was in Metropolis, he was in Metropolis. But later, Gory found that he had a common problem that the new generation of young people had after having children. No time to take care of the children. So Gory decisively threw the child to the older generation, that is, to send Hickory back to Gotham, to be raised by Alfred. Alfred gladly accepted this task. The old man liked children very much, not to mention Hickory, who was almost like a grandson to him. Let's go. Gory spent some time to build the new armor, and then boarded a private plane to Gotham. As for the name of this new armor, Gory thought for a while, and didn't have any good ideas. He always felt that calling it Bat No. 2 armor was a bit too unoriginal. After arriving in Gotham, Alfred came to pick him up as usual, but because he had to take care of the child, Hickory was also sitting in the car driven by Alfred. Dad Hickory waved at the car window. After learning for this period of time, his speech was no different from that of a normal person. It seems that Alfred was not lying to Gao Li at the beginning. Spider-Gwen is not only playful, but also learns everything very quickly. He is a true little genius. Spider-Gwen, are you behaved at home? Gao Li hugged Spider-Gwen after getting in the car and stroked his ears and tail. It felt like a long time since he had felt such a smooth touch. Yeah. Spider-Gwen nodded repeatedly and rubbed against Gao Li's arms happily. Spider-Gwen is very well behaved. He hasn't made any trouble for a whole year. Really? That's true. Huh? What did you say? Gao Li was stunned and saw Alfred looking back with some confusion. Master Right, did you remember the usage of time units incorrectly? Ah. Spider-Gwen said blankly. Didn't Dad go home for more than a year? Gao Li narrowed his eyes and asked, Spider-Gwen, do you know where Dad went before? Metropolis? What else? HMM. Spider-Gwen pondered for a while and shook his head. I'm not sure. It seems that he also went to New York. Master Gao Li, did you go to New York? Alfred asked curiously, and Gao Li vaguely perfunctorily answered. Well, I guess so. Did you teach Spider-Gwen geography knowledge? Yes, as common sense. I showed him the map of the United States and the world map. Alfred was not surprised that Spider-Gwen could say New York, but Gao Li knew that he had never been to New York in the past year in the DC universe. How did Spider-Gwen know that I went to New York? Gao Li touched Spider-Gwen's hair calmly. Dad didn't take you there before, right? Spider-Gwen said ignorantly, because I dreamed about it. Oh. Gao Li nodded and took a deep breath. Although he could still maintain his calm on the surface, Gao Li was actually in a state of turmoil. Damn it. Did Xiao Guang know about my experience in the Marvel Universe? Question mark. So in Xiao Guang's opinion, I hadn't seen him for more than a year, and I hadn't caused any trouble for a whole year. For Xiao Guang in the DC Universe, isn't a year in the Marvel Universe just a dozen minutes in the DC Universe? It's okay if he didn't cause any trouble for a whole dozen minutes, which is indeed the truth. After all, Gao Li didn't keep Xiao Guang in Gotham for a year, so Xiao Guang must have been referring to a year in the Marvel Universe by trickery. Why is this so? Gao Li thought quickly, and vaguely felt that he could guess the answer. Xiao Guang is a life transformed by the god's essence obtained by Gao Li, so what did Gao Li do with that god's essence? Yes, Gao Li once put a death mark on it, and turned it into a power closely related to himself as the Lord of Magic. Gao Li's soul traveled through the Marvel Universe. Through this mark, Xiao Guang can still keep in touch with Gao Li's soul, so he can also dream about some of Gao Li's experiences. It makes more sense when you think about it this way. I wonder if there is any room for maneuver? For example, can we take Xiao Guang directly to the Marvel Universe in the future? Gao Li pondered all the way until he returned to Wayne Manor. He first went to see Bruce and handed him the new armor. Bruce, give this armor a name. After Gao Li introduced the various functions, he threw the naming task to Bruce. After Bruce pondered for a moment, he said, then, let's call it Bat number 2 armor. Anyway, it's the second set of this series of armor. Gao Li. Okay, worthy of being brothers, neither of them has any taste in naming. By the way, Gao Li, there is something I want to discuss with you. Bruce said a little hesitantly. What's wrong? Well, I went to see a circus performance not long ago, and a famous circus performer couple had an accident and fell to their death in front of their son Dick Grayson. Seeing Bruce's hesitation, Gory guessed that he might have seen Dick's tragic experience and associated it with his own past, so he felt sympathy. After all, when Bruce was a child, he also witnessed the death of his parents in this way. Why, do you want to sponsor him? Or do you want to adopt him? Gory asked. This is all your personal matter, there's no need to ask me. Bruce was entangled and said, having said that, our family can't be so simple. I want to adopt Dick Grayson, but I don't know whether I should let him see Xiao Guang. Because you know, Xiao Guang's pupils are okay, they can be said to be beautiful, and his nails and fangs can also be explained away, but his wolf ears and wolf tail are completely different from those of humans, and it's impossible to hide them. Gory was speechless and said, why is your thinking still so old-fashioned? To ordinary people, Xiao Guang's existence may be magical, but there is also the magical world in the world, and there are a lot of strange people in it. Or, after you adopt Dick, you hope that he will stay in the world of ordinary people all his life, not have any contact with the extraordinary world, or even better, not know anything about it? Bruce actually nodded and said, if that's the case, it would be best. Staying in the world of ordinary people will make him safer. Although Dick later became Bruce's assistant Robin, no matter which universe Bruce was from, he certainly did not adopt a child to find himself an underage assistant. Gory shook his head and said, this is impossible. You can restrict Dick from contacting the extraordinary world, but the extraordinary world will take the initiative to contact Dick. For example, you have heard of Superman who often appears in Metropolis, right? In the future, there will be more and more special beings like this all over people's lives, and it is completely impossible to avoid them. Bruce's expression became serious. He did hear about Superman and even took the initiative to collect all the news and information about Superman. After all, the power displayed by Superman is really amazing. Why can he have such a powerful power? Where does it come from? And what is his identity? Everything is an unknown mystery. If an existence cannot be understood, it is impossible to fully judge its good and evil, which is always a hidden danger for Bruce. Although Superman still looks helpful now, Bruce's character will doubt everything. He has to imagine what to do if Superman is actually sinister. If Superman does evil, the damage will be too great, and who can stop him? Bruce was thinking about it and got distracted. Gory made a summary and interrupted his thoughts. In short, don't worry too much. If you want to adopt Dick Grayson, just go ahead and adopt him. Don't worry about Xiao Guang. Superman is the future trend of the world, and it cannot be stopped. Bruce was convinced by Gory. In a few days, he completed all the adoption procedures and took Dick home. This is Alfred, this is your Uncle Gory, and this is your cousin, right? Dick greeted Alfred and Gory timidly first, and when his eyes moved to Xiao Guang, he was stunned. This cousin is really the costume is quite unique. He usually dresses like a cosplay, but Dick had to admit that Xiao Guang's props were pretty good. Even he, who came from a circus, couldn't see any loopholes. Instead, it looked like the real animal ears and tails of the animals in the circus. Look, it's shaking. Maybe it's some high-tech thing. Is this a toy for rich people? Hey, call me brother. Xiao Guang proudly put his hands on his waist in front of Dick, and Gao Li reached out and slid him back like a kitten. Relax, Dick, we will be a family from now on. You should follow Alfred to get familiar with Wayne Manor first. Alfred took Dick to Wayne Manor and Xiao Guang followed Alfred as usual, sniffing around Dick. Dick was not used to it and asked with cold sweat, "Hey, excuse me, is there any strange smell on me?" Xiao Guang scratched his ear and said, "It smells like a lion and a tiger, and I ate a cheeseburger from McDonald's before coming here, right? But it doesn't matter, I just want to smell and get familiar with your smell." Dick, what kind of quirk is this? How can it really be the same as the habits of animals and beasts? No, wait. This is no longer the scope of cosplay. It can actually smell what he ate before he came here. Is this dog's nose still something that humans can do? Exclamation mark. Alfred explained sympathetically, "Master Dick, Master Right is not a human but a wolf, so many of his habits are quite special. You have to adapt to them." Dick, what is the situation with the Wayne family? Dick is worthy of being a talent who can become Robin and Nightwing in the future. His acceptance ability is first class, and he quickly made up his mind that his brother is a wolf. Even someone like him can be adopted by Bruce Wayne, the richest man in Gotham. This is already a fantasy event like a fairy tale. What's the big deal about having more fantastic family members? Besides, Alfred and Gory are really friendly and kind, which makes Dick feel the warmth from the family. It's a pity that this warmth came to an abrupt end with an emergency that affected the whole world. A spaceship from a distant planet quietly landed over the Earth. At the moment the spaceship landed, the radio waves of countries all over the world suddenly disappeared, and the TV screens were dark. Then, a solemn and deep voice sounded in every family and every country's television. The voice was as deep as an ancient well that had been silent for thousands of years, and as distant as the melting of glaciers that had lasted for tens of thousands of years. "You are not a person." A video began to play on the TV screen, and an alien appeared, a creature that was no different from humans, with delicate skin, bright eyes, and curly hair. "I'm General Zod, from a distant planet. Your Earth has sheltered one of my people. He looks like you, and he has worked hard to integrate into you over the years. But today, I ask you to hand him over. Kal-El, I give you 24 hours to surrender to us. Don't let your decision lead to a disaster for the entire planet. This is your ultimatum." The voice echoed in every corner, plunging the world into silence. What? There is actually an alien who has lived on Earth for a long time, even learned our language, and integrated into our society? This information quickly spread around the world, causing people's confusion and fear. Everyone began to discuss this request from outer space and think about how to deal with this sudden situation. The heads of government held an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with this emergency. They found that the alien spacecraft not only hijacked the world's radio waves, but also could translate various languages in real time, which undoubtedly demonstrated extremely high science and technology. The public also reacted differently. Some people were terrified and worried about the intentions of aliens. Some were curious and wanted to know more about aliens and their planets. Some people began to discuss and analyze, thinking that it might be a threat from aliens, and they asked the government to take emergency measures to protect themselves. Others were more open and understanding, and they believed that this was an opportunity to communicate and cooperate with aliens. Governments have adopted different response strategies. A few countries have chosen military action, to try to protect the security of their own countries in the first contact with aliens. But most countries prefer to dialogue with aliens through peaceful means to seek solutions. International organizations and the United Nations have played an important role in promoting cooperation and consultation between countries in this alien crisis. At the same time, people have launched investigations and research on the identity of the aliens hidden on Earth. Scientists are working hard to find clues, hoping to find his location. After all, this is related to the safety of the entire Earth. Naturally, the Superman who appeared before the world was listed as the first suspect. He looked the same as humans on Earth, but possessed magical powers that humans on Earth never had. Chapter 164. Destroy all Kryptonians. Gao Li also has a laboratory in Wayne Manor, which is convenient for his research. When he first came to the DC universe, he also uses it when he comes back, so he upgraded the equipment earlier. Now Gao Li has reached the highest level in the DC world, and no longer worries about the things he was worried about at the beginning, such as being targeted by Batman, not to mention that he gets along well with Bruce. So he began to do some research in Wayne Manor openly. For example, iteratively upgrade the hidden technology, and strive to develop Kamen Rider 02 as soon as possible. Although Kamen Rider the Second of may not be more advantageous than Gao Li's other Kamen Rider powers in terms of speed and strength, each Kamen Rider has its unique advantages, and Kamen Rider 02 is no exception. The future deduction and quantum leap technology possessed by Kamen Rider 02 are still quite attractive to Gao Li. The quantum field is a technology that he rarely touches. Today, Gao Li is also rapidly advancing the research and development project of Kamen Rider 02. He is the last person on Earth to know about the invasion of the Kryptonian alien spacecraft. The reason is very simple. Because Kryptonian technology failed to successfully break Gao Li's system, Zod's speech could not be delivered. However, someone still came to visit Gao Li and told him about this in person. It was the protagonist of this matter, Clark Kent. Unlike Clark's careless flying in the past, he is now listed as the #1 suspect. He kept the highest speed throughout the whole process and came at night, trying not to be discovered by anyone. Not to mention anything else, Clark has increased himself to the extreme speed, which is infinitely close to the speed of light. At this speed, the whole world is almost equivalent to a state of time standing still. Indeed, no one can find that he has come to Wayne Manor. Although Clark usually triggers physical phenomena when moving at high speed, after breaking through a certain speed limit, the physical phenomenon will disappear. Otherwise, at this extreme speed of the universe, Clark's simple flight and the physical phenomena triggered during movement are enough to destroy the cities along the way. Don't ask about the principle, just ask about the magical biological force field. Mr. Wayne. Gory only noticed Clark after he spoke, and he was stunned. Clark, what's wrong? Clark looked tangled and embarrassed. Zod suddenly put the ultimate dilemma of the fate of the world and his own safety on his shoulders, which was too heavy for a young man. Mr. Wayne, that alien spaceship. Do you think I should surrender? What alien spaceship? Clark was stunned, then explained to Gory, and waited for Gory's answer. For Clark, Gory was a senior who had helped him a lot, and was also his life mentor. When he was confused, he would involuntarily want to seek Gory's advice. In fact, this question is difficult to answer. Whether Gory asked Clark to put the world first or himself first, it was not a perfect choice. But Gory's idea about this was very simple, and he didn't let Clark choose in this train problem at all. What do you think? This concerns your own life. You should ask yourself first. Clark hesitated and said, my intuition is, Zod is not trustworthy. Even if I surrender, I can't guarantee the safety of the Earth. Gory nodded and said, that's very simple. You pretend to surrender and see what Zod will do. Pretend to surrender? Clark was stunned. Yes, our main purpose is to see what Zod's plan is. No matter what he wants to do, it should be exposed after you surrender. Clark frowned and said, what if Zod is evil? Once I surrender, won't I have no power to resist? Each of them is a Kryptonian, and they should have as strong power as me. Gory said lightly, then according to what you said, even if you don't surrender, can you beat Kryptonians who are dozens or hundreds of times your number? Clark was stunned when he heard this. There was indeed no chance of winning. What should I do then? Question mark. Just as Clark was thinking painfully, he heard Gory calmly say, "So in the end, the main force against them has never been you, but me. Ah, Mr. Wayne, you come. Yes, who made me the tallest person on Earth." Gory sighed. "You can't always count on Naboo. I have experienced several great enemies, and found that every time he was either defeated or failed, or he was a coward. Anyway, he was very unreliable. Anyway, after you surrender, and find out Zod's purpose, I will rescue you. Don't worry. Just go with confidence. I will take care of everything." Clark took a deep breath, and for some reason, he felt strangely calm. Although Gory's words were unfounded, as long as he had such a word, it was like a reassurance pill, allowing Clark to believe him without reason. "I understand. I will go." Clark nodded solemnly, and left Wayne Manor. Gory didn't do nothing. After he finished speaking, he kept casting magic remotely, to check Clark's experience afterwards. After leaving Gotham, Clark formally found the military, and surrendered to them. After a brief exchange with the military chose to hand Clark over to the Kryptonian spaceship, hoping to settle the matter peacefully. Not long after Clark boarded the Kryptonian spaceship, he suddenly became weak and even had a nosebleed. He swayed and fell to his knees. "I feel very strange, so uncomfortable," Clark said in a trance, and Zod stood in front of him. "Because you haven't adapted to our environment yet. The interior of this spaceship is the Kryptonian environment, not the Earth environment. You spent your whole life adapting to the Earth, but not to ours." Gory, who had been remotely monitoring, also touched his chin. "Would the Kryptonians be so weak in a completely different environment? Then, in turn, would it have the same effect if these Kryptonians were suddenly exposed to the Earth environment?" After all, Gory saw that they were all wearing masks on Earth. That's right, after Clark boarded the Kryptonian spaceship, Gory was still monitoring him non-stop. Since Krypton is a purely scientific civilization, it knows nothing about magic, and naturally has no means to detect and prevent magical surveillance. Clark did not last long before he passed out, and was then put on a test bench by Kryptonian scientists to deeply explore the memory in his brain. In Clark's mental world, after he fell into a coma, Zod connected to him and gave Clark a general account of the cause and effect. "Zod, how did you find Earth? We successfully converted the phantom projector into a thruster, and your father made the same modification to the spaceship that sent you here, so that all that imprisoned us became a lifeboat. We searched the ancient colonial outposts for signs of life, but all we found was death. After leaving Krypton, these outposts were abandoned long ago." Clark frowned and said, "I'm asking why you know I'm on Earth." Zod glanced at him and said lightly, "Kal-El, you're not as calm as your father. Shut up and listen to me. We recovered all the usable equipment, ammunition, weapons, even as small as an engine. We prepared for many years, until we detected a signal." Clark seemed to realize something, and suddenly reacted in horror. "Is it the Fortress of Solitude? I led you to Earth." "Yes, you triggered the signal." Zod confirmed his guess. "You entered the ancient reconnaissance spacecraft, and you brought us here, Carl. Now you have the ability to save our race. The genetic template of every gestating life on Krypton has been encrypted in the citizen registry, and your father stole the secret book for registration, and stored it in the space capsule that sent you here. Now I need you to give it to me." Clark was silent for a moment and asked, "Why do you want the secret book?" Zod stared at him and said, "Because this way Kryptonians can be reborn on Earth." As Zod spoke, the illusion of the Earth appeared in the spiritual world, and the phantom projector landed on Earth. Then, the phantom projector suddenly fired a beam of light to the ground, and the fall of the beam of light lifted up the entire continent. Clark was stunned, but Zod was unmoved. He just asked, "Carl, where is the secret book?" Clark answered irrelevantly, "If the Kryptonians are reborn, what will happen to the people on Earth? Rebirth must have a foundation. Even your father is aware of this." The spiritual world changed again, and countless human skeletons appeared at Clark's feet. Clark only felt goosebumps all over his body, but he was constantly pulled into the sea of corpses and blood. "No, Zod. No. I won't help you." "Who will you help, Carl?" "No. Zod. No. No." Clark suddenly woke up and found that his body was locked on the test bench and couldn't move. He tried hard to break free, but his strength in the Krypton environment was far less than that in the Earth environment, and he couldn't break the chain at all. Mr. Wayne? Where are you? Mr. Wayne? Clark shouted, a little panicked, and suddenly heard Gara's voice in his ears. Stop shouting. What if we attract other Kryptonians? Mr. Wayne. Clark was overjoyed, and then heard Gory ask, so have you figured out what Zod wants to do? Clark quickly explained Zod's evil plan, and saw a half-man-high connection magic circle appear in front of him. The connection magic circle can connect the space between this place and the Earth, so it is equivalent to providing you with the Earth environment in disguise. Next, it's up to you to escape. Clark nodded, and immediately felt that his strength came back. With a sudden force, he broke free from the restraints, and stood up from the operating table. I won't let them succeed. Clark took a flying posture, trying to collide with the interior of the spacecraft and completely destroy it. Hey, stop, slow down. What are you doing? Clark forced himself to pause, almost suffocating himself and causing internal injuries. What's wrong, Mr. Wayne? It's useless for you to do this. Before you can completely destroy the Kryptonian spaceship, it will be stopped by someone. Gory explained, if you want to continue to have power, I must always maintain the connection with the magic circle and provide you with the Earth's environment. Then similarly, other Kryptonians can also gain power from the Earth's environment. Don't forget that they all have masks and will not be uncomfortable. Okay, that's true. What should I do, Mr. Wayne? Clark scratched his head stupidly, making Gory sigh. Sure enough, the super brains of Kryptonians are rusty every day, right? Gory felt that he had replaced the future Batman in a sense, and became Superman's external brain. Anyway, you run away first. After you leave the spaceship, I will close the connecting magic circle, and then I will bomb and blow up the entire spaceship, and try to take away all the Kryptonians in one wave, while they are in a weak state. Clark opened his mouth and said in surprise, this is not good, right? Are you going to kill all the Kryptonians? Gory said unhappily, then what exactly do you want? You can't solve it yourself, but you have such a big objection to my solution. You have to think it over clearly. If you can't deal with all the Kryptonians at once as much as possible, then dozens of Kryptonians with your strength will wreak havoc on the Earth. I don't know how many people will be killed. Then those lives will be counted on you who stopped me. Can you afford it? Don't be childish. This is a major crisis that will lead to the death of all human beings in the world. Clark was stuck for a moment and was completely unable to refute Gory, but the kindness in his heart always felt that there should be a better plan. Gao Li didn't indulge him and said, besides, I'm taking the time to explain it to you now because of our relationship, not because I'm asking for your consent. Don't get me wrong. Whether you like it or not, I'm going to do it, and you have no ability to stop me. Anyway, I've already informed you in advance, and it's your freedom if you don't want to escape and want to be buried together. But, think about your family on Earth. Think about how sad your parents would be if they lost you, and I'll only give you 30 seconds to think about it and run away. Gao Li turned on the countdown on his phone and Clark's face was full of tangled hesitation. Gao Li's words made sense, and they were too right. Clark had no ability to stop him at all. Maybe Clark could rescue all the Kryptonians in advance, but what about after that? Then would he be able to stop those Kryptonians from harming the Earth? Finally, when there were only a few seconds left in the countdown, Clark thought about Jonathan and Martha's faces, and painfully blasted through the side of the spaceship and flew out. He was really powerless. Okay, time's up. Gao Li's eyes glowed with golden light, and a huge amount of magic power surged wildly, turning into an overwhelming magic circle that spanned the space and surrounded the Kryptonian spaceship. Chapter 165 The Flash Barry Allen. The magic circle hovered around the spaceship, just like a fire dragon teasing its prey. The spaceship seemed extremely fragile in the magic frenzy, like a paper boat swaying in the wind and waves. The Kryptonian spaceship gradually lost its balance, and the outer shell began to collapse into countless fragments in this magic storm, splashing in the depths of the universe, like falling stars. This is not over yet. The next second, a deafening roar broke the tranquility of the universe, but it could not be transmitted in the vacuum. At the moment of the explosion, it was like a huge firework blooming in the air, illuminating the surrounding universe. The dazzling light rose from the center of the hull, like a rising sun, reflecting the entire spaceship in a white haze. No, Clark couldn't help but exclaimed, closing his eyes and not bearing to watch. As Gory cast magic, a huge force gushed out, as if the sky was falling, and the earth was collapsing, as if the long-sealed secret in the universe was suddenly revealed, releasing an unimaginable power. The shockwave spread rapidly in space, like a gust of wind sweeping through, rolling up countless dust and debris. The wreckage that was blown away was like abandoned orphans, drifting helplessly in space. Clark, who was already far away, finally couldn't bear it and glanced sideways, as if he subconsciously wanted to find survivors. But the next moment, Clark's eyes widened suddenly. Mr. Wayne. They are all still alive. At this moment, Clark felt that his mood was very contradictory. He was happy that his compatriots were alive, but he was also shocked that they were still alive. How to stop them from harming the Earth next? Question mark? What? Gao Li heard Clark's voice through the connection magic circle and frowned deeply. TSK. Isn't it enough to just make them weak? The biggest reason why Kryptonians can still survive is the high-tech protective armor on their bodies. For this kind of high-tech armor, the kinetic energy buffer system is the most basic ability, and the Krypton armor is also very hard. Even Superman, who was furious, only barely broke the most fragile mask with dozens of punches. In the subsequent battles, he couldn't hurt the armor at all. It was too hard. Even so, some of Gory's magic still had enough power to break through the armor's buffer limit, causing many Kryptonians whose genes were not biased towards fighting to fall into a coma. A few Kryptonians, such as Zod and his Lieutenant Fire, were born with genes that were adjusted to favor warriors, so they have stronger physiques and can maintain full consciousness. And after the Kryptonian spaceship was blown up, they returned to the Earth's environment, and the sun in the distance was constantly giving them energy to recover. Damn. Bastard. What have you done? Zod was the first to react, and his face was distorted with anger. Without the Kryptonian spaceship, they could not transform the Earth's environment. Although they didn't know where the attack came from, there was no doubt that it was definitely done by the Earthlings. Earthlings. I want you to pay with blood. Zod fell down like a meteorite, and looking at his blood-red eyes, you could tell that he wanted to kill. No, don't even think about it. Clark rushed over to stop Zod in midair. One of his biggest advantages over the Kryptonians was that he could fly, a skill that other Kryptonians had not yet mastered. A fierce collision sounded in the air. Clark and Zod wrestled together, but from the corner of his eye, he could still see other Kryptonians with warrior genes falling to the ground with bloodshot eyes. What should I do? Clark was anxious and sweating coldly on his back. He finally realized what Gory had said to him before. He alone could not stop so many Kryptonians. Don't panic. Let me deal with the other Kryptonians. At this moment, Gory's still calm voice rose in his ears, which made Clark feel relieved. Mr. Wayne was still so reassuring. It seemed that, as long as Gory spoke, there would be no difficulties that could not be solved. Well, I know, Mr. Wayne, be careful. Clark responded and focused his energy on dealing with Zod. He had been punched several times while he was talking. Gao Li also closed the connection magic circle and began to connect his ear to confirm the landing site of the Kryptonians. On the other side, as the Kryptonians landed, they all realized what had just happened. Assholes. How dare you? Earthlings. Fire was so angry that her nose was crooked. She could see her subordinates from a distance through countless obstacles. Their extraordinary hearing allowed them to communicate with each other, even if they were far away. On the way to the gathering, kill all the Earthlings along the way. They came like the god of death in the dark night, with the breath of destruction. First there was a rumbling roar. The deafening sound was like rolling thunder, and the sky and the earth seemed to tremble at this powerful force. The destructive power of the Kryptonians was like a roaring wind. Wherever they went, houses were razed to the ground, bridges were broken into several pieces, and the whole town seemed to have experienced a nightmare baptism. Their figures were tall and mighty, and the flash of armor made the whole city coated with a layer of cold iron gray. Their eyes were cold and ruthless, and they didn't care about anything on Earth. The Kryptonians began to release shocking power, waving their arms, and sweeping through with kinetic energy, destroying buildings into ruins, and rubble flying everywhere. The streets of the city turned into a chaotic battlefield, and the power of the Kryptonians was all-pervasive. They demonstrated their power in a destructive way, and anyone standing in front of them became insignificant. Waves of explosions resounded through the night sky, and the raging flames devoured everything. The Kryptonians were like an unstoppable storm, painting the night sky into a blood-red mark. Innocent buildings, trees, and vehicles were all vulnerable to the power of destruction. Shrill cries came from the city, but these sounds were all insignificant in the ruthless destruction. The Kryptonians ignored human buildings, no matter how magnificent they had been. The Kryptonians trampled on human homes, no matter how warm and comfortable they had been. The footsteps of the Kryptonians shook the earth like thunder, making humans tremble under their destruction. In the alleys, the terrified cries of children were mixed with the sound of broken glass. On the streets, people's screams were intertwined with the sound of buildings collapsing. Fear, despair, and powerlessness filled every corner. This once vibrant town was now left with only endless darkness and ruin. The Kryptonians simply brought destruction, like a doomsday under the night sky. They looked down at the land they destroyed with coldness and ruthlessness, and their figures became more and more terrifying under the moonlight, like a raging flood that could not be stopped. Behind them, only a wasteland and ruins were left, and the beauty of the city was wiped out forever in an instant. The lights went out, and the starry sky seemed to be crying sadly, and then the army came late. In fact, they didn't come too late. After all, after Clark surrendered and was handed over, the military had been paying attention to this matter. However, the destructive power of the Kryptonians was too great, and there were still so many of them, that it didn't take long for them to massacre the city. Madmen. They are all a bunch of alien crazy men. The general who led the team had his eyes wide open. He had already anticipated that other places on Earth would become as tragic as here in the future. The conflict between the Kryptonians and the army soon broke out. There was silence first, followed by the piercing roar of the Kryptonian army, like a violent wind from hell. Their equipment shone brightly, like a group of war gods who had fallen into darkness, and the atmosphere of confrontation became more and more solemn. The army was nervously preparing, and the officers' faces were full of determination and worry. They knew it was a suicide operation before they came. After all, they had seen the terrifying combat power of the Kryptonians when they destroyed the city from a distance through satellites and other means, and they knew how terrible the enemy was. Heavy equipment, tanks, aircraft, all the top technologies of modern warfare gathered on this battlefield. But when the Kryptonians' attack began, these advanced weapons were undoubtedly insignificant. This was a contest with a huge disparity in strength. Boom 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 boom. The tanks and armored vehicles of the US Army took the lead in launching an attack, trying to suppress the Kryptonians with fierce firepower. However, these steel behemoths were pale and powerless in front of the Kryptonians. They easily shuttled through the hail of bullets, as if dancing, and their figures were never hit by any bullets. The bombing sounds of planes and helicopters were heard, and the sky was covered with fire and smoke from the explosion. Humph, the petty tricks of a backward civilization. Fire looked up at the chaotic scene without any fear. They were as calm and cruel as hunters, waiting for their prey to show their fatigue. The tank shells hit the Kryptonian armor, but could not cause any substantial damage. The aircraft rolled in the air, trying to avoid the attack from the Kryptonians, but those superb flying skills were useless under the powerful force of the Kryptonians. Boom. 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 The Kryptonian army rushed in like a gust of wind, and the roaring explosions sounded like music. The solid front of the US Army was broken like paper under the attack of the Kryptonians, with smoke everywhere, and debris flying everywhere. It's impossible to win. Monster. It's a monster. The screams of the soldiers filled the entire desert. Although they had long been prepared to die, they did not expect to die so easily, as if they were worthless. Anxious voices came from the army's command center. Various troops were attacked fiercely one after another, and even the communication began to become chaotic. The Kryptonian army showed a terrifying combat power beyond human understanding. Every attack they made was accurate and deadly. The army was immediately on the verge of collapse. The soldiers resisted bravely, but in the face of the powerful force of the Kryptonians, they seemed like a candle in the wind, tottering. In the fierce battle, fire let out a thunderous roar. The sound was like a galloping horse, shaking the entire battlefield. Hearing the call of the deputy commander, all the Kryptonian warriors gathered in an instant. They were like a torrent of iron and blood, launching a final charge on the army. The army had no power to fight back in front of this iron stream, and they were completely crushed by the Kryptonians. The soldiers were easily picked up by the Kryptonians and tossed around like toys. Their weapons and equipment became useless in the face of the Kryptonians' power, and they could only watch themselves being defeated one by one. As time went on, the army's resistance gradually weakened. At this moment, the army, which was previously the most powerful force on Earth, found that they were still extremely vulnerable to the threat from outer space. The victory of the Kryptonians was already a foregone conclusion. They were like ghosts in the dark night, devouring all the light of life. The army's last resistance was also completely annihilated in the ruthless crushing, and the military command was silent. At this desperate moment, a rainbow-like beam of light appeared on the field. Boom. Under the rainbow beam of light, two figures walked out. One of them was Gory, who successfully reproduced the Rainbow Bridge in the DC universe with magic, after reading and learning the principal theory of the Rainbow Bridge, and the other was a confused young man. Oh my god, is this really magic? Mr. Wayne, can I learn it? Gory patted the young man on the back and said, Barry, let's do business first. We'll see if you have the qualifications for magic later. Barry Allen asked in confusion. You suddenly appeared and grabbed me, and then suddenly teleported me here. I don't know what's going on yet. Gory briefly explained. Before, I have been using my wealth and power to search for strange people in the world, and you are one of the people I found. This is not a difficult task for Gory, who has the Fedian group and the Wayne group. At least he has to find all the famous members of the Justice League in his memory first. The Flash is one of them, and he is the most critical one. As the saying goes, Superman is relied on in good times, Batman is relied on in bad times, and the Flash can only be sacrificed in desperate situations. Gory certainly doesn't want to sacrifice Barry. He values another power of Barry. Barry had just gained his ability not long ago, but as the only Speed Force father who does not consume Speed Force, but creates Speed Force when running, Gory believes that he can do it, as long as he wants. Barry, let me repeat the plan again. You need to run as fast as you can, until you exceed the speed of light, and then reverse time for a short time, to bring the killed people back to life. This is something I can't do in this universe for the time being. Although I can view the timeline, I don't have the ability to modify it. Barry scratched his head and said, although you mentioned it once before, can you really do it? I haven't tried it yet, and are you sure it won't cause any other problems? Just like in many movies, modifying time at will cause big trouble, right? Chapter 166 Run. Barry, run. Gao Li shook his head and said, no, because you are only reversing a very short period of time, not modifying a very long span of time. The less you operate on time, the smaller the consequences will be. In simple terms, the shorter the time you go back, the less likely it is to cause a big problem. If the Flash only went back a few minutes, it would still be within the control range. Time and space will repair themselves, and the timeline is also flexible. If the Flash made a large-scale time modification, such as going back to the past to save his mother, who had died many years ago, then it would exceed the self-healing ability of time and space, which is equivalent to breaking a flexible line directly. In this way, it will develop into a major event such as the Flashpoint paradox, causing the entire time and space to be completely changed. So that's how it is. Barry nodded, not quite understanding. Mr. Wayne, why are you so familiar with this and so sure? Gory smiled and said, just assume that I have mastered the power to modify time, so no one knows this better than me. Gory was speaking the truth. Whether it was the Transcendence Armor or the time memory, they could modify time. Indeed, no one knew this better than him. Okay, then I'll start. Go. Gory patted him on the back, and Barry also made a running gesture. Who is it? The momentum of the Rainbow Bridge undoubtedly attracted the Kryptonians. While the two were talking, Fire had already led people to surround them. Can I really do it? I see that their speed is not much slower than mine. Berry, who has super dynamic vision, can see clearly that the speed at which Fire and the others surrounded them from a distance is just a little bit faster than his usual speed. Don't worry, just follow the plan we agreed on before. I'll be responsible for stopping them. Gory had already installed the lost drive on his waist, and the glitter memory was also inserted in advance. While Gory was talking, he had already transformed by bending the memory. Transform. Glitter. A sacred beam of light shot up into the sky, and the spear of destiny automatically appeared in Gory's hand, and he pointed it at Fire from a distance. Run. Berry, run. Gory ordered, and made a provocative gesture to Fire with his hand. They looked well trained, and were obviously warriors, so Gory also tried to provoke their competitiveness and aggressiveness, and put their primary target on himself instead of Berry. After all, the Kryptonians were much faster than him, and Gory could not guarantee that he could stop them. If magic is released on Kryptonians without armor, it will probably work well. It's a pity that they have armor. Then let's try the 100% physical invincibility of the Flash. I hope my judgment is correct. Gao Li took a deep breath, and Fire took the bait as expected. You have some courage, Earthling. It's a pity that it's just the courage of a common man, the dying struggle of an ant. Fire sneered, took a stance, and rushed forward to punch Gao Li. Bang! The airwave was violently pushed away, but Fire's pupils shrank. Since coming to Earth, no matter what Fire hit or touched, it felt as fragile as tofu paper. But just now, it was the first time that she felt an indestructible touch. It was as if she hit something that could never be destroyed. Let me send this sentence back to you. Gao Li smiled slightly and took advantage of Fire's stunned moment to grab her wrist with his backhand. Then the spear of destiny stretched out and stabbed at Fire. HMPH. Fire reacted quickly, wondering if she should take the opportunity to continue the attack. After all, the conventional metals and weapons on Earth had been tested in the army's attack just now, and they couldn't hurt them at all. Puff. The sound of flesh being pierced interrupted Fire's thoughts, and she looked down in astonishment. The spear of destiny pierced through her armor and flesh without any hindrance, directly piercing Fire's heart, and piercing out from behind. A large amount of blood sprayed out like water, and the surrounding Kryptonians were all shocked and angry. Deputy Commander. How could it be? Impossible. They all couldn't believe it. The excessive shock made the Kryptonians react half a beat slower, and Berry took the opportunity to run out directly. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Berry was thousands of miles away, having accelerated to the speed of light. Listen, Berry. When you exceed the speed of light, you can see time flowing backwards, but it is up to you to decide how long it should flow backwards. What Gory said when he was making the plan before appeared in Berry's memory. This. Is there any standard for this? How should I decide? It depends on your feeling or intuition. Gory said, when you feel that you are about to reach the limit, not your limit, but the limit of time and space, stop. Specifically, just like a line that is constantly bending and about to break, or a rubber band that is constantly pulled and about to break, stop the flow of time backwards. According to what Gory told him later, Berry understood that it was probably the meaning of the danger line. As long as the degree of time reversal is limited before the red line, time and space can repair themselves, so as not to cause drastic changes in the whole world. I hope Mr. Wayne's experience in reversing time is really useful. By the way, can he really do time reversal before? Barry continued to accelerate half-believingly and soon exceeded the speed of light. Sure enough, the next moment, the scene in front of him began to reverse. The damaged city was being repaired, and the dead people were resurrected, which made Barry look excited. It's really like what Mr. Wayne said. What followed further confirmed what Gory said. As Barry ran, he felt more and more nervous for some reason, as if a wave of oppression came from his spiritual sense, or should I say resistance. In front of Barry, a phenomenon similar to the sound barrier gradually emerged, which made him stop accelerating thoughtfully. It seems that this is the limit, that Mr. Wayne said. Although Barry stopped accelerating, as long as he was still running, this phenomenon and feeling became stronger and stronger. Barry immediately knew that he was almost there. He adjusted the endpoint and finally stopped in Wayne Manor in Gotham City. But Barry suddenly appeared in front of Gory, as if he had teleported. Gory was using a computer to connect his ear to check, and he turned his head in shock. Are you the Barry Allen in the file? Yes, Mr. Wayne. Barry nodded repeatedly. Please listen to me. I'm from the future. I understand. Gory raised his hand to interrupt. Without further delay, give me the coordinates. Barry was stunned, thinking that Mr. Wayne's reaction was really fast. But he was not a fool, and he soon understood it, since Gory had already collected his information in advance. He went to find him as soon as possible, obviously knowing what his ability could do. Now seeing Barry inexplicably coming to see him, Gory must have reacted immediately. Barry must have been sent by his future self. Moreover, Gory was using Z to track the traces of the Kryptonians and directly linked the two things together. Barry quickly reported a set of coordinates, and Gory's magic suddenly floated, and a thick rainbow bridge fell from the sky, swallowing both of them. Boom. The rainbow bridge connected all the way to where the Kryptonians were, and as soon as it landed, it saw the edge of the slightly dilapidated town. It was obvious that the Kryptonians had just started to destroy it. Barry's expression darkened. Is it because I didn't go back long enough? I didn't make it before they did it. Mr. Wayne, I'll go again. No. Gory pulled him to stop him. You just went back a short while ago, and time and space are still repairing themselves, and they haven't recovered yet. If you forcefully reverse time at this time, it will cause time and space to collapse and be completely reconstructed. You've done well enough. Although I don't know how the Kryptonians will destroy the Earth in the future, judging from the current situation, you have saved at least tens of millions of people. Barry bit his lip. Although he was sad, he was barely comforted by Gory. It's up to me next. Come here, Glitter. Gory put on the lost drive and grabbed the glitter memory that flew over. Transform. Glitter. The holy light spread across the town, lighting up the bloody night sky, announcing the arrival of the savior. The atmosphere at the US military headquarters was dull, and the night outside the window seemed even colder. In the command room, senior officers sat solemnly around a round table, and the projector showed the images of Kryptonians wreaking havoc in the city. The satellite image on the big screen was like a silent picture of destruction, depicting the destructive power of Kryptonians on Earth. Their power was huge and their momentum was terrifying. They razed a building to the ground in an instant, leaving only ruins and rising dust for humans. What are these aliens? Can they still be considered living things? An officer couldn't help asking, his eyes full of anxiety and confusion. Everyone could see that the Kryptonians were like crazy beasts, destroying everything they passed by. High-rise buildings were crushed, and vehicles on the streets became vulnerable in front of their legions. The Kryptonians' attacks were all pervasive, and anything that tried to stop them seemed pale and powerless in front of their power. Commander Jack frowned and stared at the screen. There was no doubt that Jack's heart was surging with turbulent waves. Although he had been on the battlefield for a long time, this time the enemy still made him feel an unprecedented pressure. Jack took a deep breath, tried to stabilize his emotions, and then glanced at the people around him. Everyone, we are facing an unprecedented challenge. His voice was low and serious. The power of the aliens is beyond our imagination. Looking at their destructive power, they are almost unstoppable. Indeed, their speed and power are too terrible. Another officer's voice was extremely heavy. Just looking at the picture on the screen, a sense of despair surged in his heart. The police's defense line is as fragile as paper in front of them. They can't resist their attacks at all. Changing the army will not make any difference. A strategic expert frowned, feeling very helpless about this problem. The conference room fell into silence. A few simple conversations were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. Deputy Commander Emily took over the conversation. Jack, we can't sit idly by. The army must be dispatched. We can't let the aliens continue to wreak havoc. Jack sighed deeply and said, I understand, Emily, this is our responsibility. But you also see that even the army is probably powerless in front of the aliens. Sending the army over may just be sending them to their deaths. Emily's face turned pale. She knew that what Jack said was true, but she was unwilling to give up like this. She gritted her teeth and said, "But we can't just surrender, Jack. Are we just going to do nothing and wait for death? The problem is that their power is too strong. Do we have any countermeasures?" A scientist's voice trembled slightly. They were obviously facing an enemy beyond human understanding. It can be predicted that our weapons will be extremely powerless in front of them. Aircraft, missiles, and all hot weapons will be eclipsed by their power. The military expert next to him expressed a cold and factual view. The oppressive atmosphere in the command room became more and more heavy, and the senior officers fell into deep thought. They knew that this was a difficult war to deal with. The aliens were more powerful than they expected. What should they do? Exclamation mark. It would be suicidal for us to send troops over. We need more information, more research, and find their weaknesses. The previous strategic expert suggested, trying to find a solution. Where is the time for us to study? Our most critical problem now is how to face this menacing force. Jack rubbed his temples. He felt powerless to face this disaster. At this time, another call came in. After answering the phone, Jack paused painfully and looked into everyone's eyes. "The president is urging us, we must act. That's why there was a suicide army attack before time went back." Suddenly Emily exclaimed, "Look, there are new changes on the battlefield." Everyone looked over in surprise and saw a rainbow-like beam of light flashing first. When they adjusted the satellite's perspective to focus on it, they saw two figures in combat uniforms, facing the Kryptonian army alone. One of them was wearing a scarlet close-fitting combat suit that looked a bit like it was made of aerospace materials, and the other was wearing heavier armor, holding a spear, and even his face was covered. Wait, this person is... Jack suddenly remembered a piece of intelligence he had received before, and exclaimed. It seems to be the Fang in Gotham City. Chapter 167 Defeat the Kryptonian Army. Although Gory has reached the highest level, he can still destroy the Kryptonian armor or even kill them, and he also has super time acceleration and time deceleration skills. But after thinking it over, Gory decided that facing such a large number of Kryptonians, it would be better to choose a specialized shining form. No matter how powerful the infinite golden Yinglan is, it can't kill the Kryptonian armor in one shot with the shining form. There are many Kryptonians wearing armor, and the invincible defense of the shining form can also greatly improve the fault tolerance rate. The only thing left is speed. Fortunately, there is the Flash, and this problem is easily solved. Barry, my speed is not as fast as this. Your job is to use your speed to assist me in hitting them with weapons. Gory explained calmly, but Barry shook his head. No, I can't carry other people with me when I move fast, otherwise they will vomit or even break bones. That's an ordinary person, not me. Believe me, even if you carry me at the speed of light, you can't hurt me, Gory said very confidently. The real reason why the Flash can't move for others is that people who don't have the speed force will be hurt to a certain extent by this super high speed. Although Barry will subconsciously use the speed force to cover and protect them, he still can't completely achieve the level of the speedster who also has the speed force flowing in his body, so it will still cause a violent reaction in ordinary people. Even so, Barry has done his best. Otherwise, the consequences caused by his speed will not be as simple as breaking bones and vomiting, but directly causing the person moving with him to be burned to ashes by the friction of the air. However, no matter how fast this kind of damage is, it still cannot exceed the defense limit of the Flash memory in terms of temperature, so the damage it brings will be directly reset to zero. You must know that, as long as the Flash form is not broken, Gory will not even be affected by any repulsion effect. Okay, then I believe you, Mr. Wayne. Barry took a deep breath. Since the situation of reversing time was exactly the same as what Gory said, he had full trust in Gory at this moment. Gory emphasized, it must be my weapon. Otherwise, it is very likely that it will not be able to break the defense. Ah. Barry asked doubtfully, then why don't you give the weapon to me? Wouldn't it be more convenient? Gory sighed and said, I have done experiments on this before, and found that it is not possible. The appearance of the Spear of Destiny is the same as that of the weapons of the Javier Memory series. This is because Lucifer transformed the Spear of Destiny after he had mastered the Javier Memory technology. Therefore, The Spear of Destiny must be connected with the system on Gory to be useful. In the final analysis, the Spear of Destiny's ability to break the defense comes from the ability of the Shining Memory, but the Shining Memory is only the best when it is compatible with Gory. Under these reasons, the Spear of Destiny can exert its greatest power when used by Gory. Okay, I'll do it. Barry scratched his hood. His advantage is that he is obedient. In an emergency, he will not break the casserole to ask questions, even if he encounters something he doesn't understand. By the way, there is one more thing. Gory added, if the enemy attacks me, there is no need to try to move me to avoid it, and there is no need to help me defend. You can even hide behind me, and they can't hurt me at all. Really? Barry has seen the terrifying power of Kryptonians, and even feels that there is no substance in the world that can withstand their combined power. It is really too terrible. However, just as he asked subconsciously, Barry recalled the scene he saw before time travel fire punched Gory, and Gory didn't even take a step back. Huh. I understand, Mr. Wayne. Okay, let's start. While Gory and Barry were talking, the enemy Kryptonians also roared and rushed over. And it was not just one person, but several Kryptonians attacked together. Barry was terrified when he saw this scene, but he immediately remembered what Gory said and immediately sped up to save himself. Although in terms of daily movement speed, the Kryptonians were only a little behind Barry and could even barely try to reach the speed of light, while Superman at his peak could even reach superluminal speed after constantly accelerating. But in terms of the upper limit, Barry, who mastered the Speed Force, was far better than the Kryptonians, not to mention simply superluminal speed. As long as Barry kept running, and running, he could reach the limit at several times the speed of light or even 10 times the speed of light. So it was no problem to protect himself from the siege of the Kryptonians, but he could only watch Gory being beaten. In the ruins of the city, the stars were sparse under the night sky, and a hazy glimmer sprinkled on the dilapidated buildings, presenting a quiet scene. The armor of the Kryptonians flashed with cold light, and they rushed like lightning. The rubble and broken tiles flew under the feet of the Kryptonians, and their steps were like a storm. Bang 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 bang. They quickly launched attacks around Gory. Compared to the speed of the Kryptonians, Gory's figure was like a butterfly trapped in slow motion, flapping its wings far slower than the enemy's attack. The huge explosion echoed in the ruins, and dust filled the air, but Gory's body did not suffer any substantial damage. The Kryptonians were all stunned to see this scene. Their attacks clearly hit the target, but why did they just pass by like a breeze? Exclamation mark. Why is he unharmed? A Kryptonian roared in a low voice, feeling unprecedented frustration. What a joke. This is too hard. Does Earth really have this kind of technology? My hand hurts. The Kryptonians realized that the enemy they were facing was far beyond their imagination. Their attacks had no effect on Gory, but instead put themselves in danger. There can't be an absolutely impenetrable defense. Fire's face darkened. Let's do it again. She led the team to attack again, and Gory stood alone in the center of the battlefield, like a lonely mountain, standing tall in the storm, enduring the Kryptonians' repeated attacks. His figure seemed particularly steady on the chaotic battlefield, his eyes as bright as stars, revealing an indescribable sense of mystery. Although Gory's speed was very slow, his body was like an indestructible fortress, and the Kryptonians' frenzied attacks could not hurt him at all. Boom. 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 The air was filled with a fierce battle atmosphere, and every collision brought a strong sense of shock. The Kryptonians' attack was powerful, like a violent flood beast, but no matter how they attacked, it was difficult to break through Gory's defense. Seeing Gory's body shaking slightly under the attack, a closer look revealed that Gory had just moved his body. He was always as stable as a rock, as if mocking the Kryptonians' futile efforts. How is this possible? All the Kryptonians were shocked and puzzled. They looked at each other with doubtful looks in their eyes. Even with their Kryptonian scientific knowledge, they couldn't understand what the principle was. Even every time they punched back, they only brought them a huge reaction force. This human was like an unbreakable mirror, simply bouncing their power back. On the other hand, they, the Kryptonians, were like a group of lambs lost in the darkness. They racked their brains and didn't know where the enemy's power came from. On the other side, the military was watching the battle through satellites. Their eyes were also full of shock and confusion. The power of this Fang was too unimaginable, right? Exclamation mark. Even the monster-like Kryptonian couldn't break his defense. Jack whispered to himself, is this his true strength? The military initially received information about Fang because he showed great power in the battle with Bane. But Bane is powerful, but only compared to the police. He is nothing compared to the Kryptonians. The military leaders subconsciously thought that even Fang, who is stronger than Bane, is still far behind the aliens. Unexpectedly, now it seems that they have completely underestimated Fang. Didn't you see that Fang even made the alien commander angry? That's right, Fyra was getting more and more anxious. The shock, anxiety, and shame of not being able to cause damage deeply stimulated her spirit. As the deputy commander, Fyra's genetic adjustment is undoubtedly the best in the warrior tendency, with a talent second only to Zod. Under great stimulation, both eyes began to release deadly energy beams. When the Kryptonians did not master the first burst of heat vision, the energy of heat vision would be particularly huge, hitting Gore's chest hard, setting off a large area of sparks. Boom. That was undoubtedly an extremely powerful energy fluctuation, like a gust of wind sweeping wantonly. When the shockwave gradually subsided, the scene in the ruins looked even more desolate. However, Gore still stood there. His body was not affected at all. He just smiled slightly, as if he was mocking Fyra for being powerless even after becoming stronger. Fyra was breathing heavily, and her mask was shattered by the heat vision, which made her extremely weak. Her subordinates quickly used their own masks to replace Fyra to ensure that the commander would not be disconnected, and she was carried on the shoulders of her colleagues. Although her physical weakness was solved, Fyra felt powerless. In the end, how can I break through the defense? Question mark? The only strategy she could think of was to fight again. Continue to fight. Fight again. In this fierce battle, time seemed to be stretched because the Kryptonians were too fast. However, despite the huge momentum and fierceness of the battle, it could not change Gore's dominant position in the field. Those Kryptonians were just like a group of sand and gravel blown away by the wind. Even though there were many of them, they could not pose any threat to Gore. They roared in anger and waved their fists, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not break through Gore's defense, which made them look ridiculous. Barry saw the most clearly with his super dynamic vision, so he was the most stunned. Mr. Wayne is so powerful. How did he manage to be so rock hard? Barry looked at Gore in disbelief, trying to understand this existence that surpassed human limits, but found that he could not understand it, and could only sigh at his mystery and power. By the way, I have to help Mr. Wayne fight back. Barry suddenly remembered this. Just now, because the momentum was too great and Gore's defense was too strong to understand, Barry was stunned for a while. In fact, not much time had passed. According to Barry's speed, they had only fought for a short time, but from the outside world, it seemed that the battle had just begun. Barry whoosh flashed behind Gore and faced the Kryptonian who rushed over. Barry gently pushed Gore's elbow. The spear of destiny in Gore's hand pierced out and pierced through the Kryptonian in front of him in one fell swoop, just like stabbing tofu. Barry didn't even feel any resistance feedback. It was as if the Kryptonian's body and armor were all made of paper. No, it wasn't just one Kryptonian. Because the spear of destiny was long enough, it even pierced through the Kryptonian behind him. Seeing this scene, Barry turned his head away, revealing a look of pity. Barry was more merciful to his enemies than Superman and Batman. Superman and Batman don't kill humans, but when they encounter monsters and aliens, they don't hesitate to take action. Barry, on the other hand, would not kill any intelligent creature if he could, and he treated humans and aliens equally. But strictly speaking, it was Gore who killed him, and Barry couldn't do it by himself. At most, he assisted. After figuring this out, Barry felt a little better. Oh, by the way, Mr. Wayne also said to do this. Barry fumbled around Gore's waist, pulled out the shining memory according to his advance instructions, and inserted it into the memory slot on the spear of destiny. Glitter. Maximum drive. The spear of destiny lit up with an extremely bright light, and Barry led Gory's body to swing it in the direction of the Kryptonians. Swish! The dazzling light swept out, sweeping away all 8 Kryptonians in the lead. Originally, with the physical fitness of the Kryptonians, the 8 of them should not be able to resist this kinetic energy, but the extreme drive of the shining memory also comes with the ultimate physical destructive power. Therefore, they did not resist the swing of the Spear of Destiny at all, and were directly cut into 2 parts with their armor and people, and only the upper body was sucked out with blood. What? This extremely terrifying attack power made Fira's heart fall to the bottom of the valley, and she felt a chill on her back. Too strong. It's really too strong. The Kryptonians who were thought to be able to sweep everything on Earth were killed as easily as killing chickens and dogs in front of them. They easily killed 10 of their compatriots. Run. Let's split up and run. With an extremely ugly expression on her face, Fira made this decision in great pain. Chapter 168 They are invincible. Fira felt extremely ashamed just to give this order. They had so many times more people than the enemy, but they had to flee in an ugly way to save their lives. In order not to be caught up by the red-clothed boy and his men, they had to flee in different directions, sacrificing a few more compatriots in exchange for the survival of others. After receiving the order, the Kryptonians fled at an astonishing speed. Barry was dumbfounded when he saw it. Although he could definitely catch up with any one of them with his speed, if they were in different directions, then no matter how powerful he was, he could only catch up with 2 or 3 at most. What should we do, Mr. Wayne? They ran in different directions. Barry was undecided and returned to normal time to ask Gory. He really had no combat experience. Just while he was asking questions, the Kryptonians had fled a long distance. Ah, so weak? Gory shook his head. I didn't even try hard. How come you ran away? Forget it. Just take me and chase as many as you can. The other Kryptonians should be quiet for the time being, otherwise, if I find them making trouble, they will pay with their lives. Although the Kryptonians move at a speed close to the speed of light, they are still not as fast as Gory, who can use the Rainbow Bridge to move through space. Now that they are constantly moving, it's okay. If they stop to fight, they will inevitably be caught and taken away by Gory. Okay, I know. Barry nodded and took Gory to catch up with another Kryptonian, and Gory shot him through the heart. He had thought too simply before. At most, he could only catch up with one person. The others had already run away without a trace during this time. Even if Barry was fast enough, he would not know where to chase them. Gory was also ready to go home. He would send Barry back to Midtown first, and then he would go to Photon Technology for the next step of research. As for what the next step of research was, Gory found that relying on Barry alone still had its limitations, mainly because Barry was fighting for the first time and did not have much experience. The different speeds of the 2 sides made it inconvenient for communication. It's better for me to do it myself. Since we can't beat the Kryptonians, let's slow them down. Gao Li just recalled that, after he first went to see Clark, he ordered the Photon group to go to Smallville to collect kryptonite. As long as we make kryptonite weapons, with the radioactivity of kryptonite, the Kryptonians will be weakened directly after getting close to a certain distance. At that time, whether it is relying on the shining memory or the endless golden Yinglong, it will be much easier to fight. When Gao Li was preparing kryptonite equipment, the military suffered a huge loss. After discovering that the Kryptonians had escaped, they immediately sent troops to intercept them, wanting to beat the fallen dogs, at least to catch one for a search. The main reason was that they saw the Kryptonians being beaten so badly by the Fangs, and suddenly the sky cleared and the rain stopped, and they felt that they were fine again. Maybe the aliens are strong on the outside, but weak on the inside? As a result, the facts told them that no matter how badly the Kryptonians were killed by Gory, they were still Kryptonians. Even if they did not stop because of fear of Gory, they were still able to kill the modern army at high speed. As for Zod, who was entangled with Clark, after receiving Fira's message, he quickly hammered Clark away and flew away to reunite with his subordinates. That's right, Zod, as a super combat genius with the best warrior talent adjusted to his genes, learned to fly and thermal vision from Clark in just one battle. By the way, Zod also adapted to the Earth's environment. This was mainly because Clark was too soft-hearted and could not make up his mind to kill the killer, so he gave Zod the opportunity to adapt. Clark also discovered his mistakes and felt extremely frustrated. He kept struggling and doubting himself. What am I doing? Question mark. But, that's my compatriot again. Damn it. What should I do? Exclamation mark. With an extremely contradictory and painful mood, Clark flew back to Kent Farm to find his parents to heal his heart. At the same time, Zod successfully reunited with Fire and his subordinates. Together with those Kryptonians who were not warriors, they all woke up from their comas and reunited with them after falling to Earth. After all, they were constantly exposed to the sun while they were in a coma, and their healing speed was extremely fast. In fact, they did not faint for long. Looking at the faces of his subordinates, Zod shouted coldly, "What has become of each of them? Where is your morale?" Fire explained, "General, it's not their fault. After all, we suffered heavy casualties. 11 people were killed in one battle. If it was really a 1,000-man army, it would be fine. The death of a mere 11 people would not be a big deal at all. The problem is that they only have more than 40 people in total, and 11 people died at once, which is equivalent to a reduction of a quarter of the personnel. So many people died?" Zod also looked stunned. Are the strength of the Earthlings so strong? After coming to Earth for the first time, Zod learned about the technology of Earth and found that it was far behind Krypton. Except for a company called Hidden Corporation, which has some interesting technology, other technologies on Earth are almost not worth mentioning. This is why Zod was so confident in threatening the entire Earth right from the start. Yes, he doesn't even care about the technology of companies like Lex Corporation and Wayne Corporation. After fighting with Kal-El on Earth, Zod's superior mentality and contempt for Earth are even better. It's because in the special environment of Earth, they, the Kryptonians, are simply gods. Every move they make is like a god, enough to cause great destruction, and like a natural disaster, full of irresistible destructive power. No matter what is on Earth, it can be said to be fragile in front of them. Therefore, his subordinates would actually fail and suffer heavy losses on Earth. Zod had never even thought of this possibility before. It's hard for me to believe, but it's true. Fire nodded solemnly. There is an Earthling, no, 2 of them, who are exceptionally powerful. One of them is even faster than us, and the other, although extremely slow, has almost invincible defense and attack power. No matter what means we use to attack, we can't hurt him at all, but his attack can easily cut through our armor and penetrate our flesh. Zod's face sank when he heard this. It's so tricky. Question mark? Speed, strength, defense. It sounds like they have been completely crushed in these 3 basic elements of combat. Outrageous. Can you think of a way to crack it? It won't break, no matter how hard you hit it. There can't be such a hard material in the universe, right? What about kinetic energy buffering? It can't be buffered all of it, right? Fire shook her head and said, I don't know. It's precisely because we don't understand its principle that we don't have any way to crack it. We can only avoid it for the time being. General, what should we do next? A Kryptonian asked, and this question confused Zod. Yes, what should we do next? If we expose it rashly, it is likely to attract the 2 enemies that Fire mentioned. Listening to Fire's description, even Zod, who thinks he is the strongest, is not sure that he can defeat the opponent. Obviously, in the initial expectation, they, the Kryptonians, should be able to crush the Earth in terms of science and technology or physical strength. Damn, why is this happening? Question mark? At this time, a Kryptonian scientist suggested, General, we can transform the spaceship that Kal-El used to send the signal so that we can regain the ability to transform the Earth's environment. Then we will find a way to get the secret book and we can continue to implement the original plan. What do you think? Fire said coldly, Kal-El is easy to deal with. We can just find 2 or 3 people to hold him back. But what about the 2 enemies? Who can stop them? Zod pondered for a moment, his face showing a ruthless look. Are you afraid of death? Are you afraid of sacrificing for the future of Krypton? Everyone's expression was solemn when they heard this, and they all said in unison, no, General. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for the future of Krypton. The morale that was previously beaten down by Gory seemed to be revived at this time. This is the importance of having a backbone with leadership ability and charisma, and Zod is such a role. Very good. I pay my respects to you. Zod nodded slowly. Then I have a plan. We will spread out all over the world at the critical moment and wantonly destroy human citizen settlements. Then the other party will definitely be busy going to all parts of the world to defeat you, like putting out a fire, so we have a chance. There is no doubt that this plan will definitely lead to the death of a large number of Kryptonians, but it is also the plan with the greatest possibility of success. They can only use their lives to hold back the invincible duo. After a very short period of silence, the Kryptonians successfully discovered the location of the Kryptonian spaceship. The next step is to start the plan. In order to leave time for the transformation of the Kryptonian spaceship, the Kryptonians were scattered all over the world at a speed close to the speed of light. And during the waiting period, they also mastered the skills of thermal vision and flying under the training of Fire and Zod, and adapted to the Earth's environment one after another. This is much stronger than before, and it is almost equivalent to a complete Kryptonian. Overnight, Kryptonians appeared in major cities on Earth, and each place turned into a hell of war. The first city to be attacked was Washington. The Kryptonians entered the city as easily as they entered their own homes, looking at the bustling streets like hunters looking at their prey. Soon, skyscrapers collapsed like the corpses of giants, and the flames of the explosions reflected the winds. Paris was also drowned in a dazzling heat sight light, and the Eiffel Tower collapsed in the aftermath of the explosion, like a huge iron vine. In this once elegant city, people were panicked and in chaos. The sky of London was filled with thick smoke, broken glass and debris were scattered on the streets, and cars were running around on the road like headless flies. In Tokyo, the deafening sound of explosions and the roar of the collapse of high-rise buildings intertwined to form a horrifying picture. The Kryptonians also destroyed the power and water supply systems, plunging the entire city into darkness and panic. In Berlin, the Kryptonians swept through like a giant beast, reducing the historic buildings to ashes. The melodious music and cultural lessons disappeared at this moment, leaving only a dead silence. In Seoul, the high-rise buildings were cut into huge blocks by the heat rays, and the city turned into a dazzling flame. The neon lights in the sky intertwined into a tragic brilliance, while on the ground there was endless panic and despair. In Rome, the Kryptonians destroyed the city's landscape and iconic buildings, attacking the human civilization heritage, as if announcing the end of a civilization. Buildings that had lasted for thousands of years collapsed under the emotionless beams, as if ancient myths were annihilated. The Kryptonians also destroyed the financial districts of each city, destroying high-rise buildings one by one as easily as destroying building blocks. The most glorious cities on Earth were reduced to ruins. The Kryptonians were almost unbeatable, and with an unstoppable force, they set off unprecedented destruction. They destroyed everything that stood in their way. The sudden emergency news was broadcast in the streets and alleys of Zhangcheng. Barry was shocked and angry when he saw this scene, and a rainbow beam of light fell from the sky beside him. Mr. Wayne, you. Barry had just opened his mouth when Gory's hand stretched out from the beam of light, grabbed him and pulled him in. No more small talk, follow me. With a whoosh, the rainbow bridge teleported back to Metropolis. After the light dissipated, a large screen appeared in front of Barry. Have you memorized all these disaster coordinates? With Barry's speed, 1 second can be extended countless times to use, and he memorized them almost instantly. Yes, I remember them all. Okay, then act like before. The timeline should have regained its elasticity in the past few days. Run. Barry, run. This time Barry was already familiar with it. After a frantic run, he successfully reversed time. The damage suffered by major cities was automatically repaired under the influence of time reversal. Although the extreme reversal time was not enough to return to the time point before the Kryptonians destroyed it, as last time, many people had been saved. The end point was still set in front of Gory. At this time, Barry was like Clark. After experiencing the crisis with Gory, he always had a mysterious sense of confidence in Gory. It seemed that, no matter what difficulties or hardships, as long as Mr. Wayne took action, it would not be a big deal. Mr. Wayne. coordinates, enter into the computer. Gao Li understood the current situation instantly. After all, he also had the experience last time, and was also familiar with it. Barry quickly entered the coordinates into the computer in front of Gao Li, and waited for Gao Li's next move. Sure enough, Gao Li had a finishing move. Press the enter key. You keep making big news, right? This time, I will make sure to wipe you all out. Chapter 169 I'm Superman's Hope. Kryptonite weapons had already been prepared during this period of time. They did not contain much technical content. There were also many scattered in Smallville, so they were of course made very quickly. Even the whole process of transporting and loading them onto the Z satellite was easily achieved by connecting the magic circle, which was almost time-saving. And it just so happened that the Z satellite, which could deliver 01 armor to any place for transformation, had the best global delivery capability in the world. Swoosh, whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a large number of light beams were released from the Z satellite one by one, and in an instant they arrived near the Kryptonians in major cities. Before the time went back, Gory, in order to cooperate with this plan, accurately recorded the coordinates of the Kryptonians observed by the Z satellite at the current time point. After all, the limit of how long Barry could reverse the flow without triggering a flashpoint was determined when time went back the last time, so Gory could time it very accurately. What is that? The Kryptonians, who had just started to destroy, were stunned when they saw this. After a closer look, they found that it was a dark green longsword. At first glance, the material of the green longsword seemed to be some kind of stone. Since it was still in a protective shell, when it was dropped, the Kryptonians didn't feel much, but it was different next time. As the protective shell with a transparent porthole opened automatically, the kryptonite as big as a longsword emitted strong radiation, making the Kryptonians immediately feel an irresistible sense of weakness. What's going on? The Kryptonians were shocked. This was different from the feeling of returning to the Kryptonian environment. It was not that their strength was greatly restricted and reduced, but that they were completely inferior to ordinary people. It was as if they had a serious illness in an instant, and the whole person was limp and almost unable to move. This uncomfortable feeling reminded them of the painful feeling when they first practiced to adapt to the Earth's environment. No, it was even more uncomfortable than that time. Die. Behind them, a golden connection magic circle appeared, as well as Gao Li's cold and indifferent words. Although this situation is the best opportunity to capture the Kryptonians, but, just like Batman constantly captures those super criminals and puts them in Arkham Asylum, those lunatics will constantly escape from prison and create new disasters. The possibility and danger of the Kryptonians losing control are much greater. Perhaps the mainstream of the fate of this world is that, if you are caught, there is a great probability of escaping from prison. In short, Gory doesn't like this feeling of hidden crisis, and he must nip it in the bud. Moreover, even if Barry's time is reversed, the number of innocent lives they have slaughtered is not enough to pay for their lives, even if they die 100 times. With a swish, Gory, who has transformed into a shining form, stabbed out with a gun, and the spear of destiny directly pierced the Kryptonian's armor and easily crushed his heart. After the Kryptonian fell, Gory reached out and grabbed the body and then dragged it into the connecting magic circle and then concentrated on destroying it to prevent future troubles. From Barry's perspective, after Gory transformed, he continued to cast spells to connect to all parts of the world and then stabbed the Kryptonians with a spear. The whole process did not take even a second, and the efficiency was very high. Basically, one shot hit one accurately. The reason was also very simple. Although the Kryptonians themselves were weakened, the hardness of their armor would not change. Although it was more convenient to bomb them with magic, it would be bad if the shockwave did not kill them in one move, but instead they were blown away outside the radiation range of kryptonite. So for the sake of safety, it is better to use the Spear of Destiny, which can break through the defense and kill with one blow. In a short while, all the Kryptonians who were scattered around the world to cause great destruction were killed by Gory, and the bodies were almost piled up into a small mountain. There is no Zod and the commander who fought with me that day in the body. Where did they go? Gory looked at them one by one, but did not find the faces of the two. Among them, Zod had made a global broadcast, and Gory also watched other people's videos afterwards. Fire was the commander who fought with Gory and Berry that day, and she also left a deep impression on Gory. If the two of them were not found among the corpses, it meant that there were Kryptonians who were missed. At this moment, Gory's emergency contact phone rang, and after it was connected, there was a roar on the other side. Mr. Wayne, Zizzy, Fortress of Solitude, Zizzy, boom. Clark's anxious voice came from inside, as well as the sound of rapid movement, and the phone was hung up after the last roar. Although Clark tried to be brief, Gory immediately guessed the general situation. It is very likely that Zod and his men went to the Fortress of Solitude. As the owner of the Fortress of Solitude, the self-defense system of the spacecraft will definitely send a message to Clark. After all, there is Jor-El's artificial intelligence inside the spacecraft, so it is not that Zod and his men can't even send a message and be broken by Zod and his men. Clark might have rushed over in a fit of rage, but he might have calmed down before he got there completely. His super brain took over again, and he thought that he should notify Gory first. Unfortunately, it was too late. All Kryptonians had supervision and super hearing. Clark probably hadn't flown far when they could see and hear him. Just like Clark could monitor disasters around the world at any time, Kryptonians had such magical abilities, so they naturally sent people to hunt Clark down as soon as possible. So Clark contacted Gory in this pursuit, while the two sides were barely at a distance. Berry, follow me. Berry hadn't reacted yet. Why don't you send something over like before? Gory briefly explained, it's useless. If you send kryptonite over again, it will be shot down by the heat vision in midair. After all, I have killed so many Kryptonians. Zod and Fire did not cause huge disasters and destruction like other Kryptonians, so Gory was unable to record their coordinates before time went back. After Gory killed the Kryptonians one by one, he didn't believe that with Krypton's super high technology, there would be no way to see the situation of other Kryptonians. Therefore, Zod and Fire are very likely to have discovered the trick of kryptonite. Once they see something projected towards them, their first reaction is to shoot it down remotely to prevent the kryptonite from getting close. If Gory still wants the kryptonite to work, then it is obviously unrealistic to rely on Z, and Gory has to take it himself. While Gory was explaining to Barry, he also cast a connection magic, allowing the magic circle to sweep across the kryptonite swords, and all the kryptonite swords scattered around the world were collected back to the hidden group. Go, go, go. Gory snapped his fingers, and the rainbow bridge beam of light fell down, covering him and Berry, and disappeared. Antarctica, Fortress of Solitude. 5 Kryptonians are surrounding Clark and beating him up. Clark didn't know what Zod and the others were doing, so he was really worried. So he went around and returned to the Fortress of Solitude during the chase. In addition to Zod and Fire, there were originally 3 Kryptonian scientists who were responsible for transforming the Solitude Fortress. Seeing this, Zod also called them to beat Clark. They were afraid that this kid would get angry and directly blow up the Kryptonian spaceship with thermal vision, so they planned not to give Clark a chance and directly concentrate their strength to kill Clark. It must be said that this approach is very effective. When Zod was alone, he was enough to fight Clark to a draw, or even have a slight advantage. As Zod said, he had fought all his life, but Clark was just a farm kid. The gap between the two sides' combat experience and combat skills was too big. Clark was beaten up by Zod and Fire, as if he didn't know how to fight at all. 3 more Kryptonian scientists, even if they were not suitable for fighting genes, at least the basic speed and strength of Kryptonians would not be much different. It didn't take long for Clark to have a bruised face, fractured bones and vomited blood. With a loud boom, like thunder in the middle of the night, Clark was beaten to pieces like an iceberg. Fire chased after him like a gust of cold wind. She was clever and cunning, trying to find Clark's weakness. Clark did not stop either. He penetrated the broken ice and quickly shuttled on the glacier, while flexibly dodging the attacks of the Kryptonian scientists. He also fought back. A powerful fist went straight to Fire's cheek and knocked her out. Bang! Fists flew across the glacier, and the scene on the glacier was like a supernatural dance. The collision between the Kryptonians and Clark made a deafening roar, like a symphony in the ice and snow world. Zod's attack was fast and fierce. He was tall and muscular, and his fists were as hard as iron and stone. He tried to distract Clark's attention and create opportunities for other Kryptonians. Fire, with her flexible skills and swift speed, kept shuttling around Clark and launching surprise attacks on him. Several people worked together to beat Clark back again and again. In the fierce battle, Zod and Fire's advantages as long-trained warriors gradually emerged. Zod hit Clark's jaw with a heavy blow, and blood spurted out and splashed all over the sky. Hungry, Clark stumbled a few steps, but he still gritted his teeth and withstood the fierce attack in front of him. Clark's face had already appeared obvious bruises, and blood from his nose slid down his cheeks, but his eyes still flashed with determination. You must hold on. Hold on until Mr. Wayne comes. The other 3 Kryptonian scientists were responsible for restraining Clark's actions. They used Krypton's advanced technological devices to create a strong magnetic field and energy field to trap Clark in place and make it difficult for him to move. Clark's straightforward fighting style was too simple. These Kryptonians seemed to know it well. Their attacks were precise and powerful, leaving Clark with no power to fight back. As the battle progressed, Clark's face was already bleeding. His body slid along the ice under the huge kinetic energy impact, leaving a shocking blood mark. His arms and legs were fractured and dislocated, twisting in pain. Crack. Under Zod's precise attack, Clark's ribs made a crisp sound, and he couldn't help but roar. Good opportunity. Kill him. The Kryptonians saw the opportunity and launched heat vision, drowning Clark's desperate resistance in the flames of heat rays. Boom. However, even in the face of such a severe situation, Clark still did not give up. As the only natural birth on Krypton, he has infinite potential, and he did sit-ups again and again to resist the attacks of the Kryptonians. Clark used his steel body to withstand the heat waves of heat vision, and he used his willpower to fight against the invasion of pain and despair. Why doesn't he fall down? Too durable, isn't it? Even Zod and Fire couldn't help but be shocked by Clark's tenacity. You know, Clark's body at this time is almost not human-like. His battle suit has long been stained with blood, and although his eyes are bloodshot, he still looks forward firmly. Although there is blood on the corners of his mouth, it is still closed, as if to declare his indomitable spirit to the Kryptonians. Keep fighting. I don't believe you can't kill him. Zod roared fiercely, and the Kryptonians' offensive became more and more fierce. Clark's body was hit by heavy punches and rolled on the glacier. He felt the pain from his bones, and every struggle was like walking through an ice and snow hell. In the end, Clark couldn't resist and fell on the glacier. His face was as pale as a corpse, and his body was covered with blood, but his eyes still flashed with tenacious will. Even though Clark was beaten badly in this battle, he never gave up. As long as Mr. Wayne comes, everything will get better. We must hold on until then. Under this belief, Clark's spiritual power surpassed the pain and fatigue of the body and became his motivation to continue fighting. Because Clark knew that, as long as he persisted, there would be hope of a comeback. As soon as Mr. Wayne arrived, Humph finally fought to the point of death. Zod snorted coldly. In fact, the time they fought was less than 10 seconds. It was mainly because the Kryptonians were too fast that it seemed like they had been fighting for a long time. Just as the Kryptonians were about to deliver the final blow to Clark, a dazzling colorful light pierced the sky from afar and reached the glacier. This light was like the salvation of God, bringing new hope to Clark. It was Gory's rainbow bridge. After the light dissipated, Gory stood between the two sides to separate the Kryptonians, creating a brief gap for Clark. Clark seized this opportunity, used up all his last strength to fly far away, and successfully escaped the encirclement of the Kryptonians. Mr. Wayne. Clark did not forget to shout in surprise, but his voice was already extremely hoarse. Gory nodded in approval and praised. Clark, you did a good job and successfully survived. Leave it to me next. You fly to outer space, to bask in the sun and heal yourself. Clark said anxiously, but they are so strong. There are so many people. It doesn't matter. Gory raised his hand to interrupt him and said lightly, they are all chickens and dogs, selling cereal. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, The Power That Makes Zod Despair. Although Gory killed 11 Kryptonians with Barry's help, he did not tell Clark about it. After all, Kryptonians are Clark's compatriots after all. It would be too cruel for Gory to show off to Clark after killing his compatriots. Clark was fighting Zod at the time and had no energy to pay extra attention to Gory's battlefield, so he was not very clear about Gory's record. Clark could only nod his head after hearing what Gory said. Since Mr. Wayne said so, it should be okay, right? Be sure to pay attention to safety, Mr. Wayne. Clark took a deep breath and tried to fly into the sky. When Zod on the opposite side heard it, his face darkened. The primitive natives of this backward planet actually dared to look down on them, the Kryptonians. It's unreasonable. However, Zod did not forget Fira's report. Although he was angry in his heart, he was still secretly on guard. He had discussed with Fira many times before how to deal with the invincible duo, and the conclusion was that only by keeping a distance and attacking from a distance would they not be able to take advantage of the terrifying speed and power. Coupled with the images sent by their compatriots before their death, they further strengthened their determination to carry out this plan. Those green stone swords, there is no doubt that they have a poisonous effect on them. According to the speculation of Krypton scientists, it is very likely that there is some kind of radiation that will affect the Kryptonians, and it is extremely penetrating, and even their armor cannot completely block it. The radiation penetration of kryptonite will increase with the increase of volume. Just a piece of kryptonite the size of a fingernail can have a huge weakening on Superman, let alone kryptonite as large as a sword. And the physique of Kryptonians is extremely sensitive to kryptonite radiation. If there is a small part of radiation that penetrates the armor, it is enough to make them extremely weak. Of course, Krypton scientists are not without countermeasures. They have improved the radiation protection ability of the armor, but it is a pity that the time is too short and it cannot be perfect. After all, it has not been long since they discovered the kryptonite sword and met Gory. So the key to the strategy is to keep a sufficient distance so that you will not be attacked by the masked man, and you can also minimize the impact of radiation. Zod went over this strategy in his mind again and flew a very long distance with Fira and others. However, this move made Gao Li extremely speechless. He could understand the idea of keeping a distance from him. But, is this useful? Is there any meaning? Idiot, you actually do such a useless thing in front of a magician who masters space. Gao Li shook his head and raised his hand to cast a connection magic. Connect, please. The connection magic circle instantly appeared beside Zod, Fira and others, and several kryptonite swords loaded on electromagnetic suspension devices were also protruded from it. What? Zod, Fira and others all shrank their pupils. Even though they were separated by the armor with enhanced radiation protection capabilities, they still felt that their bodies were weakened countless times. When Gory was killing the Kryptonians before, he used satellite projection to transport the kryptonite sword, but he used the magic circle to connect them from behind to stab them. This was to ensure that he could kill the Kryptonians with one blow when they were caught off guard. In addition, Clark soon went to war with them again, and they didn't have much time to figure out what was going on. After all, the Kryptonians' thinking was too scientific, and it was difficult for them to quickly associate magic with things that they didn't think existed before. Fortunately, the radiation protection function that was upgraded in a hurry still had a certain effect, and the 5 Kryptonians retained a strong physical fitness. Although it was not as good as before, it could at least ensure that Zod and Fira were still able to move after falling down. I thought I could get out of the radiation range when I landed, but I didn't expect that the magic circle would follow me like a shadow, and several more were opened around them, allowing the kryptonite sword to spread all over this space. At this moment, Zod felt very depressed. What a broken trick. It was too rogue. Glitter. Maximum drive. At this moment, a brilliant slash flashed in the distance. It was the ultimate drive launched by Gori with the Spear of Destiny. No. Fire subconsciously exclaimed, and the nightmare of that day reappeared in front of her. The three Kryptonian scientists, after the kryptonite greatly weakened their speed, their own genes did not have the fighting talent, and they were cut off in the middle, before they could dodge. Only Zod and Fire, who had the talent of top warrior genes, jumped up at the critical moment to avoid this move. Shameless sneak attacker. Zod gritted his teeth and roared, and Gori just shrugged. There is no need to talk about the ethics of the world for guys like you. Without saying anything, both sides immediately prepared to fight. Zod and Fire stared at Gori, as if they were facing a great enemy, and their faces showed a trace of deep fear. After all, they all knew that this enemy was extraordinary, and was very likely the strongest enemy they had ever faced in their fighting careers. Let's go. The Kryptonian moved like lightning. Zod was the first to attack. He went up against the wind, and rushed towards Gori like lightning. Seeing Zod's fist like a meteorite, it was unstoppable, and smashed towards Gori. At the same time, Fire walked close to the ground, like a black lightning, that cut through the air, aiming directly at the side of Gori. Gori smiled slightly at this, and did not make any defense, allowing Zod's fist to hit the armor. Boom. The dissipated impact force was transmitted, as if it had caused an earthquake in Antarctica, but Gori, who was the epicenter, did not even move. Almost at the same time, Fire's attack was also blocked by Gori without injury. It's really that hard. Although he had expected it before, Zod couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat after actually feeling it. It's my turn. Gori sneered, and the Spear of Destiny appeared in his hand. When he turned around, and he swung it violently like a divine weapon descending from the sky. The tip of the spear, with the radiance of energy, went straight to Zod. Seeing the Spear of Destiny coming at him swiftly, a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and he quickly tried to dodge. However, the spear tip followed him like a shadow, piercing through Zod's armor, bringing out a burst of blood. Gah! Zod gritted his teeth to endure the pain, and immediately changed direction with a slight sway, trying to attack Gori again. But before Zod could throw a punch, the Spear of Destiny in Gori's hand was like lightning and thunder, and fell on his face again. Pa! The huge impact force blew Zod away, and he left a hot friction track through the air. Arsehole! Fire barely leaped into the air, like an eagle striking the sky, and launched a fierce attack on Gori. Her fist was as hard as iron and stone, seemingly able to destroy everything, but unfortunately when her fist hit Gori's biological armor, it only made a sound of metal collision. Gori's body was still as stable as a rock, and he was not moved at all. Fire's power did not hurt Gori, but it was like hitting an indestructible wall. How familiar this feeling was, and the despair that followed, just like that day. Fire's lips trembled a few times involuntarily because of this. At this time, Gori had already hit her with the Spear of Destiny in his backhand, and hit her with a few violent blows like a storm, without any mercy. Ah! Fire felt her body rolling in the air, and then fell hard on the cold ice. She felt a sharp pain in her back, as if her bones were shattered. Fire tried to stand up, but found that her body was almost unable to obey. The Kryptonian, who was originally so aggressive, seemed so powerless in front of Gori at this moment. Do you know why I didn't kill you instantly when I had the chance to do so? Gori said calmly as he walked. The reason is very simple. I have no interest in torturing my opponents, so I kill ordinary Kryptonians very easily, but you two leaders are different. You are the culprits who led the Kryptonians to do these things to the Earth. I want you to experience the pain of the Earthlings first. And after saying that, Gori waved the Spear of Destiny in his hand, with a fierce momentum like a storm, aiming at Zod, and launching a fierce attack again. Zod stood up with difficulty, and the atmosphere suddenly solidified, as if the whole world stopped at this moment. Gori stabbed the Spear of Destiny mercilessly, and the tip of the spear went straight to Zod's limbs. At this critical moment, Fire also launched an offensive. She used her speed to shuttle like the wind on the ice, trying to launch a surprise attack from behind Gori. Her hand blade was as sharp as lightning, and could easily cut through any material, but when she hit Gori's biological armor, it was like cutting on hard basalt. It's still like this. Damn it. In Fire's previous discussion with Zod, Zod had asked whether this amazing defense would have weaknesses such as durability or time limit, but it seems that there is no flaw at the moment. Fire gave up all attempts and could only blow the ice surface fiercely to create a soaring mist to block the view. Zod took advantage of this precious moment to quickly escape from here. You want to run away after offending the abbot? Gory reacted instantly and chased in the direction of Fire with the Spear of Destiny. With a loud bang, Fire was knocked back dozens of meters by Gory's counterattack. A sharp pain came from her chest, as if someone had hit her hard. Gory continued to wave the Spear of Destiny and rushed towards Zod and Fire. His steps were firm and powerful, as stable as a mountain. Even on the ice, Gory's steps did not slow down at all. Watch out. He's coming. Zod reminded Fire loudly. Gory rushed straight towards Zod and Fire, not afraid of their counterattacks at all, because it had no effect on Gory. On the other hand, Zod and Fire were different when facing Gory's beating. When the Spear of Destiny hit their bodies, they felt unprecedented pain. The huge impact force made their bodies roll in the air, and then fell heavily on the ice. Zod's bones seemed to be smashed by a heavy hammer, and severe pain spread throughout his body. Fire's body seemed to be shocked by the power of the Spear of Destiny, and was almost unable to move. In their perception, Gory's attack was as fierce as thunder and unstoppable. Zod and Fire could only lie helplessly on the ice and endure Gory's attack. Bang 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 bang. Their bodies were shaken by the power of the Spear of Destiny, and they twisted in pain. Every time Gory whipped them, they felt endless pain. When both of them were beaten beyond recognition, Gory reluctantly stopped. This beating is for both humanity and Clark, who was beaten so badly by you just now. Gory walked to Zod and Fire, raised the Spear of Destiny high, and prepared to give them the final blow. I will die for my own race without regrets, Zod said hoarsely. He and Fire were no longer moving, and had no ability to resist. Mr. Wayne, they are already like this, can we? Barry, who witnessed the whole battle, spoke reluctantly, but Gory shook his head. Barry, think about the scenes you saw before time went back, and reconsider what you are going to say. Barry fell silent after hearing this. Although Gory didn't know what Barry had seen before the time went back, he could guess with certainty that it must be a scene of hell on Earth. But, fighting for your own race is not wrong from the perspective of Kryptonians, so let me send you off with a solemn ceremony. Gory sighed and inserted the glitter memory into the Spear of Destiny. Glitter. Maximum drive. As Gory thrust downward, the blazing light instantly engulfed Zod and Fire. Their bodies were completely destroyed by the power of the Spear of Destiny, and their consciousness was overwhelmed by endless pain, leaving no trace of their existence in this world. Although the Kryptonian invasion incident ended here, the real trouble was the ending. As expected, the government came to the door. They naturally discovered that the Z satellite had dropped a kryptonite sword, but the hidden group was also very tough. Under the joint operation with the Wayne group, the military had no way to deal with Gory for the time being. As for the Fang, who showed his power this time, the military was even more jealous of his amazing biological armor technology, but this was the benefit of Gory hiding his identity in Gotham. Even Batman didn't know who Fang was, let alone the military. Therefore, since the Fangs could not be found, let alone causing trouble for them, that was impossible. During this period, Gory also took the time to transport all the bodies of the Kryptonians to the edge of the universe, and then concentrated on using the shining memory and the Spear of Destiny to destroy them, trying to prevent future troubles. It was a pity that before Gory finished, he went to Antarctica to stop Zod's conspiracy. Just this short period of time gave people with ulterior motives an opportunity to take advantage of it. Chapter 171 Batman's Big Secret. Although Gory recovered and destroyed all the bodies of the Kryptonians, the scattered bloodstains and meat particles that were invisible to the naked eye were not completely cleaned up. Lex Luthor, who had long been filled with evil thoughts because of Zod's previous speech, would never miss such an opportunity and was always ready. Although he called himself the smartest man in the world, it is undeniable that Lex is indeed capable. Even if he did not expect Fangs to kill Kryptonians like slaughtering dogs, he reacted immediately. The result is that he successfully obtained the biological information of those Kryptonians. Superman. Humph. At this moment, Lex stood in the laboratory and looked at those tiny biological tissues, snorting disdainfully. Since Superman appeared in Metropolis, the degree of hatred he attracted in Lex's heart has risen rapidly, to the point where he can share the first place with Gory of the Fedian group. It has only been a short time. It can be predicted that in the future Superman may surpass Gory's status and become Lex's most hostile object. Before this, Gao Li had mocked him for only following the Fedian group and copying everything. However, being able to copy so quickly is also a manifestation of ability. Not everyone has the ability to analyze and copy the outrageous technology of the Fedian group. At least many government scientists can't do it, but it's not difficult for Lex, because he is really a genius. After discovering the existence of the Kryptonians, Lex couldn't help but have another idea in his mind. He decided to use his unparalleled wisdom to make good use of these Kryptonian relics to make a big news. Gao Li never regarded Lex as a competitor and even didn't take him seriously at all. It's not that Gao Li despised his wisdom, but that Gao Li despised his character. He didn't like to associate with people with bad character. Besides, Gao Li was usually very busy with a lot of scientific research projects to promote, and he was a ruthless project pushing machine. Gotham, Wayne Manor. The sun shone on the green garden. Xiao Guan came to Dick's side with a hop and skip. He was wearing a loose robe, and the sleeves swayed gently with his movements. As if to play a prank, Xiao Guan patted Dick's shoulder and ran out immediately. "Hey, Dick. Come and chase me," Xiao Guan shouted excitedly. He rolled on the lawn. Dick immediately ran over and bumped into Xiao Guan with a smile. "You wait." "I won't wait." Xiao Guan was playing barefoot on the grass. His long white hair fluttered in the wind and his wolf tail swayed behind him. Dick tried to catch him on the side. The chasing game between the two children filled the courtyard with laughter. Not far away, Alfred gently put down his teacup and watched the two children playing with a kind smile on his face. These two little guys are really energetic. Just hearing their laughter echoing in the manor, Alfred felt that it brought a cheerful atmosphere to the quiet air. This was a scene that had not been seen in the past many years, making him miss Bruce's childhood. After a while, Dick was sweating profusely and finally gave up the idea of chasing Xiao Guang. He sat on the ground, watching Xiao Guang running around, panting and said, "Xiao Guang, can you run slower? I really can't catch up with you." Dick was very confident in his physical strength. After all, he came from a circus. Now he was still far behind Xiao Guang, who was as lively as a husky. Dick, take a break. Let's play some games that are not so physically demanding later," Xiao Guang asked excitedly. "Okay, then I want to play hide and seek," Dick said. "Since we can't match each other physically, let's win by wisdom instead." Xiao Guang agreed happily, and his smart eyes revealed expectation. While Dick was resting, Xiao Guang ran to Alfred. "Alfred, we want to play hide and seek. You be the referee." "Of course, no problem. I'm very happy to participate in the game of the two young masters." Alfred smiled dotingly and agreed. Soon, the two children began to play hide and seek in the manor. They shuttled between the gorgeous furniture, exquisite decorations and various collections. Xiao Guang sometimes hid behind the bookshelf and sometimes hid behind the curtains. When the game of hide and seek was over, Dick was exhausted again. "Damn. Why is playing hide and seek so tiring?" Exclamation mark. "Dick, you lost." Xiao Guang smiled triumphantly. "That's because you are much more familiar with the manor than I am," Dick immediately retorted. "Humph, you are just being stubborn." "No, I'm telling the truth." At this time, Alfred came over and saw the two children playing on the ground with a kind smile on his face. He asked softly, "Master Wright, Master Dick, are you tired of playing? Do you want some afternoon tea?" Xiao Guang and Dick immediately answered in unison, "Yes." The afternoon tea carefully prepared by Alfred was rich and delicious, and the various snacks and drinks made people salivate. It can only be said that Alfred can find time to prepare afternoon tea while being a referee. He is simply a butler Superman. Xiao Guang gobbled the cakes while Dick used the knife and fork in a very professional manner. They tasted various delicacies, talked while eating, and laughed one after another. After afternoon tea, Dick suddenly remembered something. He asked, Xiaoguang, do you know where Bruce, father went? I haven't seen him for several days. Speaking of Bruce Wayne, who adopted him, Dick always felt very strange. Although Bruce could often be seen going out to have fun during the day, he would almost never be seen at night. Sometimes, like recently, Bruce's figure could not be found even during the day. Uncle Bruce has been very busy recently. He has been fighting crime outside. Maybe he is too sleepless at night and is catching up on sleep during the day. Xiaoguang wanted to answer subconsciously like this, but he stopped right after he started. He understood that Bruce, as Batman, needed to protect the safety of Gotham City, but it seemed that Dick didn't know about Uncle Bruce. Xiaoguang pressed his wolf ears and said with a guilty look on his face, no, I don't know. Okay. Seeing this, Dick nodded thoughtfully. After this period of contact, Dick found that every time Xiaoguang wanted to lie, his ears would instinctively become like airplane ears. After the two of them had a meal, Dick took the opportunity to make a new proposal, and Xiaoguang agreed without thinking. Let's go on a big adventure. Okay. They decided to explore Wayne Manor in depth, including some basements that no one has been to for years, to see if there are any fun things. This actually concealed some of Dick's little thoughts. He was really curious. He felt that the entire Wayne family, except Alfred, seemed very mysterious. Xiaoguang didn't need to say much. It was the first time Dick had seen a race other than humans, and Bruce's schedule was strange and his whereabouts were unknown. He was mysterious and didn't know what he was doing. Uncle Gory was even more amazing. It was harder to meet him than Bruce. He was often not seen, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Besides, as the father of a wolf, this is very confusing. Could it be that Uncle Gory is not a human? And if you insist, Alfred is too good at everything as a butler, which is not normal from this point of view. The two little guys ran around for a while, and finally found a secret passage. Xiaoguang, do you know what's here? Dick asked, holding a flashlight and shining it into the dark corridor. I don't know. It's my first time here too. Xiaoguang said, following Dick, wagging his tail and looking at the things around him curiously. Then let's go and take a look together. Maybe we can find some secrets. Dick's eyes flashed with excitement. Okay, this is the feeling of adventure in the book. Xiaoguang was also excited. He liked adventure and new things. After they walked for a while, they saw a big iron door with a combination lock on it. Wow, what is this? Dick said in surprise. He walked over and tried to open the combination lock. I don't know, it seems very powerful. Xiaoguang also followed and poked the combination lock with his finger. Hey, what are you doing? I want to try to break this combination lock directly. Xiaoguang showed his sharp nails, which scared Dick. That won't work. Don't move around. If something is triggered, we'll be finished. Dick looked at Xiaoguang worriedly. He remembered that there were often similar plots in the movies and TV series he had watched, and deadly traps were set up in secret places. Oh, okay, then I'll watch you. Xiaoguang followed suit. He stood aside obediently and watched Dick enter the password. Dick tried several times but failed. He frowned and wondered what the password was. Xiaoguang, do you have any ideas? What is the password? Dick asked. He felt that he was about to give up. I don't know either. I don't know much about these things. Xiaoguang shook his head, indicating that he was powerless. Oh, forget it. Let's go back. There's nothing fun here. Dick turned around disappointedly and prepared to leave. Wait, Dick, I have an idea. Xiaoguang suddenly said, with a gleam in his eyes. What is it? Dick looked at Xiaoguang curiously. Look, there are 4 numbers on this combination lock, right? Xiaoguang said, pointing at the combination lock. Yes, so what? Dick didn't quite understand what Xiaoguang meant. Then let's try with 4 numbers. Maybe we can open it. Xiaoguang said with a smile. What kind of logic is this? Do you know how many combinations there are with 4 numbers? How long will it take us to try them all? Dick was speechless. Even a child like him thought Xiaoguang's idea was too naive. It doesn't take long to try. We just need to try a few times. Xiaoguang said confidently. Why are you so confident? Dick didn't believe Xiao Guang's words at all. Xiao Guang said proudly, because I know there are probably a few passwords that may work. There are more places in Wayne Manor where you need to enter passwords. Xiao Guang once followed Gao Li to visit Bruce's Batcave, so he saw Bruce enter some passwords. As a little genius who learns everything quickly, he almost memorized everything after reading it once. If this is also a combination lock arranged by Bruce, then it is likely to be related. You know? Dick looked at Xiao Guang in surprise and asked suspiciously, why do you know? Because. Xiao Guang was about to answer, but suddenly realized it belatedly. If it was the combination lock set by Uncle Bruce, would there be some secrets about Batman in it, such as another secret passage leading to the Batcave? Ahem. Because I was just guessing. Xiao Guang didn't want to be scolded by Bruce and Gao Li, so he immediately changed his words and said, it won't hurt to try it anyway. Okay, you try. Dick made way, and Xiao Guang randomly entered the password several times, but it really couldn't be opened. Haha, it seems that I guessed wrong. Xiao Guang wiped his sweat and helped Uncle Bruce keep a secret again today. Only Dick stared at Xiao Guang's drooping wolf ears and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Sure enough, there is something fishy. What secrets are the Wayne family hiding? Dick was very curious, and he was born with the heart of a detective. From such a long period of contact, it can be seen that the easiest person in the Wayne family to deal with is definitely Xiao Guang, and the most suitable as a breakthrough point. So in the following days, Dick would pester Xiao Guang to ask some questions from time to time. Come to think of it, I haven't asked you yet. Xiao Guang, why do you look different from the rest of us? I've never seen a wolf like you. So you're amazing, right? You're the only one in the world. Seeing Xiao Guang's tail almost sticking up to the sky, Dick was slightly stunned. No, I'm not praising you. I mean, why can you become such a human-like appearance? Are you the legendary werewolf? Or a monster or immortal in some oriental story? I don't know. Xiao Guang said honestly, I don't know either. Anyway, I feel that I will change, so I will change. Dick looked at Xiao Guang's enamel ears. Well, he was not lying. He decided to ask in a different way. Well, do you still remember how you came into this world? For example, who are your real parents? Xiao Guang was a little confused by the question. What do you mean? You have seen him, that is, Dad, your Uncle Gao Li. Come to think of it, it seems that my first reaction was because I saw Dad's appearance. I know Uncle Gao Li is your dad, I mean. Dick sighed. Okay, then what about your mom? You must have a mother, right? Xiao Guang said ignorantly. My mom is also him. Dick, Chapter 172 Extreme Memory. Stream. Dick was shocked. So what is Uncle Gao Li really about? Exclamation mark. So that's it. Dick nodded and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although he was confused, Dick decided to skip this topic for the time being. For some reason, he always had a dangerous feeling that, if he continued to ask about his parents, Uncle Gao Li would kill him. Although he skipped this topic, it didn't mean that Dick wouldn't ask other things. It was just to avoid Xiao Guang's suspicion. Dick always mixed in some more insignificant questions. By the way, why do you always wear a robe? Because other clothes are tight and not very comfortable to wear, and the robe is very convenient to put on and take off when I turn into a wolf and a human. Xiao Guang's answer was an angle Dick had never thought of. So Xiao Guang didn't wear clothes when he transformed? It seems to be different from similar characters in books and movies and TV dramas. Speaking of which, Dick only knew that Xiao Guang had this ability, but he had never seen Xiao Guang transform. So what does it feel like to become a wolf? Dick asked curiously. Is there any difference from being a human? Xiao Guang tilted his head and thought for a while. It's not so convenient to take things. After all, I have to walk on all fours and can only hold things in my mouth. The rest of the sense of smell and hearing are almost the same. Also, I'm covered in fur, which is actually warmer than wearing clothes now. In comparison, wearing an outer coat will be more uncomfortable and uneasy. Dick nodded in agreement. I can see. I still remember that on the first day I came here, you smelled that I had eaten McDonald's. Yeah, Xiaoguang pointed at Dick. I can also smell a lot of odors. For example, you didn't use shampoo when you took a shower yesterday to save trouble, right? Dick. His little face turned red. This sense of smell is too cheating. Question mark? It always feels like there are no secrets in front of Xiaoguang. But when it comes to secrets, Dick remembered what he needed to do and quickly got back to the point. Let's not talk about that for now. What does your dad, Uncle Gao Li, usually do? Why can't we often see him in the manor? Xiaoguang sighed and said, Dad seems to be in the metropolis most of the time. He seems to be doing business and always leaves me alone at home. Looking at Xiaoguang's dejected look, Dick couldn't help but think of those pets who were left alone at home by their owners. I always felt a little pitiful. It's okay, I will accompany you. But you have to go to school too. You are not at home during the daytime on weekdays. That's right. Dick nodded and did not continue to ask stupid questions about why Xiaoguang didn't have to go to school, but continued to intersperse some messy questions. Xiaoguang, why do you never wear shoes? Xiaoguang thought about it and replied with a smile, because I don't like to wear shoes. I like the feeling of running around barefoot, and it's troublesome to wear shoes. I'm too lazy to wear shoes. Dick was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that a boy from a powerful family like the Wayne family would like the feeling of being barefoot. But Dick suddenly remembered that when he was very young, he went to the countryside with his parents and liked the feeling of running barefoot in the fields. It was a symbol of freedom and happiness in childhood. It's still the most comfortable to walk barefoot. I can also feel the warmth of the earth, just like running in the forest. And I can more conveniently use my nails to catch bad guys, which is my natural weapon. Won't your feet hurt if you don't protect them all the time? Dick couldn't help asking. No, I'm used to it. Xiaoguang lay flat on the grass. Besides, the grass is soft, like stepping on cotton. But what about winter? You will catch a cold, right? Dick frowned slightly. Xiaoguang scratched his head and blinked his golden animal eyes. No, I'm very strong, and you haven't seen a wolf that catches a cold in winter, right? Well, then I haven't heard of it. Dick remembered watching a TV program that also broadcasted a wolf pack living in a place with ice and snow. From this point of view, he probably doesn't need to worry too much about Xiaoguang's ability to resist freezing. Aren't you curious about what your father does every night? Dick suddenly asked, how about we follow him? In a bunch of meaningless inquiries, an important question suddenly appeared, which really caught Xiaoguang off guard. He subconsciously said, I'm not curious. Anyway, I'm not curious. Although he barely reacted in the second half, he was still questioned by Dick all the way. Why are you not curious? You usually seem very curious. This is strange. Are you hiding something from me? Do you know something? Xiaoguang shrank his neck when asked, and looked around for help, trying to find Alfred for help. Fortunately, a ghost-like shadow appeared behind the two of them, and put his hand on Dick's shoulder. Dick, I borrow your cousin for a while. Do you have any objection? Dick was so scared that his body trembled, and when he looked back, it turned out to be Uncle Gao Li. No objection. Gao Li nodded and waved to Xiaoguang, and Xiaoguang immediately pounced on Gao Li like a koala. Dad, what do you want to talk to me about? Yes, there is a research that needs your cooperation. Gao Li nodded. He was not simply helping Xiaoguang out, but he did remember a new project that he planned to test when he just returned to Wayne Manor. That is, can Xiaoguang be brought to the Marvel Universe? Gao Li's idea is very simple. Xiaoguang is essentially a life form transformed from the energy of God's origin, and Gao Li has also marked it and taken it into his body. So, as long as Xiaoguang learns to turn into an energy state, or can separate most of his own energy and then be absorbed into his soul by Gao Li, he can leave the DC universe with his soul and go to the Marvel universe. This is the same as Gao Li's method of carrying magic power over. Both are energy, and the principle should be universal. What's more, this secret method was created by the giant beast, which is also one of Xiaoguang's sources, so the compatibility should be better. In short, I hope you can learn some skills. Specifically, Gao Li patiently explained, while holding Xiaoguang and walking away. Xiaoguang became more and more disappointed as he listened. Why do you still have to learn? I don't want to go to school. After a period of recuperation, Clark barely recovered from the negative emotions brought about by the Kryptonian invasion. Clark also understood Gao Li's approach very well, especially since his compatriots did cause great casualties. This was helpless. Clark even needed to thank Gao Li for not staining his hands with the blood of his compatriots. After all, Clark always couldn't help but imagine that if the situation eventually developed to the point where he had to choose between the death of his compatriots and the death of mankind, Clark might have no choice but to kill his compatriots. Of course, there was another reason why Clark could recover so quickly, and that was that love diluted his grief. That's right, Clark fell in love, and the one he fell in love with was Lois Lane. This was almost destined. No matter what kind of multiverse Superman was in what situation, 99% of them would fall in love with Lois, and this universe was no exception. And today, Clark received a communication call from Gao Li for the first time in a long time. Clark came to the headquarters of the Fedian group to find Gao Li with ease, and was guided by him to the laboratory. Clark, I need your help with an experimental project. Are you willing to cooperate with me? Gory said straight to the point, and Clark immediately straightened his chest. Of course I'm willing. Mr. Wayne has helped me so many times. Gory smiled and said, that's great. In fact, you don't need to do too much. The main thing is that I guess there is a special concept that can be extracted from you. After the Kryptonian invasion, Gory carefully considered Clark's potential. No matter in which world, Superman basically represents a kind of limit. He obviously does not have any godhood or divine power, but his speed and strength can be comparable to the Supreme. Is this normal? As we all know, the Supreme is a group of people at the top of the universe, which is approximately equal to the limit of the universe's power. This is very telling. Although there is a huge gap among the Supremes, it is already a very amazing thing that Clark can compare with the General Supreme. Those who can surpass Superman are basically beings who can break through the upper limit of the universe. For example, Barry can be faster than Clark because he has mastered the origin of creation such as the Speed Force, which has the foundation to surpass the upper limit of the world. Similarly, any Supreme who can be stronger than Superman is basically not in existence that the universe can restrain, or has the potential to break through the upper limit of the universe, which can be called an extraterrestrial level. However, Superman himself also has the power to surpass the limit, but it often requires extreme emotional outbursts, which is not his characteristic under normal circumstances. If you want to set a limit value in all aspects for the creatures in the material universe, that is, normally no matter what, you can't exceed this limit, then you should be the most standard benchmark. While explaining to Clark, Gory took him to the depths of the laboratory, where there were more confidential security devices. Therefore, I want to try to extract the concept of extreme from your body. Clark didn't quite understand what he said, but he believed that Gory would not harm him. Okay, I'll do whatever Mr. Wayne says. Of course, in addition to Clark's trust in Gory, there is another important reason. That is, after witnessing Gory beating up the Kryptonian, even if Clark really used his super brain to think, he felt that if Gory wanted to harm him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Anyway, he couldn't beat Gory. After entering the laboratory, Clark was surprised to see a little boy with animal ears and tail lying on the table and snoring. Mr. Wayne, this is my son, right? Gory introduced casually. I can't do anything about him. He gets sleepy after learning a little bit, so I can only let him sleep and be lazy. Gory's expression seemed very distressed, and he didn't realize that his casual words caused a big earthquake in Clark's pupils. Mr. Wayne's son? So Mr. Wayne is married? By the way, why does Mr. Wayne's son look like this? Is Mr. Wayne not a human? Question mark? Unlike other people who thought Xiao Guang was cosplaying at first sight, Clark, who had supervision, could tell at a glance that Xiao Guang's body structure was indeed different from that of humans. Oh. Gao Li reacted. By the way, I haven't told you yet. In fact, you are one of the parties who should know the most. During the advent of the Son of God, didn't you beat up the angels in heaven? Do you remember this? Xiao Guang is the contemporary Son of God. Clark was stunned, but didn't the advent of the Son of God fail? It just didn't succeed in the ceremony you participated in, but it succeeded in mine. The Son of God doesn't have to be born in heaven. Clark looked at Xiao Guang, who was drooling while sleeping, with complicated eyes. Is this really the Son of God? He doesn't look like one at all, and he doesn't have any sacred feeling. Just when he thought of this, Clark saw Gao Li catch Xiao Guang's saliva with a test tube, and even scraped it along the corner of his mouth, which can be said to be not wasted at all. Don't look at this kid's silly look, but his saliva has healing effects. It is a precious medical research sample. The medicine developed from it may benefit all mankind. Gao Li explained and shrugged. From the point of view of benefiting all mankind, he deserves the title of the Son of God. In addition, Xiao Guang's other body fluids are very valuable for research. For example, okay, Mr. Wayne. Clark interrupted hurriedly. It will be bad if we wake him up. He didn't want to hear this kind of thing. Otherwise, when he sees any healing medicine in the future, he will think that it is made by studying saliva, which is as shocking as the Chinese people's first knowledge that kangfuxin liquid is made from cockroaches. Clark can only be thankful that he has an excellent physique and basically won't get hurt. If he gets hurt, he can heal himself by basking in the sun. It doesn't matter, this child sleeps so well, unless you put something delicious under his nose to smell, it can force him to turn on. Gao Li said with a smile, but did not force Clark to continue listening, but opened another laboratory door. Then come over here, let me do some tests on you first. Clark went in as he was told, and saw another young man inside. You two have met before, right? In the battle against the Kryptonian invasion. This is Barry Allen, who is currently planning to debut as the Flash. Gory introduced again, and Clark extended his hand and shook hands with Barry in a friendly manner. I know who you are. The famous Superman. Barry excitedly took out a piece of paper and a pen. Can you help me sign here? Chapter 173 Dawn of Justice. Clark agreed to Barry's request a little shyly, and Barry quickly took out his phone. Can we take a photo together? If it's convenient, please sign on the back of the photo. After it's printed out, just write to Dear Barry Allen. Okay. Gory stretched out his hand to separate the overly enthusiastic Barry. You will meet often in the future. There will be plenty of opportunities. Gory's words were not empty talk. Barry did accept Gory's high salary and join Gory's research, mainly responsible for being studied. Speed Force is a very magical power. Gory can't stop using it. He is already considering whether he can use Speed Force to make the speed of the Beyond Kabuto even higher. Although the Beyond Kabuto can also go back to the past, it is achieved by riding the Tachyon stream, not by reaching superluminal speed like Barry. Therefore, in the normal battle of the Beyond Kabuto, the highest speed still cannot reach the speed of light, and there is still room for further improvement. Gory's research in the Marvel Universe is very close to being able to develop a super insect instrument. It is estimated that the next time he returns to the Marvel Universe, he will be able to develop a super insect instrument and send it back to his past self to use, so as to complete the space-time closed loop. Gory is doing research on the Kryptonians, and Lex is also doing research on the Kryptonians. In the laboratory, wrapped in a thick layer of lead, Lex kept operating various instruments with an extremely cold look in his eyes. Humans don't need gods, let alone those false gods. I, who can create such a stunning work, should lead all mankind forward. He looked at the culture tank in front of him with satisfaction, and it was about to appear the supreme masterpiece that could catch all of his most hated Gory and Superman in one fell swoop. After Gory brought Xiao Guang back to Gotham City again, Bruce came to him worriedly. Since the day the Kryptonians invaded the Earth, Bruce's worries have become more serious. After the Kryptonians attacked major cities around the world in a frenzy, Bruce's heart was filled with a sense of urgency. He always stood from the perspective of humans, carefully observing those creatures from distant planets, especially the existence called Superman. Gory, I want to discuss something about Superman with you. Bruce's eyes were deep and complex, and his tone was full of seriousness and caution. Gory nodded, and Bruce took out a small device and started to place slides. Paris, London, Washington, Tokyo, Seoul. Bruce read them one by one, showing photos of these places after the disaster. In the sky in the picture, the dawn quietly retreated, leaving a desolate scene, and the broken buildings and burning ruins set off endless sadness. Those big cities, that were originally very glorious on Earth, all suffered unprecedented destruction under the invasion of Kryptonians. Everyone understood that it was not an ordinary day, but a symphony of disaster. Bruce stared at the scene on the slide silently, and Gory sighed secretly. If you don't want the time and space to collapse, and the world to be reconstructed, then Barry's time reversal will not be able to save everyone after all. Gory, although the Kryptonians have disappeared, Superman is still around, and his strength is no less than any of his kind. His power is so strong that he can easily destroy a city and even change the fate of the entire Earth. He is a god on Earth. Bruce frowned more and more as he spoke, clasping his hands together. Gory looked at Bruce and understood his concerns. Are you worried that he will pose a threat to our world, that he will become a new dangerous factor like those Kryptonians? Bruce did not answer, but his eyes confirmed Gory's guess. That's right, he was worried that Superman's existence would threaten humanity. Gory sighed softly. Everyone would have the same concerns. But Bruce, we can't be wary of him just because he has great power. We need to understand him and his thoughts. Bruce's eyes flickered with doubt. Then how can we understand him? How can we understand his thoughts? Gory smiled. There is only one way, that is to communicate with him directly. If there is anything, just talk it out. Bruce was silent for a moment and asked, do you have a channel to communicate with him? Although Bruce also learned through various means that Fang had worked with Superman to fight against the Kryptonian invasion, Bruce did not know that Gory was Fang. The only time Clark came to Gotham City to find Gory, he also maintained a speed close to the speed of light throughout the whole process and could not be observed by modern technology at all. Gory didn't intend to reveal his identity, but just nodded and said, I guess so. You know, he often appears in Metropolis, and my base is also in Metropolis. Over time, there will naturally be some connection. If you have to say, he is my friend. In fact, he and you have the same goal in protecting humanity. Bruce's eyes were full of distrust of Superman, and he sneered, friend? What does this word mean in front of him? When did you become so naive? He is a Kryptonian, from a place we can't imagine, and even the culture is different. We can't be sure if he is really on our side. Gory was silent for a moment, then said, Bruce, as far as I know, Superman grew up on Earth since he was a child. Zod also mentioned this when he hijacked the global radio waves, right? So his culture is the same as that of the Earthlings, and his heart is kind. Kind? Bruce shook his head. We can't simply treat him as an Earthling. You know, we are different creatures with different body structures. For example, the personalities and thoughts of the creatures on Earth will change with the secretion of hormones in the body. Who knows about the Kryptonians? However, his power is something that the people on Earth cannot resist. Once he makes a decision, it is likely to affect the entire planet. We must be extremely cautious. Batman is indeed either in doubt or on the way to doubt. He maintains an absolute questioning attitude towards everything. Gory sighed inwardly, stood up and walked to the window, looking at the scenery in the distance. Bruce, I know it's hard to convince you, but I believe that Superman is also a person in his heart, with his own beliefs and responsibilities. Bruce stared at Gory and said, this is also my responsibility. We can't blindly trust unknown things. I don't want to see the Earth become a plaything of aliens. Superman's existence makes Bruce feel both surprised and scared. His power is so unpredictable. However, after analyzing all the information he can collect, Bruce tries to understand Superman's intentions and thoughts, but finds that everything makes him feel troubled and confused. Superman's actions show that he has a very high moral standard that is almost like a saint, which can explain everything. How likely is this a disguise? After all, it can be seen from Superman's fellows that super high moral standards are not a common racial characteristic of Kryptonians. You are a bit of alien racism. I have said that his heart is no different from that of humans. Gory's voice was deep and powerful. Besides, it's not like no one can suppress Superman, right? I believe you have hacked into the military database or used satellites to see the battle between Fang and Kryptonians. You can see that it is easy for Fang to kill them. then no matter what, Fang can be the ultimate insurance for humans. Even if Superman wants to do bad things, Fang can completely defeat him. Bruce was stunned when he heard this. It seems to be the truth. He turned to face Gory, with complex emotions flashing in his eyes. After all, as Batman, Bruce had entangled with Fang for a long time and even fought together. Gory, I believe in Fang's ability more than you do, but is it really a good idea to put all your eggs in one basket? Bruce's voice was deeper and more vicissitudes than Gory's, as if he was carrying the weight of the whole world. Gory pinched his brows and said, Bruce, do you understand? This is no longer the world you are familiar with in the past. Even if you go to deal with Superman just in case, can you kill all the extraordinary people in the world? There will be more and more extraordinary people like him. Bruce was silent, and the doubts in his heart were still difficult to dissipate. He wanted to refute that the two were different. Compared with the extraordinary people who originally existed on Earth, Superman was too strong. But Bruce thought about it immediately. They seemed to be equal in front of Fangs. Anyway, no one could beat Fangs. If it is just based on strength, then Fangs is the existence that should be eradicated the most. I understand. I will think about it again, Bruce said after pondering for a while. Although it seems that he did not completely dispel his doubts, the idea of dealing with Superman seemed to have faded a lot. The following days were calm, but it was only Gory's side that was relatively calm, and Clark encountered many unexpected things. Since Zod gave a global speech, everyone knows that Superman is a Kryptonian from outer space, not an Earthling, and all kinds of discussions and arguments about him have never stopped. After all, many people believe in a truth deep in their hearts. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. And Clark, as an alien, is an alien in the eyes of Earthlings. If you say that what has caused him the most trouble recently is a village called Nemiro in the Middle East, or it should be said that what happened in this village. In order to eradicate the warlord forces entrenched in Nemiro, the CIA sent an undercover agent named Jimmy Olsen to find out the warlord's hiding place through the identity of a photographer. However, Lex Luthor also took action. Lex secretly sent a team of mercenaries, nominally to assist the local warlord, and took the opportunity to reveal Jimmy's true identity to everyone. This led to Jimmy's tragic death. It happened that the war correspondent at the time was Lois, who was also in crisis. Clark of course rushed to rescue people immediately, but before Clark rescued Lois from the warlord leader Amaza, the mercenaries sent by Lex betrayed the warlord first. They shot and killed the warlord members, as well as many innocent villagers, and burned the bodies together, creating the illusion that Superman used thermal vision to indiscriminately attack civilians in order to rescue Lois. Compared with them, the CIA is also a group of beasts. After locating Jimmy's tracker, they launched missiles at the village of Nemiro, regardless of the presence of Lois and dozens of Nemiro villagers. Although the missile was stopped by Clark, Lex's conspiracy succeeded. Even though the CIA had mastered the whole story in addition to the mercenaries who committed the crime, in order to cover up the fact that they indiscriminately bombed Nemiro, the CIA still acquiesced to the spread of the rumor that Superman killed civilians. When the local resistance arrived at the village in the dust, they could only watch the conflict through the raging sand and smoke. This tragic scene made Superman look like a tyrant, and the story was whitewashed by the Senate committee, and finally the story that entered the public eye was finalized. The women in the village heard a loud noise, as if the sky had split open, and he fell from the sky, followed by a fire. What happened later was even more terrible. The government began to attack, and the village was devastated. My parents did not escape. At the public hearing, organized by the committee, a black woman from Nemiro was describing the scene in tears. The main core idea of the whole process was to promote Superman's negative role in it, and the brutal impact of his terrifying power. Obviously, this is an unfounded slander, but it's a pity that those who know the truth will not speak out to clarify it. After listening to all the speeches, Congressman Finch, who was sitting in the main seat, made the final summary of the hearing. The whole world is attracted by Superman's ability, but no one has asked him what he should do. Please record it. This committee believes that Superman is responsible for this. He will never respond to you, the black woman said fiercely. He will not respond to anyone. I don't think he will even respond to God. The news soon broke out through major news media, and the government publicly called for Superman to attend the next hearing. It was called a hearing, but it was more like a public trial of Superman, which made Clark very sad. In addition to cooperating with Gore's research, Clark always saw people arguing on various programs, and the content revolved around Superman, which often made him frown. However, Clark has a kind and strong heart. Under the controversial situation, he still insists on saving people and preventing natural disasters and man-made disasters every day. In addition, Clark even squeezed out time to be an intern reporter, similar to the form of a summer job, in order to have a deeper understanding and observation of human disputes about him. Chapter 174 Superman vs Batman. Kent. The charity event of the Metropolitan Library is the charity gala held by Lex Corporation. The editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet called Clark. Someone asked Clark Kent to report this event. Clark was puzzled. Why do you want me, an intern reporter? I'm not even a formal employee. Who knows, maybe some old woman who does charity likes nerds like you. The editor-in-chief shrugged and left, leaving Clark standing there with his eyes narrowed. That night, the charity gala of the Metropolitan Library was in full swing. The lights were on, reflecting on the modern stone walls of the library, adding a quiet and elegant atmosphere to it. The star-like lights flickered on people's faces, making the gala sparkle like a starry night sky. As soon as Clark entered the lobby, a faint scent of ink and paper came to his face, as if he was in a city of knowledge. On the high ceiling hangs a simple chandelier, illuminating the entire hall. On the walls hang portraits and inscriptions of celebrities from past dynasties, witnessing the history and glory of the library. Here, every tiny corner is filled with a luxurious atmosphere, and the atmosphere is elegant and warm. Celebrities dressed in gorgeous clothes gracefully shuttled among the crowd, talking about topics of interest to each other. They gathered in twos and threes, chatting and laughing, and from time to time raised their champagne and toasted each other. However, as a luxury car arrived, reporters immediately swarmed over excitedly to take pictures, as if the newcomer was the protagonist of this charity dinner. Clark looked over curiously and saw a graceful playboy walking out of the luxury car. For some reason, his face always made Clark feel a little familiar. Who is that? Such a big show. He casually asked a colleague beside him, and the colleague looked back at him with even more surprise. It seems that this is your first time in this area of Why Not Eat Meat, and you don't care about the news of the upper class. That's a famous person, Bruce Wayne of the Wayne family in Gotham City. Wayne? Clark was surprised, and then suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he looked so familiar. Excuse me, have you heard of Gary Wayne? What is the relationship between him and Bruce Wayne? Speaking of which, Clark only realized now that he didn't know much about Gary, because he was always in the perspective of a younger generation who was helped, and only felt that Gary seemed to be full of mystery and omnipotence. And when Gary was in Metropolis and Gotham City, even his appearance was changed by magic. Gary Wayne. The colleague recalled, I seem to have some impression of him. Is he the second son of the Wayne group who broke out a few years ago? But he is too low-key and can be called unknown. Clark was stunned. Mr. Wayne is called low-key. Okay, we can only say that Mr. Wayne does great things and good things without leaving a name, and hides his merits and fame. I wonder if Mr. Wayne will come. Clark couldn't help but wonder. The answer is of course no. As the CEO of Fedian Group, Gory is extremely unpopular with Lex. Even the invitation letter is likely to be ignored by Gory. Lex will not humiliate himself and make himself bored. As for Bruce Wayne's younger brother Gary Wayne, Lex looked down on him because he was too ordinary. It was enough to invite Bruce Wayne. With the entry of everyone, the charity party officially began. The lights were softly sprinkled in the fascinating hall, and the beautiful waltz music floated in the air, making this night full of elegance and fantasy. In the charming atmosphere, celebrities, philanthropists, and political and business celebrities wore gorgeous dresses, and the thick smell of champagne floated around, surrounding everyone's laughter. Bronze and amber decorations dotted the corners of the library. The huge glass chandelier cast a warm yellow light. Elegant waiters walked through the crowd, with trays full of delicious snacks and exquisite drinks, providing meticulous service to the guests. In the center of the hall, the host, wearing a luxurious red dress, was like a gorgeous flower blooming in the silent night, making an opening speech for everyone. He is a philanthropist, a bibliophile, and a true friend of the Metropolitan Library. Please welcome Mr. Lex Luthor. Me. Okay. Lex raised his hands and went on stage under the gaze of everyone. I'm a little embarrassed. Speech. Say something. Free drinks. End of speech. After Lex came on stage, he said some unrelated words like a sound test, and then began his formal speech. The word philanthropist comes from Greek, meaning a person who loves humanity. It originated about 2,500 years ago. Everyone was paying attention to Lex's speech, but a few people were obviously absent-minded. For example, Bruce, who had tracked down the mercenary leader who had appeared in the village of Namiro some time ago, followed the clues, and found the Lex group that hired them, which is why he was invited to attend the party tonight. In fact, Bruce wanted to take the opportunity to investigate the Lex group. While everyone's attention was attracted, Bruce began to secretly contact Alfred, who was responsible for the support behind the scenes, through the headset. Okay, where should I go, Alfred? Alfred sat in front of a pile of high-tech equipment, carefully looking at the structural scan displayed on the screen device. Pass the elevator, then turn left. It must be right, in the service corridor of the basement. Now go downstairs. The voice that was originally only audible to Bruce in the headset naturally could not be hidden from Clark's super hearing. What does Mr. Wayne's brother want to do? And why is it so secretive? Could it be that Clark doesn't think Bruce is here to explore the business secrets of Lex Group? Even if there are business spies, it has never been heard of that the major shareholder personally acts as a spy. Bruce Wayne. Similarly, there was another beautiful woman who looked both heroic and classically dignified. She also looked in Bruce's direction with a little doubt. Diana Prince, as the daughter of the god King Zeus, the princess of the Amazon, and the first superhero Wonder Woman to debut in World War I. With her hearing, she could undoubtedly hear the content in the headset. Between gods and humans, Prometheus chose us. Lex was still speaking passionately. He destroyed Zeus' plan to destroy mankind, but was struck by lightning for this. Boom. Lex danced and demonstrated. It seems very unfair. Haha. Let's get back to the topic. The Metropolitan Library. This was obviously a topic that Diana didn't like to hear, and she began to shift more of her energy to inquire about Bruce's side. Go to the stairs. You saw it when you came in. Go downstairs. Oh, Master Right, are you back? I'm busy. You go and play with Master Dick first. What? You want to eat cookies? There's nothing I can do. Let Master Bruce wait for a while. I'll come over to help you after I finish making them for you. Alfred. Bruce said helplessly, I'm doing serious work. Gory has said many times that it's not good for you to pamper Spider-Gwen too much. Haha, just a joke. Master Gory has no sense of humor enough, and Master Bruce is even worse than him. Master Right, I'll ask the kitchen to prepare it for you. Well, you're right. They don't cook as well as I do, but you can only bear with it for now. I think if Master Bruce is quick, he can do it in about 10 minutes, right? Clark was embarrassed after eavesdropping. Mr. Wayne and Spider-Gwen were involved so quickly. It seemed that they were back in Gotham now. During the time when he was working with Gao Li on R&D, Clark also got to know Spider-Gwen quite well. He liked this child who was as innocent as a little animal, especially after seeing many ugly things in human beings. Diana didn't react much. She didn't recognize either Gao Li or Spider-Gwen just by name. Bruce walked downstairs and past the kitchen where food was prepared for the banquet. Okay, the kitchen is on your right. Turn left and the place you want to go is in front of you. Bruce was using the equipment to steal data. Clark didn't move a step. His perspective and hearing were enough for him to see the situation on Bruce's side, even if he stood still. The device showed a countdown of 7 minutes. Bruce also went upstairs to socialize again. Clark immediately went over to stop him. Mr. Wayne. Mr. Wayne. Clark shook hands with Bruce. I'm Clark Kent from the Daily Planet. My foundation has issued a statement supporting book charity. Remember that the report has nothing to do with Lex Group, otherwise my brother will be unhappy. Bruce was about to leave after a few casual remarks, but Clark's words stopped him. What's your stance on Gotham's Bat Vigilante? This was actually Clark's probing. He wasn't completely sure Bruce was Batman, but he had this guess, and didn't want to bother asking Gory about it. Sure enough, under Clark's comprehensive monitoring of his breathing, heart rate, blood pressure, sweating, etc., Bruce's heart suddenly fluctuated. The Daily Planet. Wait, is this mine? Or someone else's? Clark said calmly, as far as I know, the Daily Planet doesn't have any shares in the Wayne Group. But it does have investment from the Fedian Group, so in a sense, it might be yours. Clark silently added in his heart that it was because he knew Gory had invested in the Daily Planet that he applied for the internship reporter position at the Daily Planet. He believed that the Daily Planet, which was controlled by Gory, would definitely be more ethical and dare to tell the truth than other media controlled by capital. I've read a lot about him. Civil liberties are being trampled on in your city, and good people are living in fear. Don't you have any ideas? Bruce said coldly, don't believe everything you hear, kid. No, I saw it with my own eyes, Mr. Wayne. Clark replied immediately. With his supervision, he has indeed seen a lot of things happening in Gotham from a distance. He thinks he is above the law, doesn't he? Oh, then you must have never seen the other Gotham Vigilante. Bruce raised an eyebrow, and the Daily Planet actually criticizes those who think they are above the law. Don't you think it's a bit hypocritical? After all, every time your Metropolis hero saves a cat from a tree, you will write a flattering editorial to report on an alien who can destroy the entire Earth if he wants. Bruce wanted to continue, and we can't stop him at all, but thought that Fang should be able to do it, so he stopped there for the time being. Another Gotham Vigilante, you mean Fang? If I remember correctly, Fang hasn't been active in Gotham City for a long time, but the Bat Vigilante is still active every night. As for your remarks about aliens, I'm afraid most people don't agree with your ideas, Mr. Wayne. Bruce didn't continue, because he recalled that Gory didn't agree with his ideas, and he couldn't help but feel a little bored. Fortunately, Lex came to smooth things over and clapped his hands vigorously. Guys, Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent met. That's great. I like to bring people together. I don't think so. Bruce didn't give him any face. Why didn't I see you gather Gory from the hidden corporation here? Wow, your words are really sharp. Lex was not embarrassed at all, at least he seemed so on the surface, and he talked about some topics by himself. You really should come to the harbor more often. I want to show you my lab. Maybe we can work together on a project. My R&D department is full of ideas. It's been 7 minutes. It seems that the transmission has been completed. I'm going to go and bake cookies for Master Right and Master Dick. After hearing Alfred's report, Bruce was too lazy to talk nonsense with Lex. He just said a few perfunctory words and left. Clark wanted to follow him, but the TV he passed by began to broadcast a factory fire in Juarez. He had no choice but to go to the bathroom, change his combat uniform and fly out. Bruce's side was also not going well. When he went over, he was surprised to find that the equipment was gone. Damn. Bruce immediately recalled that when he went downstairs, he passed by a beautiful woman and gave her a meaningful look. It's her. Bruce immediately chased after her, but he could only see Diana's back as she got into the car and left. Alfred, who hadn't had time to bake cookies, was also stunned. It was very rare for Bruce to fail. I think this seems to prove that you are not very good at what you do. It's time for you to retire and marry a beautiful woman. You are dreaming, Alfred. Bruce said unhappily. Alfred said seriously, I don't have time to dream, because I have to notify Master Gory to help you deal with the aftermath. Chapter 175 Wonder Woman Diana. Bruce frowned and said, there's no need to inform Gory about such a small matter. I'll be responsible for recovering it directly. Do I need to remind you? Alfred said, that device is very likely to expose your identity, but it's very important. Bruce said confidently, the device has military-grade encryption inside, which is not so easy to crack. It's enough to support me to recover it. Alfred sighed, I think the encryption of Lex Group probably has similar confidence, but you only took 7 minutes to crack it successfully. Bruce. It makes sense. He couldn't refute it. We don't know the other party's background. Maybe she also has this level of technology. In short, Master Gory's magic is much more convenient than yours in this matter, you should admit it. Bruce sighed. Okay, it happens that he has returned to Gotham, so I'll bother him again. Diana returned to her residence, took out the device, and skillfully connected it to the computer. A string of garbled characters appeared on the screen, as if provoking her. Interesting. Let me see what secrets the Wayne boy has. Diana took a deep breath and raised her eyebrows with interest. Although Diana is the daughter of Zeus, it does not mean that she is an old antique who knows nothing about modern technology. In fact, Diana has lived in human society for many years, and she has seen all the development and progress of human technology. For example, some cryptography and computer knowledge, Diana has studied them all. After all, she has too much time. With the click sound of the keyboard, Diana began to try various cracking methods. However, every attempt ended in failure, and she couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. It seems that the things hidden behind must be very complicated, Diana said to herself. At the same time, Diana's mind flashed through possible solutions, but she rejected them one by one. She understood that the encryption algorithm used in this file was definitely not something that ordinary means could deal with. Perhaps a completely new idea, a method that had never been tried before, was needed. Diana closed her eyes and tried to calm herself down. After a while, she opened her eyes again, with a determined light in her eyes. Let me challenge you. Diana began to carefully analyze the encryption method of the file, looking for the pattern in it. She found that most of the files used very complex encryption algorithms, and even included multiple levels of security measures. Each layer requires a specific key to unlock, and these keys are hidden in other parts of the file. Diana began to crack these keys one by one. This is a long and arduous process that requires great patience and concentration. Diana kept trying, her fingers tapping quickly on the keyboard, making crisp sounds. After a while, Diana fell on the sofa exhausted physically and mentally. It's not that Diana is really tired. With her physique, she won't feel tired, even if she stays up for 7 days and 7 nights. It's mainly because she constantly racks her brains mentally and constantly fails. It brings a relatively large burden. It seems that even in military-grade encryption, this is the top level. She stared at the small device in her hand, and an indescribable feeling that she hadn't encountered for a long time came to her heart. Although Diana tried every means, she still couldn't crack the mystery. She felt that she might have to try to contact Bruce Wayne again. Hey, Miss Diana, I believe you took something from my house. Can you please return it? Suddenly, a young voice sounded from the opposite side of the living room, causing Diana's pupils to shrink slightly. Someone? Question mark? When? Exclamation mark. How did they get in? She didn't even notice it. Diana immediately stood up and looked over vigilantly. She saw a young man sitting opposite the living room, playing with a golden object similar to a USB flash drive in his hand. With Diana's eyesight, she could see that there was an S icon made of golden lightning on the USB flash drive, and the small word speed were written next to it. Who are you? I forgot to introduce myself. Gory smiled slightly. My name is Gory Wayne, and I'm Bruce Wayne's younger brother. You should understand what I mean by that, right? Oh, I seem to have heard of that. Diana narrowed her eyes. Did Bruce ask you to come here? That's exactly right. This guy's really something. He made a mistake and asked me to help him clean up. Then I have to offend you, Miss Diana. Gory sighed, and Diana smiled sweetly. I think little boys never know what sharing is. I didn't take anything from your house. I just borrowed it. Gory showed an expression of do you want to listen to what you are saying? Just when he was about to speak, he saw Diana slap the cup on the coffee table like thunder, and the cup flew over and knocked the memory in his hand off. Diana never chatted with Gory. She just wanted to distract him. You actually stopped the transformation process before I transformed. As an opponent, you are too tactless. Gao Li's expression remained unchanged, but he just shook his head slightly. Today, he had no intention of transforming into a knight of Kamen Rider W to fight. The memory with the concept of speed force was really just for fun, so he did not take any precautions. After all, Gao Li had to be on guard against Diana telling Bruce what she saw and heard today after she came into contact with him. Although he didn't mind exposing his identity, he didn't intend to expose his identity deliberately. Before this, the memories Bruce had seen at Fang were all alien memories that could move by themselves, so they looked completely different from the Speed Force memories that looked like ordinary memories. But if he transformed in front of Diana and she told Bruce about it, it would be easy to guess that the two were the same person. Don't mind, this is just the experience and habit of a mature warrior. Diana smiled slightly. Although I'm good at defeating the enemy head on, I can certainly accept it if I can win with wisdom. You look like you have nothing on you, and from my observation, you don't have any hidden guns, but you approach me rashly without fear, and you are confident. There is no doubt that your biggest reliance should be the thing in your hand. Gao Li whistled and applauded Diana's reasoning. As expected of an experienced old superhero who has lived for many years, his brain is definitely not all muscle. Although his guess is not completely correct, it is not easy to guess so far. Fortunately, the things I make are very sturdy, and it doesn't matter if they fall a little, so as a gentleman, I will forgive you for the time being, but you are wrong about one thing. It's not that I don't know the details of you, otherwise how do you think I came to my door so quickly? Gao Li smiled. I can tell at a glance that you are not a human. Diana. I always feel that this sentence sounds a bit unpleasant. But what Gory said was indeed true. When he was collecting information about various strange people, his search resources were particularly focused on the future members of the Justice League that he knew. Therefore, he was able to find Barry. It was not difficult to find Diana. He found her a long time ago, but he just didn't get in touch with her. As for saying that Diana is not a human, Diana is a demigod, and demigods are indeed not human, no problem. Okay, little boy from the Wayne family, you have been disarmed by me, so the game is over. Diana didn't want to continue talking to Gory, and the main reason was that she always felt a little uneasy in her spiritual sense. So Diana planned to make a quick decision. She took a step forward with her super physical fitness and visually appeared in front of Gory like teleportation and was about to reach out and capture Gory. However, with a pop, Gory actually flipped his hand and slapped her hand away. What? Diana was slightly startled. Although she had restrained a lot of strength in order not to hurt ordinary people, she was confident that she was definitely a huge force that normal humans could not match, no matter how much they trained. At this moment, Diana suddenly noticed that a belt had quietly appeared around Gao Li's waist, flashing a dazzling golden light. Gao Li's right hand, which he used to slap her away, was covered with a layer of black and gold armor. Since you are so interested, I will play with you for a while. Gao Li chuckled and posed with his hand that made the slapping motion. Transform. With a quick voice, golden lightning surrounded Gao Li's body, giving him a brand new look. Kamen Rider Kuuga, amazing all-powerful form. What kind of power is this? Diana was surprised. Are you really human? A real human, but with some Kamen Rider power. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Li accelerated and rushed towards Diana. Gao Li's speed was so fast that his body became blurred and only a shadow could be seen. Diana did not retreat. She waved her arms to meet the attack and directly knocked Gao Li away. It seems that your skills are not good enough. Diana smiled and seemed to have turned the game around. Gao Li felt as if his body was pushed by a powerful force. He rolled several times in the air and then stabilized his body without being injured. It's okay, I just want to test my ability. Gao Li smiled and rushed towards Diana again. This time he was faster and more powerful. Diana kicked the coffee table and made it spin and hit Gao Li. Gao Li smashed the coffee table with a punch and continued to rush forward. However, Diana, who had experienced many battles, had already seen Gao Li's purpose. His plan should be to grab her shoulders and throw her to the ground. It can be seen that the attack was quite methodical. It was probably that he had hired a very professional coach to train his fighting skills for a period of time. Unfortunately, in Diana's eyes, it was still amateur level. She quickly jumped back, and Gao Li immediately accelerated the pace of pursuit. His strength was as heavy as a mountain, and every attack would make the floor tremble even if it missed. However, it was useless if she couldn't hit anyone. Diana met Gao Li with amazing agility and strength, and resolved Gao Li's attacks one by one. Their battle soon entered a white-hot stage. Gao Li and Diana's offense and defense kept interweaving, and generally speaking, Diana was getting more and more dominant. Having said that, Diana also found that she couldn't take down Gao Li too quickly. She was indeed stronger than Gao Li, but Gao Li was not weak either. Diana almost caught him with a lock several times, but Gao Li directly jumped up with explosive foot power to break the situation, or simply stepped on the floor to change the terrain. Although Gao Li's fighting skills were average, Diana had to admit that his explosive power was extremely powerful. Enough, you can't be my opponent. Seeing that her villa was about to be demolished, Diana planned to end the battle immediately. Diana frowned because she couldn't take down someone weaker than her. She was ready to attack with full armor. Oh, it just so happens that I have other powers that I want to try. Gao Li kicked over and answered Diana without showing any weakness. Diana responded by turning over to avoid the kick, punching through the secret compartment in the wall, and taking out her own set of artifacts from it. Truth Lasso, Guardian Silver Bracelet, Vulcan Sword, Divine Power Shield. It's over. Diana snorted coldly, and just as she was about to make a move, she saw the golden light flashing on Gao Li's belt again. Super Transformation. Kamen Rider Kuuga, Amazing Blue Dragon Form. Gao Li picked up a broken table leg on the ground with his toes, and turned it into a long stick in the blink of an eye. Is that magic? Diana was stunned, but I didn't feel the magic fluctuations. How did you do it? Amazing Blue Dragon has stronger flexibility and agility, as well as super jumping power, and Diana immediately experienced it firsthand. She waved the Truth Lasso, and attacked Gao Li fiercely. Seeing this, Gao Li used his flexibility and speed to move his body quickly, and dodge the attacks in an extremely clever way. Every time, it seemed that he was just a hair's breadth away from hitting Gao Li, but Diana felt a sense of frustration, thinking that Gao Li had become like flowing water, slippery and difficult to hit. Gao Li not only dodged, but also tried to catch Diana off guard. He waved the King Long stick, and rushed towards Diana, while dodging the attack. However, Diana's shield hit broke the King Long stick, and Gao Li was instantly repelled. It seems that after the wonderful change, although you are more sensitive, your strength has become weaker? No way. There is gain and loss. Gao Li shrugged his shoulders, and after saying that, he immediately jumped back, ready to distance himself. But Diana followed closely behind, waving the Truth Lasso in her hand, with a firm and decisive look in her eyes, as if she was determined to fight to the end no matter what. Gao Li once again showed his flexibility and agility, jumping and moving around the villa. At the same time, he used the King Long stick to sweep and stab from time to time, forcing Diana to stay alert at all times. She had never fought such a slippery enemy before. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.